What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Changes and Increases. This Wuji Cloud Hand can be practiced so quickly with only 6 moves. Can't I raise it to level 10 tonight? But after Zhang Yu cheered up and practiced it 5 more times, he felt that his mana was getting thinner and thinner, and it was no longer possible to support him to practice Wuji Cloud Hand. Zhang Yu realized that his previous thoughts were wrong. It seems that this Wuji Cloud Hand cannot be raised to level 10 overpass. Unlike basic level skills such as San Shao, Wuji Cloud Hand consumes much more mana. Even with the passive breathing of Zaoshan Qi gathering method to continuously restore mana, it is impossible for him to practice it for several hours like practicing San Shao. So Zhang Yu simply sat cross-legged, letting the passive breathing continue to help him restore mana, while he simply practiced the Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart technique to improve his Tao Heart. After practicing this way on and off, after a night, Zhang Yu raised Wuji Cloud Hand to level 6, 7/60. The coverage of the Wuxiang Yungang expanded from his hands to Zhang Yu's arms and shoulders, and continued to surge like a rolling sea of clouds. The original phenomenon of clouds rising into the sky like a smoke was gone. Only wisps of extremely fine smoke could be seen rising slowly for more than 10 centimeters, before dissipating into the air. This was because as Zhang Yu's control increased, the consumption of the energy in the process of operating the Wuxiang Yungang was greatly reduced. The next day, Songjiang High School. In the office of the student union, Zhao Chechen looked at the message on his phone, smiled and said, he actually got the 4th place in the mana competition? This is really beyond my expectation. Lanling said while lifting dumbbells. It is said that the competition coach of Beilang High School has talked to him and wants to poach him. Zhao Chechen laughed and said, they lost a place in the competition this time, and one of their students has one less result on his resume. Of course they want to poach him. What do you think? If we sign Zhang Yu and train him specifically to play in the mana competition, can we win a few more places in the mana competition? Let the students of the 3 prestigious universities win fewer awards? For the wealthy people in Songjiang City, there are only a few places in the top 10 universities. Whoever has a few fewer trophies on his resume will have a higher chance of success for others. Lanling said gloomily, maybe he has a chance in the first year of high school, but if he starts in the second year of high school, I don't think Zhang Yu can beat them. Zhao Chechen said happily, even if that happens, it's not bad. Then it's decided. We can't let Beilang High School poach him. After the monthly exam this month, Zhao Chechen looked at his palms and clenched them slightly, as if he was holding everything he wanted tightly in his palms. Zhang Yu must sign a contract. Lanling understood what he meant. That is, after the monthly exam, Zhang Yu had to sign a contract. Outside the school gate, Zhao Xiangxing said to the other end of the phone, I know, Mom, I know. A female voice came from the phone. Play more with Zhang Yu. You see how fast he improves in his studies. I know, I know. Zhao Xiangxing finally hung up the phone after a perfunctory response. Just as he walked into the school gate, he saw a line of big words scrolling on the electronic screen. Warm congratulations to Zhang Yu, a student in class 1 of senior 1 of our school, for winning the 4th place in the city's magic competition. It's true. Although he had heard the relevant gossip in several school groups yesterday, Zhao Xiangxing was sure that it was true when he saw this line of words. Thinking of Zhang Yu, who was eating at the same table with him, suddenly surpassing a bunch of top students from the 3 major prestigious schools and key high schools, and winning the 4th place in the mana competition, Zhao Xiangxing couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Then there was a wave of shame. Zhao Xiangxing, your classmate got such a good result, but you are so jealous. It's so ugly. Where did your virtue go? Alas, you can't compare with Zhang Yu. After all, he is a giant and disciple, and is not the same species as us. To be able to win the 4th place in the competition this time, it must be that Xinghuo Zhenren put a lot of effort. My mother also asked me to play more with him. Zhao Xiangxing smiled bitterly in his heart. The gap is so big Can we play together? The rumor that Zhang Yu is a giant and disciple was also confirmed by the students because of the 4th place in this competition. As a person who likes to consider other people's thoughts, Zhao Xiangxing felt a sense of inferiority when he thought of the dazzling halo around Zhang Yu now. After all, he is a giant and disciple, and his grades are getting further and further away from mine. Will he look down on me? In his eyes, I may have become a student with ordinary scores on the street. If I approach him now and play with him, will it be too flattering in the eyes of others? Will they think I'm vain? Do they think I want to take advantage of his aura as a giant and disciple? Zhao Xiangxing can't be blamed for thinking too much, just because as a teenager who grew up in the city, he has seen too many similar things in school. After the gap in scores between friends, friendship will always gradually deteriorate. What? Since your score is high, you have changed. What? I feel embarrassed to take you out all the time, because your score is so low. What? I will help you raise 10 points, don't look for me again in the future. Hey, if Zhang Yu doesn't ask me to have lunch today, I'd better not take the initiative to look for him, so as not to be rejected by him. When the bell for the last class in the morning rang, Zhao Xiangxing looked in the direction of Zhang Yu intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen chatting, he felt a little envious. If only he could have such good grades as Bai Zhenzhen and chat and laugh with Zhang Yu. Seeing Zhang Yu talking to Zhao Xianai again, he felt a little envious of Zhao Xianai. Although his score was lower than his, he could still chat with Zhang Yu without any embarrassment. He never had such a good attitude. At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing noticed that Zhang Yu and the other two stood up and walked towards him. Zhao Xiangxing lowered his head quickly. Feeling that the three were getting closer and closer, he pretended to tidy up his desk and played a few books back and forth. He seemed to be dissatisfied and didn't notice the appearance of Zhang Yu and the other two. But in his heart, he was always paying attention to what was happening over there with Zhang Yu, thinking of a question in his mind. Will he ask me to have dinner together? Zhang Yu, old Zhao. Let's go have dinner together. Zhao Xiangxing stood up quickly and smiled. Well, let's go. On the way to the cafeteria, Zhao Xianai smiled and said, Zhang Yu, do you feel that the school atmosphere today is a little different? Really? Zhang Yu thought for a while and said, the teacher is still so gentle, the classmates are still so kind, and the air is full of the smell of learning. Everything is great. Zhao Xianai, you got 4th place in the competition. Now most people in the school believe that you must be a giant and disciple. Don't you feel that everyone respects you more? Zhang Yu recalled for a moment, and it seemed that his classmates' attitude towards him did seem to have some vague barriers. Bai Zhenzhen on the side said lightly, well, I heard people talking about you in the women's restroom. They all said that you must have been promoted by Giant and Zenran. You just have connections and good luck. Zhao Xianai, I heard someone in the men's restroom say that you have mastered the code of rich women. Otherwise ordinary people like them don't even know where the art exhibition for selecting giant and disciples is held, let alone being selected after participating. Zhang Yu sighed, alas, I didn't expect that I won honors for the school, but in the end I got alienation and jealousy. Zhao Xianai smiled and said, Zhang Yu, the higher the score and the better the grades, the more jealous you will be. He said slowly, they won't think about your hard work and your talent. They will only think that you have good conditions and attribute all kinds of success to your luck. Looking at Zhao Xianai's sighing expression, Zhang Yu said thoughtfully, I didn't expect that you, who are ranked 25th in the grade, know a lot. Zhao Xianai stumbled and said unhappily, there are more than 500 students in the first grade of our school, and the 25th place has stepped on many people. Zhao Xiangxing, who was standing by, looked at Zhang Yu talking and laughing, and gradually relaxed in his heart. I didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so approachable after winning the 4th place in the competition. But after a moment, Zhao Xiangxing changed his mind. Zhang Yu had changed a little. In front of the food window, Zhang Yu looked at the cafeteria aunt and said, Auntie, I won the 4th place in the city's magic competition. Can you help me get more meat? The aunt who served the food, okay, this biggest rib will be given to our 4th place in the city's magic competition. Sanggyang High School has a strong learning atmosphere. Of course, even the cafeteria aunt will look at the scores before judging people. That night, In the suburbs of Songjiang City, with the sound of whistling wind, a black shadow flashed at high speed in the night sky, constantly approaching Zhang Yu's rental house. Bang! Wei paused at the door in front of the apartment building. As the door opened, the black shadow rushed in like a wisp of green smoke. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived at Zhang Yu's floor, and finally appeared in front of Zhang Yu's door like a ghost. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Yu quickly stood up, and went to open the door. He saw a middle-aged man with a dragon-like gait and a majestic temperament standing at the door looking at him. "Is it Mr. Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Send it to me. It's only been more than 20 minutes. You are fast enough." The middle-aged man smiled, and took out the goods from the big backpack behind him, and brought them to Zhang Yu. "Mr. Zhang, this is the product you ordered. Please sign for it." After a moment, Zhang Yu closed the door again, and took out the things he bought. Through this magic competition, Zhang Yu realized the gap between himself and the top students in famous schools, which made him more eager to improve himself. As for his current situation, his manner is maintained by the Zhaoshan Qi gathering method, and his Dao heart is his daily focus. Only his physical strength has no time to improve, and it has temporarily stagnated. Thinking about the martial arts competition next month, when he will probably have to compete with those rich people from famous schools, Zhang Yu feels more and more that he needs to improve his physical strength. So after careful calculation, he bought some things online. Chapter 52 Undercurrent. Zhang Yu looked at the vest, shorts, wristbands, anklets, and 2 large jars beside him. These were the weight-bearing suits and monster meat powder he had purchased. Weight-bearing suits are durable and inexpensive equipment for body training. You can use them whenever you want. You can work hard without being discovered by your classmates. They also have the effect of taking them off during battles. They are classic equipment on the immortal path, and must be tried. The weight-bearing suits Zhang Yu bought this time weigh 150 kilograms, which can exercise his body in daily actions. The monster meat powder on the other hand is a nutritional supplement that can better supplement his daily blood and flesh loss and the nutritional needs for growth, allowing the child to grow taller, faster and stronger. The 2 items cost him more than 4,000 yuan in total, reducing his savings to more than 59,000 yuan. Alas, I'm still too poor. I can only buy these poor equipment. When Zhang Yu was choosing on the shopping website, what he wanted most was actually an external spiritual root, called the gluttony spiritual root. It is said that after the thing is inserted into the body, it will stimulate human metabolism and strengthen the body every day, absorbing all the nutrients that can be absorbed to supply blood and flesh. According to the advertisement, eating shit every day can make you stronger. Unfortunately, it is too expensive. One costs 40 million. Spending 40 million to experience the feeling of getting stronger by eating shit is not something Zhang Yu can afford at the moment. Well, I'd better try the school's muscle building spiritual roots during the free rental next time. Putting on the weight-bearing suits one by one, Zhang Yu felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. The simple bending, walking, and raising hands were all added with layers of resistance, making the movements much more difficult. Before he could take a few more steps, a shout came from the bottom of the building, demolishing the building in the middle of the night. Knowing that it was because he made too much noise, after putting on the weight-bearing suit, Zhang Yu went to the unfinished building in the weight-bearing suit. Along the way, it was as if there were many shackles on his body, and Zhang Yu could feel all kinds of discomfort coming from various parts of his body. However, after he used the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart technique, thinking about his expectation of improving his physical strength day and night, all these discomforts were temporarily suppressed, and instead he felt a sense of satisfaction that his body was being trained all the time. Sure enough, the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart technique is also effective for this. Zhang Yu's next goal was to try his best to maintain the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart technique at all times, while constantly resisting the discomfort of the weight-bearing suit, and constantly using the mind method to improve the level of Dao heart. 24 hours a day, both the Dao heart and the physical body are trained. If he could do this, he could further improve the efficiency of his Dao heart level and train his physical strength at the same time. Thinking that he had taken the initiative to add such a big code to himself without anyone forcing him, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He sighed in his heart. There is no way. Those dead rich people from the 3 famous schools are more outrageous than each other. If you want to survive, if you want to get into the top 10 universities and join a big sect, you have to roll. Coming to the unfinished building again, Zhang Yu, wearing a weight-bearing suit, sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to maintain the state of the mental method of the Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart Sutra, constantly sketching the picture of the old ox reclaiming the wasteland in his mind, while letting his body rest. In theory, as long as the practitioner can persist, the mental method can be maintained all the time. It's like listening to a novel while playing a game, which is a manifestation of multitasking. It's just that mental weakness, fatigue, and various external stimuli may interrupt the maintenance of the mental method. And if you have to use your brain to do something complicated, such as taking an exam or thinking about fighting, then the mental method will be even more difficult to maintain. So although the teacher of the Dao Heart class said that the mental method can be maintained at all times in theory, as long as the powerful cultivator is still conscious, he can always maintain the mental method, but the original Zhang Yu has never done it. However, since Zhang Yu recently upgraded the Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart technique to level 10 and his Dao Heart level to level 2, he felt that it was becoming easier and easier to maintain his heart method. If maintaining the heart method was like doing math problems in his mind all the time, he now felt like he was counting from 1 to 1000 all the time, which was much easier. Now I should be able to do more complex exercises while maintaining the heart method. So Zhang Yu had a current attempt. He wanted to practice keeping the Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart technique running in more situations. After resting for a while, Zhang Yu, wearing a weight-bearing suit, stood up and began to walk back and forth while maintaining the heart method. He felt like he had thrown away half of his brain and half of his muscles, and then learned various movements from scratch. The next night, Zhang Yu came to the unfinished building again and tried to maintain the heart method while doing some simple warm-up exercises. On the third day, Zhang Yu, who was getting more and more adapted, began to practice Wuji cloud hands while maintaining the heart method while wearing a weight-bearing suit. In his mind, the level 6 Wuji Yunshao seemed to have been practiced thousands of times. He could perform each move naturally without thinking too much. At this moment, he maintained the mind concentration diagram in his mind, while his body continued to practice the Wuji Yunshao moves under the pressure of the weight-bearing suit. The mana in his body was even more surging, and it turned into wisps of formless cloud energy in the repeated vibrations. However, because he needed to distract himself to maintain the mind method and the weight-bearing suit and mana consumption, Zhang Yu's efficiency in practicing Wuji Yunshao was much slower. 3 days passed before he finally pushed Wuji Yunshao to level 10. Listen to this, only pushed to level 10. Obviously Zhang Yu still thinks this speed is a bit slow. Alas, the feather book is still not powerful enough, limiting my potential and self-discipline. In the unfinished building, Zhang Yu's mana rose from his danshan, silently completing 7 consecutive vibrations, then spreading into his limbs and bones, gushing out from his whole body. In an instant, Zhang Yu was surrounded by white clouds and smoke, and he looked like an immortal. This is the effect of Wuji Yunshao. After reaching level 10, Wuxiang Yungang is no longer limited to the hands, but gushes out from all parts of the body, truly integrating offense and defense. However, the mana consumption in this way also increased seriously. Zhang Yu felt that he could not hold on for a few minutes, so he stopped quickly. After these days of hard training, Zhang Yu's various abilities have been improved again. Mana has increased to 16.9 and the endless breathing day and night, the weight-bearing suit he wears all the time and the training of Wuji Yunshao have made the physical strength reach level 1.28. Dao Xin, who was training almost non-stop with the level 10 Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart technique, was still improving the fastest and had already reached level 2, 65%. Not long after Zhang Yu arrived in the classroom that day, he saw a middle-aged woman with the vicissitudes of life coming to a desk and packing something. When Zhang Yu was feeling confused, he heard Zhao Xianai say beside him, Liang Qin dropped out of school, and his mother is here to pack up his things. Ah. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, why? Zhao Xianai sighed. It seems that he owed more than 100 yuan from gambling. After his parents found out, they came directly to help him drop out of school. I heard that their family went to the teacher's office yesterday, and Liankin kept kneeling and kowtowed, but his parents still insisted on dropping him out of school. Zhao Xianai shook his head and sighed. What his parents did was right. Once you get addicted to gambling, you can only be immortal for the rest of your life, and you will never achieve anything on the road to becoming an immortal. Don't say that he is a freshman in high school. Even if he really becomes an immortal, he will fall down, lose all his cultivation, and become immortal again after bankruptcy. Zhang Yu was silent. Liankin was a bit like his original self in terms of borrowing. He thought to himself that, if he hadn't traveled through time, the original Zhang Yu might have ended up like this. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen dragged Zhang Yu out of the classroom, and said to him, those poor guys finally have news. Please sign the electronic agreement they sent over. Shortly after Zhang Yu signed the electronic agreement, a transfer message rang from his mobile phone. Seeing the 20,000 yuan that came, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were both shocked. Bai Zhenzhen, these stingy guys can actually transfer 20,000 to us in one go. It seems that they really value you. You transfer 8,000 to my card and I will use it. Zhang Yu didn't ask why. After transferring 8,000, he just reminded, what are you busy with recently? You disappear after school every day. Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly. I'm still trying to find a way to get into the top 10 universities. These stingy guys actually value us so much. We must let them help us relieve the pressure. At this point, she seemed to remember something and reminded, after the monthly exam next week, Zhao Chechen should come to persuade us to sign the contract again. If the student union is rejected by us again this time, they will definitely put more pressure on us. Especially since you got 4th place in the French competition this time, they will definitely find a way to force you to sign the contract. Can you withstand it? Zhang Yu was unsure, but looking at Bai Zhenzhen's concerned eyes, he laughed and said, I can definitely withstand it. Don't give up halfway. Zhang Yu thought about the pressure of the ceremony and thought to himself that he would either be killed by the ceremony or be admitted to the top 10. There was no choice. Just as he was thinking this, the familiar chill in his body rose again. Zhang Yu knew that this was forcing him to go back to study and practice. Alas, let's not talk about it. My own strength is still the most important. I'm going back to practice first. Bai Zhenzhen pressed his shoulder and reminded him, remember that when you refuse, you can push it to Xi'an High School and Beilang High School, saying that they are recruiting you, and continue to negotiate with the student union to delay time. You must remember that you must not let them know that you want to be admitted to the top 10. Looking at Zhang Yu's hurriedly leaving back, Bai Zhenzhen seemed to feel his anxiety. Yuzi has been working harder and harder recently. He must be very anxious. But it doesn't matter, I'll find that guy soon. It's really me. Although Yuzi is a little better than me in the French competition, if he wants to be admitted to the top 10, I have to protect him. In the quiet room, Zhang Yu, who rented the muscle enhancing spiritual root, felt that every time he exhaled and inhaled spiritual energy, as the spiritual energy was absorbed into the spiritual root would feed back a trace of more lively spiritual energy. This is the growth spiritual energy brought by the muscle enhancing spiritual root. As the growth spiritual energy was naturally absorbed by his flesh and blood, he felt that his flesh and blood seemed to wriggle on their own and began to devour all nutrients at an accelerated rate. With the continuous action of the muscle enhancing spiritual root and the continuous injection of growth spiritual energy into the body, this state will last for 6 to 12 hours, greatly increasing the effect of Zhang Yu's physical strength training. Wei Xin's voice sounded on the radio. Student Zhang, do you want to add time? Zhang Yu slowly exhaled, thought for a moment and said, add an hour. In the training field, martial arts teacher Lei Jun is giving Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen extra lessons for next month's martial arts competition. Accompanied by bursts of roars and crackling explosions, two figures were seen colliding back and forth, as if two giant beasts were tearing each other apart. Zhang Yu's Wuji cloud hand brought out the surging martial arts energy, but Bai Zhenzhen put his fingers together like a sword, and a sword shadow was raised. It had already pierced the weakest and most critical parts of the aura, and instantly dispersed the aura. Lei Jun on the side shouted, Zhang Yu, Wuji Yanshao is most concerned about changes. You must take advantage of the situation, and don't always think of bullying others. Zhang Yu didn't want to rely on force to suppress others. In fact, Bai Zhenzhen's actual combat experience was much stronger than his. If he hadn't subconsciously relied on martial arts aura to suppress him head on, he would have been suppressed by Bai Zhenzhen almost all the time. How can Zen be so good at fighting? Although Zhang Yu didn't use his full strength, he also exerted the Wuji Yunsha of level 1, but was still completely suppressed by Bai Zhenzhen with several basic martial arts, which made Zhang Yu strongly suspect that Bai Zhenzhen was open. Is it a fucking perspective or a headlock? Or reading instructions? How can you always hit my flaws? Can you always see through my moves? The days passed like this in Zhang Yu's continuous learning, practice, and makeup lessons. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. The big day of the monthly exam at Shangyang High School is here again. Classmates, teachers, the student union, and all kinds of people Zhang Yu knows, or doesn't know, are gradually turning their attention to him and Bai Zhenzhen. Chapter 53, monthly exam is over, and storm is coming. In the unfinished building. Then I saw Zhang Yu, wearing a weight-bearing suit, punch out, and as his feet stepped on the concrete floor, a muffled bang suddenly erupted in the floor. Zhang Yu, who was already sweating profusely, did not stop, and continued to practice the 36 bodybuilding moves one by one with punches and kicks. He was hot all over, and emitted faint white air in the cold night. Since he was able to maintain the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart technique, while practicing the Wuji Cloud Hand, to level 10 in a weight-bearing suit a week ago, Zhang Yu began to challenge a higher difficulty, that is, practicing the 10th level of the 36 bodybuilding moves. It was really difficult at the beginning, and it could be said to be a double physical and psychological training. Fortunately, as long as he could maintain the mind method, the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart technique could always bring Zhang Yu a little happiness and satisfaction born of expectation. As for when he couldn't maintain the mind method, the power of the ritual guided Zhang Yu back on track to maintain the mind method. For example, at this moment, when Zhang Yu relaxed a little and the mind guarding diagram in his mind began to become blurred, he knew that the ritual was going to scream at him again. Please abide by the ritual agreement, work hard to complete your wishes, and don't deliberately be lazy and procrastinate. 10. Zhang Yu quickly concentrated his mind and tried to maintain the state of the Wild Ox Soul Calming Heart technique. The mind guarding diagram in his mind gradually became clear again. Shit. Although the chill dissipated again, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse at this moment. At this moment, the phone rang in the dark unfinished building. Zhang Yu felt like he was hearing heavenly music when he heard this sound. Fortunately, this mentally retarded ritual had a little bit of judgment, so he could at least take a break when he answered the phone. Picking up the phone, Zhang Yu found that it was a message from Zhao Chechen, vice president of the student union. Zhao Chechen, Zhang Yu, how are you thinking about it? Zhang Yu glanced at the time. Well, the message from the student union sent at 4 in the morning is the normal work and rest time for us Shangyang people. Zhang Yu, I want to prepare for the monthly exam first with all my strength, and I will talk about the signing after the monthly exam. Zhao Chechen, haha, it's okay, then we'll talk after the monthly exam. I've prepared a contract that you'll absolutely be satisfied with, and I look forward to the day we sign it. Although Zhang Yu knew that Zhao Chechen might have talked to all the signatories in this way, it was impossible for him to feel uncomfortable being licked by him from time to time in the past month. It's a pity that after all, it's not that he doesn't have any interests mixed in, and he just wants to lick my pure friendship. Thinking that he would have to continue to be so hypocritical with the other party, Zhang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know if this guy will change his face after rejecting him again after this monthly exam. Zhang Yu looked up and looked at his feather book. Dao Heart level 2, 93%, Mana 18.7, Physical Strength level 1.33. After these days of rigorous training, his strength has improved greatly. In particular, he is getting closer and closer to Dao Heart level 3, and his mana level is already the first in the first grade of Shangyang High School. Even Bai Zhenzhen can't compare to him. Only because he stopped training for more than half a month and only started training recently, his physical strength dropped to the 7th or 8th place again. However, Zhang Yu estimated that, if he continued to practice hard in his current state, it would not be long before his physical strength would be dominant in the first grade of Shangyang High School. But even so, he was still a long way from being admitted to the top 10 prestigious schools. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and devoted himself to hard training again. On the day of the monthly exam, a solemn atmosphere permeated the high school campus. But for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, the monthly exam itself was not worth worrying about too much. After finishing the theoretical exam in the morning smoothly, Zhang Yu, who had lunch, practiced in the afternoon, and then came to the computer room for the Taoist exam, and finished the test questions with sweat all over his head. Then he ushered in the last exam of the day, martial arts actual combat. This time, his opponent was Qian Shen. Qian Shen looked at Zhang Yu with a complicated look at this moment. Because his opponent scored 6 points lower than him in the last month's exam, and his total score in the manner competition was several tens of points higher than his. So Zhang Yu might have scored lower than him, but it was unlikely that Zhang Yu would score lower than him, which made Zhang Yu more complicated and unpredictable in Qian Shen's eyes. He was also the first guy who scored lower than him in the monthly exam, but made him extremely cautious. Zhang Yu looked at Qian Shen's cautious look, smiled slightly and said, "Then I'm here." The next moment, he saw him slap out with his palm, and the whole person came in front of Qian Shen with a whoosh. Although Qian Shen was cautious enough, he gradually fell into a disadvantage after more than a dozen moves. Finally, with a gust of wind blowing in his face, he looked at the fist that stopped in front of his head and said helplessly, "I lost." But before the second game started, he stared at Zhang Yu and suddenly said seriously, "You didn't use your full strength? You didn't even use the Wuji Cloud Hand." Qian Shen learned the Wuji Cloud Hand from watching Zhang Yu at the competition site that day, so he naturally knew that the other party had obtained the right to use martial arts. Moreover, in the martial arts class for the past 2 weeks, Zhang Yu used Wuji Cloud Hand every time he fought with Bai Zhenzhen. Qian Shen said seriously, "Use Wuji Cloud Hand. Fight me with all your strength. We are taking the monthly exam now, not practicing in class. Don't cheat for every point I get in the exam. Use your strength. Don't insult my score." Zhang Yu took a deep breath. "I understand." He sighed in his heart. "Is this rare happiness between my hard training coming to an end again?" Zhang Yu rushed towards Qian Shen again with a whoosh, and then slammed into Qian Shen with his palm with Wuxiang Yungang. Qian Shen had seen the power of Wuji Cloud Hand in the actual combat class, so he naturally did not choose to fight head on. He dodged while kicking Zhang Yu's lower body, but Zhang Yu's other palm with layers of cloud blocked his kick. Qian Shen kicked the cloud, and it felt like he kicked a light cloud without any force, but the next moment a fierce force rebounded from it, blasting him out of bounds. The second game ended. The third game began. After the battle just now, Qian Shen wanted to take back what he had just said. Although he looked very handsome when he just shouted, it was really uncomfortable to get a low score in the practical test. Not far away, Lei Jun's eyes turned away from Zhang Yu and Qian Shen and looked at Bai Zhenzhen and He Dao on the other side. Looking at He Dao, who was knocked to the ground by Bai Zhenzhen in a few moves, Lei Jun thought to himself, the level difference is too big. I won't let Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen draw lots for the next monthly exam, and I will arrange them to take the practical test together. The next morning was the Dao Heart and Mana test. Step into the spirit world again. This time, Zhang Yu found himself tied to a hospital bed, with a syringe on the left and a button on the right. A female voice came from the radio. "Good pills. Choose Xian. Xian medicine for all ages. One mouthful will cure all diseases. Thank Xian Company for co-sponsoring this monthly exam." Listening to the rules described on the radio, Zhang Yu finally understood that the content of this Daoxin exam was happiness. Every time you press the button, the syringe will inject a medicine called happy powder into your body. After the exam begins, the examinee will be automatically injected with a shot of happy powder. The next requirement for the examinee is to press the button as little as possible and inject as little medicine as possible. The less medicine you inject, the higher your ranking, and the higher your score. It's just because this latest medicine developed by Xian Company can relax the mind, stimulate the brain, and make people feel supreme happiness. Of course, according to Xian Company's own propaganda, it is claimed that this medicine has no side effects, no addiction, and has passed clinical tests. Zhang Yu certainly didn't believe it. What a bunch of newborns. You're putting up this kind of advertisement during the monthly exam, right? The person who wrote the questions for this Daoxin exam is really getting more and more outrageous. One day I'm going to crush him. Although he was in the virtual world of the spirit world at the moment, and the happy powder that was injected was just a virtual pleasure, Zhang Yu still couldn't help but curse, and finally felt the happy powder being injected into his body helplessly. The strong pleasure kept hitting Zhang Yu's brain. Even with his will and mental cultivation, he couldn't help but press the button twice before the end of the exam, which shows how strong this happy powder is. Compared with the excitement of the Daoxin exam, the magic power exam and the physical exam seemed mediocre. But when the physical exam was over, Wang He applied to the school leaders again to let Zhang Yu join the competition team, but was rejected again. The reason for the rejection was that Zhang Yu's physical performance had declined and still needed to settle down. But Wang He was told privately that all this was related to the student union. After thinking about it, Wang He sent a message to Zhang Yu the next day. Do you have any problems with the student union? They don't seem to want you to join the sports competition team. Inside the unfinished building, Zhang Yu, wearing a weight-bearing suit, stood quietly in place, feeling the changes in his sea of consciousness at this moment. At this moment, he finally reached the third level of Dao Heart. The control of the flesh body became more delicate, the manner in the Danshan became more lively and controllable, and even every piece of flesh and blood, every bit of strength in the body, became more coordinated and more comfortable in his perception. Even the mental fatigue of these days seemed to be swept away at this moment, and he felt extremely comfortable. Dao Heart level 3, 0%. This is how Zhang Yu felt after reaching Dao Heart level 3, and his control over himself and his own strength became stronger. Finally Dao Heart level 3. Now I can practice Xian Wu Liang Xinju, right? Zhang Yu has been looking forward to this expert level technique, passed down by Bai Zhenzhen for a long time. Xian Wu Liang Xinju. Let me see where your limit is. Almost as soon as his Dao Heart reached level 3, he could not wait to switch his Yushu specialization to this technique. Xian Wu Liang Xinju is a martial arts technique that includes 9 sets of martial arts, including fist, palm, leg, finger, claw, knife, sword, spear, and stick. These 9 sets of martial arts have fighting methods and training methods for body training, but they are not the key. The real point of Xian Wu Liang Xinju is to understand the artistic conception contained in these 9 sets of martial arts, so as to condense one's own martial arts ideas. At this moment, Zhang Yu once again began to practice these 9 sets of martial arts, including fist, palm, leg, finger, claw, knife, sword, spear, and stick from beginning to end, just like that trip to the art exhibition. With Zhang Yu's every move, the surrounding wind vibrated, and the concrete floor was also rumbled by his steps. After Zhang Yu improved his basic freehand fighting to level 5, and practiced the basic level 36 bodybuilding moves and the advanced level Wuji Yanxiao to level 10, and fought with Bai Zhenzhen hundreds of times, his vision was completely different from before. The more he practiced, the more he could feel that there were both methods of fighting and methods of body training, and the coverage was very comprehensive. After learning, he could use it to strengthen his body and fight against the enemy. It just takes a long time. Xian Wu Liang Xinju level 1, 0/10. Zhang Yu, wearing a weight-bearing suit, practiced all 9 sets of martial arts one by one, and it took him nearly 14 minutes. Zhang Yu, who noticed this, felt a little pain in his liver. He knew that this set of skills would be easier to practice. Chapter 54 Xian Wu Heart Training. At the moment, when Zhang Yu finished practicing Xian Wu Liang Xinju, countless images of his own practice flashed through his mind. It was a picture of him repeatedly experiencing these 9 sets of martial arts, feeling the ideas in them, and trying to figure out their temperaments. The next moment, 9 different ideas emerged in his mind at the same time. The killing intention to defeat the army, the fighting spirit of not regretting even if he died, the spirit of forging ahead. These ideas seemed to have been tempered in his mind, and finally gathered into a figure. This was the martial arts idea condensed in Zhang Yu's sea of consciousness, after he practiced the first level of Xian Wu Liang Xinju. The outline looked a bit like Zhang Yu, but the face was blurred, exuding a fighting spirit. Xian Wu idea. As Zhang Yu's mind moved, the Xian Wu idea in his sea of consciousness had already moved, and under the guidance of his idea, he practiced the 9 sets of martial arts of Xian Wu Liang Xinju one by one. And as the Xian Wu idea was activated, Zhang Yu's body also surged with a momentum that he had never had before. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt like he had become a god of war who was fighting against heaven and earth, and was going to crush everything in front of him with pure violence. Bloodshot appeared in his eyeballs, and his blood and mana began to accelerate slightly. Zhang Yu could feel that his physical state was adjusting little by little in a direction that was more and more suitable for fighting. He exhaled and temporarily stopped the operation of the Xian Wu Liang Xinju, thinking to himself, is this Xian Wu's mind so violent? The thought that needs to be matched should be the thought of a battle maniac, right? That Zhang Zhenren, Liu Deng, who was kicked out of a big sect, actually created this kind of martial arts mind method? Fuck. He was kicked out because he beat up his leader, right? How should I describe the feeling that Zhang Yu had? It was like a greasy middle-aged man who was fired by the company and suddenly found out that he was actually a battle maniac in private. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. After all, in Kung Fu, fighting is like killing passers-by and paying compensation, and blowing up a building and paying compensation. The greater the destructive power, the easier it is to pay compensation. Then go to the unowned land in the wilderness to fight. Anyway, in Zhang Yu's memory, he really didn't know which piece of land had not been bought by the company. At least there was definitely no land around Songyang City. If a strong man had to fight frequently, if he could beat his opponent, he would have to spend money to prevent the constables from arriving. If he couldn't beat his opponent, he would have to spend more money to speed up the constables to arrive. If he was injured, he would have to spend money to treat it. If he was not injured, he would have to spend money to buy insurance just in case. If he bought insurance himself, then do he have to buy insurance every year for various magic weapons and law bones? The better you fight, the more money you spend. The more money you spend, the poorer you become. The poorer you become, the less you can fight. So the better you fight, the less you can fight. Zhang Zhenren was kicked down, maybe because Liu Deng was too aggressive. Zhang Yu sighed. The immortal road is not just about fighting and killing. But it was useless to think too much at the moment. Next, Zhang Yu continued to practice this technique, intending to push this Xian Wu Liang Xinju to level 2. The practice of Xian Wu Liang Xinju requires the external body and the internal Xian Wu mind to gradually synchronize their movements, and together they can perform the 9 sets of Xian Wu Liang Xinju martial arts. If one simply uses the martial arts mind in the sea of consciousness to perform the exercises, it will only activate the effect of this mind method. As Xian Wu's mind worked again, Zhang Yu also felt the effect of this mind method more deeply. A mind method can only operate one at the same time. So at this moment, Zhang Yu did not have the effect of the Huang Niu Zen and Heart Ju in his mind, but only the effect of the Xian Wu Liang Xinju. Without the effect of the Huang Niu Zen and Heart Ju, Zhang Yu's ability to endure hardships should have been seriously reduced. But in the state of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, at this moment, he only felt that his fighting spirit was soaring into the sky, and he was not afraid of anything, and nothing could make him retreat. Whether it was a powerful enemy or any hardship, he would blow it up with one punch. Even the hardship of practicing was suppressed by this fighting spirit, making Zhang Yu feel that he was also full of motivation without the Huang Niu Zen and Heart Ju. So exciting. So passionate. Feeling the blood and qi in his body slightly accelerating, Zhang Yu felt that this Xian Wu thought not only had a blessing effect on combat, but also promoted his practice. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed, and Zhang Yu, who was steaming all over, and his blood and qi were surging, had practiced this martial art 10 times. Xian Wu Liang Xinju level 1, 0/10, level 2, 0/20. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt that his mind seemed to have crossed over one day and night after another, and he was deeply immersed in the thought of Xian Wu Liang Xinju in his practice again and again. At the same time, the figure in the sea of consciousness transformed by Xian Wu's thought became clearer and clearer, and a little outline of Zhang Yu seemed to appear on his face. In the blink of an eye, a night passed, and Zhang Yu stopped and rested, and finally pushed Xian Wu Liang Xinju to level 3, 12/30. Then he received a call from Wang He and learned that he was not selected for the school's sports competition team because of the relationship with the student union. Are they deliberately trying to intimidate me? Zhang Yu thought to himself, if I refuse to sign the contract again, will they use more means to deal with me? Not long after, he received another invitation from the student union to discuss the contract. Songgyang High School, noon. Student union office. With a cold snort, the temperature in the entire office seemed to plummet, and the strong Lanling couldn't help shivering. But the next moment, the temperature had returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. But Lanling understood that all this was not an illusion, and Zhao Chechen's mood just got worse. Because just a few minutes ago, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen rejected the student union's invitation to sign the contract again, and the reason was that the three famous schools could offer a higher price. Lanling slowly put down the dumbbell in his hand, looked at the vice president Zhao Chechen on the sofa, and asked, "President, what should we do?" Zhao Chechen murmured, "I have given them enough face, right? I have offered them the best conditions I can offer, right? I don't understand. Why don't they agree to such a win-win situation that is beneficial to both them and the school?" Lanling said, "Maybe the fourth place in the magic competition has made Zhang Yu have some ambitions that he shouldn't have, so that Bai Zhenzhen also wants to raise the price." Zhao Chechen sighed. Does he think that, if we don't let them go, the three famous schools can really sign them? He still wants to raise the price. Don't you think about whether they are worth that price? These poor guys, you are too harsh on them. They blame you and scold you in their hearts and don't work hard. Give them a little face. They are easy to get ahead of themselves, think of things they shouldn't think, and always make things very ugly in the end. After saying that, he waved his hand helplessly. It's up to you to do what you want. In short, within 7 days, I want to see the two of them sign the contract. In the classroom of the first grade demonstration class, Zhang Yu was maintaining the mental method of the wild ox soul calming art. While maintaining the mental method, he continued to study. Since practicing the Xian Wu refining heart art, Zhang Yu began to use the two mental methods alternately. When practicing this martial arts mental method, he naturally maintained the state of the Xian Wu refining heart art while performing external skills. When he could not practice this martial arts technique, such as resting or attending classes, he maintained the state of the wild ox soul calming art. In this process, Zhang Yu felt a kind of ideological contradiction, which then affected the efficiency of the two mental methods. One wants to fight, and blow up everything. The other wants to work hard and save silently. These two are exchanged. Alas, he couldn't help scratching his head, and from the ideological contradiction between the two mental methods, he thought of the contract choice in front of him. I can still choose my thoughts, but it seems that there is no option of fighting in reality. Just then, the phone vibrated. Zhang Yu found that it was a message from Mr. Yan of the manor class. Zhang Yu, have you offended the student union? I have refunded the money for the tutoring, and you will not be able to participate in future French competitions for the time being. Hurry up and find a way to repair your relationship with the student union. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw the news, knowing that this was another round of pressure from the student union. Suddenly, Bai Zhenzhen's voice rang out beside him. I was kicked out by Liao Yan. Were you also kicked out of the French team? After seeing Zhang Yu nod, Bai Zhenzhen said angrily, these bastards in the student union will probably keep messing with us from now on. Can you still hold on? Zhang Yu nodded. We can hold on, but when will it end? Bai Zhenzhen said, hold on until our strength is strong enough, until we have mastered the method of getting into top universities. And in this process, the pressure from the student union will inevitably increase. This group of rich people is like this. Once their interests are affected, no, even if they just make less money, they will immediately tear off their hypocritical masks and start to deal with you by any means necessary. Bai Zhenzhen held her head and said with a bitter face, we will be constantly suppressed and isolated. They may take the opportunity of practical classes to let teachers or senior students beat us, use the opportunity of Taoism classes to torture us in the spiritual world, bribe teachers to give us low scores, and erase all our benefits and opportunities. Their lackeys will come out one after another and use despicable tricks, like putting glue on chairs, pouring cold water on toilets, stealing homework books and other nonsense. In short, they will use all available means to deal with us. Her eyes seemed to have seen an extremely dark high school experience. We will gradually become hated and despised in school, fall to the bottom of the food chain, be repeatedly humiliated by those rich people, and gradually become a being that no one wants to eat with. She scratched her head suddenly. Oh, damn it. This situation will not get better at all, but will get worse and worse until we graduate from high school and get into college, or we kneel down and surrender and sign a contract to sell ourselves to them. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. How do you know so much? Bai Zhenzhen, a long time ago, a senior sister told me before she committed suicide. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Zhang Yu. If you can't hold on, you can sign the contract early while you can still get a good price now. Zhang Yu curled his lips. No, I want to get into the top 10 and I will never sign it, even if you kill me. Looking at Zhang Yu's determination, Bai Zhenzhen laughed. Then let's hold on together. But don't worry, sitting and waiting for death is not my style. I'm about to find the boss of the Poor Guys Alliance, and I must find a way from him to not sign the contract and get into college. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Zhang Yu's Choice. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. When it was still light, Zhao Xiangxing was almost at school. This was much earlier than his usual school time, just because the school was going to announce the monthly exam results this morning. Zhao Xiangxing had been unable to concentrate on studying and practicing since last night, so he simply came to school early today to see the scores first. This Taoist exam is a bit difficult. I don't know if I can get 60 points. Alas, the difficulty of the Taoist heart exam is also very high. I pressed the happy powder 23 times. I don't know how many points I can get. Unlike Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, who were too lazy to check their scores after the exam, Zhao Xiangxing was the kind of student who would look for people to check their scores after the exam. If others had the same answer as him, he would be secretly happy in his heart, and if the answer was different, he would often ask a few more people. And for this Taoist heart exam, he would ask others how many times they pressed the button, and how many times they injected the happy powder. When he heard that others pressed more than him, he would comfort them verbally, but he was happy in his heart. If he heard that others had pressed less than him, he would look nonchalant on his face, but his heart would sink, and he would feel sad. At this moment, when he was still more than 200 meters away from the school gate, he saw that many students had gathered at the school gate. Obviously, they all came to school early like him to wait for the results. There were students who felt that they had improved and were eager to know their rankings as soon as possible. There were students who felt that their grades were constantly declining and were worried that they would be transferred to other classes. Of course, there were also pure score slaves who just wanted to know in advance how many points they had taken this time. Zhao Xiangxing looked at Kan Shen, who was standing at the front and practicing while waiting. He knew that he was always the first to announce the results of the monthly exams. After glancing at the school gate that had not yet opened, Zhao Xiangxing simply found a corner and sat down, opened his book, and began to review. After waiting for a few minutes, accompanied by a slight creaking sound, the school gate of Sanggyang High School opened. The students waiting at the school gate immediately gathered together one by one, like sardines in a fishing net, and swarmed into the school. When Zhao Xiangxing arrived at the classroom door, he saw Kan Shen already standing in front of it. Kan Shen was staring at the transcript posted on the door at the moment, but he suddenly felt relieved. Although his total score dropped a lot this time because of the lower score of the practical test, but at least Zhang Yu's score is consistent with his strength. Sanggyang High School's monthly exam evaluation system has no bugs for the time being. On the other side, Zhao Xiangxing glanced at the students around him and thought, are Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen not here yet? Well, that's right. With their strength, they know whether they look or not. Zhao Xiangxing felt envious when he thought of this. He wished he could have the confidence and courage to not rush to see the results. Zhao Xiangxing also hurried up and began to search for his name from top to bottom. First place, Zhang Yu, 653 points. Second place, Bai Zhenzhen, 652 points. Seeing the rankings of these two people, Zhao Xiangxing sighed in his heart. Except for Taoism, the scores of the two of them in other subjects should be close to full marks. Of course, Zhao Xiangxing knew that this did not mean that the two could relax next, because as time passed, the difficulty of the questions and the assessment standards of the monthly exams would become higher and higher, and students needed to make continuous progress to maintain their scores. For example, many students in the second and third years of high school had their grades decline because their own growth could not keep up with the improvement of the assessment standards. But Zhao Xiangxing felt that with the talents of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, it should not be a problem to maintain their scores. Thinking of this, he envied them again. I wish I had their talents. Then he looked down and finally found himself, and he was immediately happy. 8th place, Zhao Xiangxing, 594 points. Not long after, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen entered the classroom one after another. Zhao Xiangxing found that the two of them only glanced at the ranking of the monthly exam results and did not seem to take it to heart. Watching this scene, Zhao Xiangxing felt that Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu were really handsome. In contrast, he started to worry about the outcome last night and rushed to see the results early this morning. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. But in the following time, Zhao Xiangxing found that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen seemed to have something on their minds. He couldn't figure it out. These two, one first in the grade and the other second, what else could they worry about? Just then, accompanied by a black shadow flashing through the window, a loud bang came from the first floor. Another student collapsed. After school that day, when Zhang Yu came to the school's quiet room again, intending to use his right to rent spiritual roots for free this week, but he saw Bai Zhenzhen swiping Zhang Yu's student card, and then curiously said, huh, why not? Student Zhang Yu, wait a moment, I'll go ask. Zhang Yu took the student card casually. No need to ask, maybe I made a mistake. Zhang Yu knew without asking that this must be another trick of the student union. And then on the way home, when Zhang Yu looked at the message on his mobile phone, he felt a little angry and laughed. It was a message from Lei Jun, his martial arts teacher, who guided him in practical martial arts. Zhang Yu, the school feels that your physical strength needs to be honed and plans to let you settle down for a year before participating in the martial arts competition next year. Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief silently. Manner competitions, sports competitions, martial arts competitions. It was obvious that the student union wanted to wipe out all his opportunities to participate and cut off his path. There were also benefits like free rental of spiritual roots, which the other party would cut one by one. At this rate, it seemed that Zhang Yu would have to go back to doing part-time work after class. I'm still too weak. While waiting for the bus in front of the station, he took the time to practice the martial arts of the Xianwu Liangxinju, but the more he practiced, the more awkward it became. Because he deeply felt that he did not have the idea of fighting with everything in front of him, which was seriously inconsistent with the idea required by this mental method. Zhang Yu felt like there was a fire in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent. Walking in the alley leading to the apartment, Zhang Yu thought to himself, what if I go find Li Zolian? Seeing my current level of Xianwu Liangxinju, will Master Xinghuo want to accept me as a disciple? Can we get more room for negotiation by letting Master Xinghuo join the game? But thinking that Xinghuo Zhenren was probably just another person who wanted him to sign a contract to sell himself, Zhang Yu sighed again. He looked up at the sky and felt that the entire Songyang city was like a huge dining table, and at this moment he and Bai Zhenzhen were like two dishes on the table, being picked by wealthy customers. Do you want to escape? Escape to another city, do odd jobs while practicing, and grow up for more than 10 years before coming out. But what about Arzen? Will she be willing to escape? Alas, this idiotic ritual will force me to go to college, and I may not agree. Opening the door and walking into his apartment, Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and froze in place. A slender girl in the uniform of Beilang High School was sitting on his chair. The girl's long hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, and her white hands were gently stroking the scabbard of the long sword placed on her legs. Zhang Yu said with some difficulty, "Sister, sister?" The high school student from Beilang High School in front of him was Zhang Yu's original sister, Zhang Pian. But what he didn't expect was that the other party was actually a student of Beilang High School, which was something Zhang Yu had no memory of. Especially the big number 1 on the other party's chest, which meant that Zhang Pian was already the first in a certain grade of Beilang High School. Zhang Yu's sister could actually do this? How did she do it? Why didn't the original Zhang Yu know anything about it? Zhang Pian looked at him coldly and said lightly, "Go see Zhao Chechen and sign the contract." Zhang Yu frowned instinctively. "Are you here to ask me to sign the contract?" Zhang Pian said lightly, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you keep holding on, you will be forced to death by them." Zhang Yu thought of the ritual on his body and said lightly, "Let me sign the contract. Just let me die." The eyes of both parties collided in the air. Seeing Zhang Yu's unwillingness to retreat, Zhang Pian seemed to feel a kind of determination to face death in the other party's eyes. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't expect you to become like this. I thought you were more suitable for an ordinary life. Since you don't want to sign a contract with Sanggyang High School, then come with me. I'll take you to Beilang High School." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Although he was confused, he asked the most important question, "Can you get into the top 10? Zhang Pian laughed. "Of course. Now you finally have some courage to challenge the immortal way. In this case, I'm willing to give you a chance to get into the top 10. Although it was the first time he met the original sister, Zhang Yu looked at the Zhang Pian in front of him and felt that she was completely different from the Zhang Pian in the original memory, full of strangeness. Is this really Zhang Yu's sister? Are they really the same person? Is it money and scores that completely changed Zhang Yu's sister? But Zhang Yu knew that now was not the time to talk about these things, so he asked what he thought was the second most important question. "Zhang Yu, can you take one more person with you?" Seeing Zhang Pian tilted his neck and looked at him curiously, Zhang Yu continued, "Can you take Bai Zhenzhen to Beilang High School together?" Zhang Pian looked confused and asked, "Why?" "Zhang Yu, she is my biological brother. I want to help her." He thought to himself, "If I leave, and only Arzen is left to carry the student union, those beasts in the student union will definitely be more ruthless." Zhang Pian said blankly, "Brother? Is Bai Zhenzhen also our relative?" Zhang Yu thought Zhang Pian was mocking him at first, but seeing the other person's serious look, he tentatively explained, "I mean that I have a very good relationship with her. When I was the poorest and my life was the darkest, she gave me 500 and treated me to dinner." Zhang Pian still looked confused and asked, "Can't you transfer 500 back to her now?" Zhang Yu, "No." Zhang Pian, "What about 5,000? Zhang Yu, "It's not a question of how much money it is." He felt even more weird. The Zhang Pian in front of him was too different from the sister in the original body's memory. Seeing Zhang Yu's insistence, Zhang Pian pondered for a moment and said, "The number of places in Beilang High School is limited. I can only take one person to Beilang High School at most." Zhang Yu's heart sank. But he heard Zhang Pian continue, "But if you can pass an assessment, both of you can be saved." Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What assessment? Divine assistant, or outsourcing of the priesthood?" Zhang Pian said lightly, "As long as you have an identity under the priesthood department, at least before I enter college, even if you stay in Sanggyang High School, no one dares to mess with you. I can be your recommender for the assessment. But you have to understand that, if you follow me to Beilang High School, you can be guaranteed to graduate from high school. But if you only rely on this identity of divine assistant, then after I enter college, they won't have so many concerns. And now there is only half a year left before I graduate from high school and enter college. Are you sure you want to take this risk?" Thanks to Doflamingo for the reward. Chapter 56, Divine Assistant Assessment. Listening to Zhang Pian's answer, Zhang Yu asked another question. "Why can Arzen be saved, even though I'm taking the assessment?" Zhang Pian supported his chin with one hand and said lightly, "I can be a recommender, and recommend you to take the assessment for the Divine Assistant. And after you become a Divine Assistant, you can bring an intern of your own." Zhang Yu understood, a temporary worker outsourcing an intern, right? Zhang Pian continued, after becoming a non-staff member of the 8 gods, I will take you to Sangayang High School to talk to the student union and help you hold on. Then in the next 6 months or so, as long as I stay in Sangayang City and don't go to college, they should not embarrass you two for the time being. Go to Sangayang High School to talk. Hold on for us. What is your identity? How many points did you get in the exam? How much money do you have? Can you really hold on? As if seeing Zhang Yu's doubts and worries, Zhang Pian didn't say much, but just said lightly, I'm the top senior in Bailang High School and the strongest high school student in Sangayang City at present. Sangayang City's strongest, high, middle school, life. If Zhang Yu in his previous life heard these words, he would only think, oh, not bad, very powerful. But now when he heard Zhang Pian's words, he just felt that the sister in front of him was emitting a dazzling light. Anyone who has studied in high school in Sangayang City knows the value of these words. That is definitely a title that can only be obtained after going through self-destructive practice of selling souls again and again, paying buckets of blood and tears, and stepping on the corpses of countless high school students. So Zhang Yu asked again, what exactly does this divine assistant do? Work. Zhang Pian tilted his head. You don't need to do any specific work. With this identity, you just need to collect money on time every month. Zhang Yu understood again. Isn't this just eating empty salaries? This good thing is finally his turn. Zhang Yu quickly asked again, what exactly is the test? Zhang Pian shook his head. The specific content of the test is randomly generated. I don't know. But according to my understanding of the divine assistant, the higher the Tao heart, the better, and the stronger the willpower, the better. Tao heart and willpower. Zhang Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. Is the examination room in the spirit world? Yes. Zhang Pian stood up and said as he walked out, the examination room is in the spirit world. I will send you the registration website address for the test in a while. If you register today, you should be able to take the test tomorrow. Remember to ask for a day off from school tomorrow. Also, I will send someone to lend you a spirit world mask for the exam. As he said this, Zhang Pian had already walked to the door. Finally, remember not to tell anyone that we are siblings. If anyone asks, just say that I admire your talent. Looking at Zhang Pian's back as he left, Zhang Yu thought about it and sent a message to Su Haifeng first, asking for leave from him. Then, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he temporarily put down his phone and thought about what preparations he should make next. Daozing. Willpower. The exam is in the spirit world again. Zhang Yu decided to believe what Zhang Pian said and thought about it according to the other party's guidance. To improve Daozin and willpower, Xian Wu Liangxinju is definitely the most useful. I will practice this technique again tonight. However, thinking that this matter is more important and related to his and Bai Zhenzhen's future, Zhang Yu plans to increase the stakes and try his best to practice the technique more vigorously today. He picked up the phone and contacted Wang He. Teacher Wang, I want to buy some medicine. Wang He was delighted when he heard it and almost couldn't help laughing. Finally, this body refining genius and giant and disciple in his class was willing to buy medicine from him. At this moment, Wang He felt comforted, as if he had seen a poor student who had returned to the right path. He thought for a moment and said, what kind of medicine do you want? Zhang Yu said, medicine that allows me to practice martial arts for a whole night without rest. The side effects and damage to the body must be as small as possible. The quality must be good, and the price doesn't matter. I'll only use it for one night today, so don't prescribe too much. Zhang Yu thought that, although his original body had taken too much medicine before, he had been recuperating for so long and his physical strength had greatly improved. Now, for the sake of tomorrow's assessment, taking a dose of medicine should not be a problem. On the other hand, Wang He, as a gold medal drug salesman who both takes and sells medicine himself, knows his products very well. Although Wang He felt a little sorry when he heard Zhang Yu only said one night, it also made him want to take Zhang Yu to see the benefits of taking medicine and buy more medicine from him in the future. Wait a minute. Wang He immediately used his brain to think for Zhang Yu. According to the other party's physical strength, he finally made a list of painkillers, concentration agents, stimulants and physical injections. He sent the list to Zhang Yu and then said, "They are all the best products, with the least side effects as you requested. If you want, I will give you a 10% discount." Looking at the list with a total price of 5,800 yuan, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. This better medicine is really not cheap. Fortunately, I only take it for one night. After all the expenses for food, transportation, extra hours for Xian Lingjun, etc., as well as the new month's 15,000 loan, 1,500 rent, and a few hundred yuan for water and electricity, Zhang Yu's savings have dropped to more than 45,000 yuan. Now he has to deduct another 5,800 yuan, which means there are only more than 39,000 yuan left. Alas, I'm poor. Zhang Yu transferred the money to Wang He and waited for Wang He to ship it. With the express delivery efficiency of Shanghai City, he should be able to receive the goods within an hour. At this time, he received a message from Zhang Pian, who sent him the website for the assessment application. Shanghai City Inspection Department Divine Assistant Recruitment Registration. The inspection department is one of the 8 major clergy departments. Zhang Yu saw that it also listed the recruitment requirements, work content and treatment. He met all the recruitment requirements. The job description said patrol inspection and maintaining public order, which was rather vague, and Zhang Yu had no idea what it was specifically about. And the treatment. The working hours per week are 18 hours, and the salary is 1,000 yuan per month. The hourly wage is less than 14 yuan an hour, and there is still a need to take an exam for this job. Zhang Yu sighed that it was fortunate that he was the one who was not working. However, based on his understanding of Kung Fu, the status of a job can be evaluated by the hourly wage. A job with an hourly wage of less than 14 yuan an hour, can it really protect him in front of the student union? The hourly wage of this job reveals a sense of poverty and humility. He was afraid that Zhang Pian had given him the wrong website, so he could not help but send a message to Zhang Pian and asked her his questions. Zhang Pian only replied, "No matter how low the status is, it belongs to the 8 gods, and whether an identity is useful depends on who uses it. The monthly salary is a bit low, but there are some hidden benefits that are not written in the recruitment book. For example, after joining the company, you can get a free workbook. And after becoming a divine assistant, if you learn talismans, you can get a discount." Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and his eyes were thoughtful. If these benefits are added, then this job is indeed very unusual. So he submitted an application on the website and wrote Zhang Pian's name in the column of the recommender. A moment later, Zhang Yu received a notice to participate in the assessment at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After doing all this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The channels, jobs, identities, and news that Zhang Pian told him today were all things he knew nothing about in the past. This reminded him of his original body Zhang Yu's memory. He attended the high school interview with almost no knowledge, only to find that there was a huge gap between him and the urban candidates in terms of wealth, talent, ability, etc., and he even didn't know the direction of his efforts. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhang Yu meditated and practiced the wild ox soul calming heart technique while waiting for the delivery. Because the Xian Wu refining heart technique requires boxing and running the mind method to practice, his mind method practice in the rental house is mainly based on the wild ox soul calming heart technique. In a blink of an eye, more than 40 minutes passed, and the spirit interface mask sent by Zhang Pian and the medicine packed by Wang He arrived one after another. Zhang Yu wanted to run to the unfinished building to practice with the bag of medicine. But thinking about the preciousness of the spirit interface mask, he decided to take it with him. Arriving at the unfinished building, Zhang Yu took all the painkillers, concentration agents, and stimulants that Wang He helped him prepare, and then another tube of physical strength injection was pierced into his arm. After a while, Zhang Yu felt that his whole body began to heat up, and the blood in his body burst out like magma, making him feel that his physical strength at this moment seemed endless, and he had endless strength. Boom. With a punch, he began to practice Xian Wu Liang Xinju frantically. It would take 14 minutes to complete a set of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, but at this moment, under the urging of the drug, Zhang Yu's hands and feet left a trace of after images, and it took only 6 minutes to complete the 9 sets of Xian Wu Liang Xinju. Moreover, during this process, he did not feel any soreness in his muscles, and there was no panting in his breathing. During the practice, Zhang Yu had only one feeling. It's too fierce. Wang Hei's medicine is really too fierce. This 5800 is worth it. Teacher Wang. Taking medicine is really better than natural body refining. 1 hour. Zhang Yu was practicing frantically. 2 hours later, Zhang Yu was still practicing. 5 hours later, Zhang Yu still did not stop. Zhang Yu practiced all night without stopping, until 7 o'clock in the morning, when he suddenly felt exhausted, and could no longer hold on. He sat down on the ground, feeling his heart beating, as if it was about to fly out, and his internal organs were also aching. It was not until more than 10 minutes later, that he gradually recovered. The effect of the medicine has worn off. Recalling the pain from his body just now, Zhang Yu thought to himself, this force is too strong. My internal organs are not fully healed yet. This medicine really can't be taken too much. However, the results of such crazy training today are also rich. Not only did his physical strength increase from 1.33 to 1.35, his Dao heart was raised to level 3, 5%, and of course the most important thing was that the Xian Wu Liang Xinju was raised to level 6, 3/60. At this moment, when Zhang Yu used the Xian Wu intention again, he felt that all fear and retreat were far away from him. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would go all the way and tear a way out with his own hands. After breakfast, he returned to the rental house and rested until 8:50. Zhang Yu put on the spirit world mask, used the Xian Wu refining heart technique, and then connected to the assessment website. When the time came to 9 o'clock, Zhang Yu only felt a flash of light in the darkness, and he had arrived in another world. Chapter 57. Pass the test and go to Sangayang. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu suddenly woke up with the calls, but heard a burst of laughter coming from the classroom. Looking up at the podium, he saw the teacher on it staring at him coldly. Go out and stand still. Zhang Yu stood up helplessly and walked out of the classroom. Day after day in high school life, he didn't feel any hope. His grades were getting worse and worse, and his ranking was getting lower and lower. He dropped from the demonstration class to the worst class. Both his classmates and teachers looked at him as if they were looking at a bucket of garbage. The various loans he owed for practicing the immortal way were increasing, which made him breathless. Finally one day, he walked to the rooftop of the school. Just when he was about to take a step forward, the phone rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and heard the other party say, "Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yu? A new cemetery has been opened in the northern suburbs. With only 200,000 yuan, you can enjoy the corpse refining service after death and have the opportunity to live again." Zhang Yu laughed. "You big data is really good at calculations. You even guessed that I was going to jump off the building? It's a pity that you didn't calculate it. Now I have no money and can't afford your tomb." The other party continued, "If you are penniless, don't you want to turn things around? Our company has a sky repairing plan. If you are interested in learning about it, I will send it to you." Zhang Yu hung up the phone and continued to look at the darkness under his feet that looked like an abyss. Turn things around. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his phone again and looked at the website sent by the other party. A bear doll spoke on the screen. "Make a wish to the gods. Just set up a ritual for me and all your wishes will come true in 5 minutes. Completely free, 0 threshold, no extra charges. 1 click, let your life be brand new." Looking at this scene, Zhang Yu felt something. Some painful memory kept running around in his head, but he couldn't remember it. It was a kind of anger of being constantly forced, tortured, and forced to suffer. And just before those painful memories wanted to break out of the cocoon, emotions and instincts had already reacted. "Fuck." Zhang Yu roared, threw the phone away, and then raised a middle finger. "Ha ha ha, you want to trick me? Next life." Zhang Yu's consciousness choked, and the next moment he woke up from the classroom again. But the memory and emotions about the evil god became more and more intense, and he gradually remembered something. "I remember that I was taking the assessment for divine assistance. This assessment seems to be related to the evil god." Zhang Yu felt that he had understood the key to this assessment and decided to perform well in it. Sanjay was very proud in his heart. Because he was not a human, but a god. Although he was only one of the 480 million Ganko minor gods in the inspection department, he was also a god and had the power to review people. Although he was only reviewing the assessment of outsourced work with an hourly wage of 14 yuan, he had always been conscientious and worked seriously. This is God. The humble god dare not forget Kunio. At this moment, in front of Sanjay, there were screens that lit up one after another, and the contents of one assessment after another were constantly being played. That was a test of the applicant's instinctive reaction to the temptation of the evil god in the illusion of the spiritual world, and whether the outsourced staff of the inspection department could withstand the temptation of the evil god in the illusion, was the key to whether they passed the assessment. What does it mean for this candidate from Taishan City to list all his family's assets and background in his resume? So what if he's worth over 100 million? If you can't pass the exam, you can't pass it. Do you think I'll cheat because of your family background? Sanjay sneered and disdained it. Seeing the other party hesitating in the illusion, he chose to dismiss him directly. You are not determined, and you are not qualified. Sanjay is a proud god. The more favorable the conditions of the students he dismissed, the more he could feel his pride as a god and enjoy the satisfaction brought by his fulfillment of his duties. His thoughts turned to the next candidate from Hangan City. The other party's resume was full of all kinds of honors in the first and second year of high school. He was a top student in the grade, a frequent contestant, with dazzling talent, extraordinary ability, and unlimited potential. In the future, he is very likely to be admitted to a top university or even join a large sect. But watching the other party struggle back and forth in the illusion, dragging it for 10 minutes before finally rejecting the temptation of the evil god, Sanjay still chose to dismiss him without mercy. HMPH, you think you have a promising future and a brilliant resume, so I can show mercy? I'm not one of those vulgar people who only care about grades. Even if you are really a gifted person like a college student, I can't say no if you fall into my hands. You took so long to reject it, which shows that you are not strong-willed. How can I let you pass? The mind turned again, and this time what appeared in front of Sanjay was Zhang Yu's information and test content. Well, I decisively threw away my phone on the rooftop. Not bad. The difficulty will increase next. I don't know what will happen next. The screen then changed back and forth, and various means of temptation by the evil god took turns in front of Zhang Yu. There was a beautiful woman who wanted Zhang Yu to make a wish to the evil god with her, and Zhang Yu kicked her away and fled quickly. There was someone who was being chased and had no way out. The evil god tempted him to save him. Zhang Yu turned his head and threw the evil god doll to his enemies, and then shouted, "Good stuff. You can make any wish to this thing." A huge rag doll chased Zhang Yu, threatening him with terrifying power and trying to sign a contract with him. Zhang Yu started to call the police while running away. When the detectives arrived, he even wanted to rush up to fight the evil god together. But Sanjay in front of the screen no longer watched his active performance because someone contacted Sanjay. Looking at Zhang Pian who popped up in the contact window and the other party's identity as the deputy captain of the inspection team of the Sangyang City Inspection Department, he frowned and said, "What's the matter with this colleague?" Zhang Pian said, "There is a candidate named Zhang Yu, I hope." Sanjay waved his hand to refuse, but saw that the other party had already activated the talisman and cast a spell directly. "How dare you cross the spirit world and cast a spell directly on me, the great Ganko god. You are so brave." But when he saw the specific spell cast by the other party, Sanjay immediately relaxed again. Is it a good impression talisman? Good impression talisman. A talisman that can quickly increase the good impression of gods. The specific working principle does not require the name of the god, information, or the other party's account. As long as you activate the goodwill talisman when contacting the other party, you can directly deposit money into the other party's account and automatically hide the transfer record. After realizing the effect of the goodwill talisman, Sanjay's originally serious expression became relaxed. "I didn't expect that you, a mere mortal from the lower world, are quite knowledgeable about talismans, and have even learned the goodwill talisman. After noticing the number of changes in the account, a smile appeared on his face, and he sighed. A high school student is so respectful to the god, which shows that his faith is firm. What do you want me to do? Zhang Pian was not surprised by this. Based on her experience of using talismans and learning talismans in the past 2 years, the level of faith depends on recharging, learning talismans depends on recharging, and asking the gods for guidance depends on recharging. So talismans are recharging. However, recharging gods also requires methods and ways, such as recharging talismans, private transfers, public transfers, goodwill talismans. Various channels are very different, which involves the level of talismans. Zhang Pian said, please ask this great god to reduce the difficulty of Zhang Yu's assessment a little bit. Sun Jiai said indifferently, hey, a job that pays 14 yuan an hour, how difficult can it be to assess? In the illusion, Zhang Yu looked at the world in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. Now he appeared in a white room. In the center of the room floated a line of words. The evil god tempted you. Will you accept it? Below floated 2 options, yes and no. No. Is this a trap question? Because the question looked too simple, Zhang Yu couldn't answer it. After thinking for a full 10 minutes, he really couldn't find where the trap was, so Zhang Yu chose no with a nervous look. The next moment, the notification of passing the assessment appeared in front of him. Zhang Yu withdrew from the spirit world with a confused look on his face, still not quite sure what happened. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone, and Zhang Pian's voice came from the other end. You should have passed the exam, right? Zhang Yu immediately spoke out the doubts in his heart. Zhang Pian explained, oh, I paid a sum of money to the on-duty Ganko god, and asked him to reduce the difficulty of the assessment a little. What is this? Is this a god? Zhang Yu was shocked. Can you buy off a god with money? Zhang Pian, how is that possible? Zhang Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Pian continued, it is only possible to buy off a god with money. It depends on how much you spend, and how you spend it. This is related to the level of the talisman. Zhang Yu, but, that's a god. In Kung Fu, gods do things for money. This is why money can make gods. Zhang Pian said as a matter of course, without money, how can the 8 gods run Kung Fu? How can they govern the world? Zhang Yu was speechless again. It can only be said that he has a deeper understanding of Kung Fu. Recalling what the other party had said before, Zhang Yu asked again, didn't you say that this assessment is about the heart of Tao and will? Zhang Pian said lightly, well, yes, you need to have enough heart of Tao and enough will to persist. I will find a way to find the duty officer in charge of your assessment in the spirit world, and then use a spell to deposit the money into his account. She continued, okay, I brought your work permit and workbook out. Let's meet at the entrance of your high school. Now, you can talk to the student union of Sangyang High School. So Zhang Yu hurriedly squeezed onto the bus with a tired body. After an hour and a half, he arrived at the school stop and saw Zhang Pian standing at the intersection from a distance. She handed Zhang Yu a black and white thing that looked like a manual. This is your work talisman book. You have the right to use talismans for free once a day, and you can get a discount by learning the talismans of the inspection department through this talisman book. She pointed to the strange symbols on the talisman book and said, the talisman book has the mark of the inspection department. You can show it when you encounter trouble. Zhang Yu carefully picked it up and thought to himself, this is a talisman book. The cheapest one must be nearly 100,000, right? The talisman book is a key to learning talismans, and talismans are related to the Taoist magic scores in high school. Zhang Yu once heard that some high school students even mortgaged their organs to buy talismans. This thing is actually given out as soon as you come in. This inspection department is really rich. If our Zen sees this, won't she kneel down and call me dad? Beg me to let her play with it? It's a new month. Please give me some monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58 Senior. Sangyang High School. The students of Class 1 of Senior 1 entered the training ground one after another, preparing for today's martial arts practical class. As Bai Zhenzhen walked, she thought to herself, what is Yuzi doing? I can't get in touch with him. Sick leave. How can a high school student get sick leave? Is he exhausted? Just as Bai Zhenzhen was thinking about it, she suddenly found that in addition to the martial arts teacher Lei Jun, there was already a large group of people standing in the training room. Looking at the students behind Lei Jun, especially the tallest one, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes suddenly focused. Is it the door panel man? Looking at the students around the door panel man Lanling, Bai Zhenzhen immediately recognized them. These were all second-year students. With an extra year of cultivation, almost all of these second-year students had swelled up compared to the first-year students. The secondary sexual characteristics on their bodies had almost completely disappeared, and end spin holes could be seen on their exposed arms. And all these traces of cultivation all showed how strong and hard-working these second-year students were. Of course, Bai Zhenzhen was not the only one who recognized their identities. Soon, some students took the initiative to greet these high school sophomores. Zhao Xiangxing first bowed to martial arts teacher Lei Jun, then bowed to the high school sophomores beside him and said stiffly, "Hello, seniors." Zhao Xiangxing, who originally weighed more than 300 pounds, looked like a corgi when standing in front of Lanling. When he saw Lanling nod his chin, Zhao Xiangxing retreated cautiously. This is the position of junior students in high school when facing senior students. Just because there is a whole year of training time between each class, there is often an absolute gap in strength. So much so that some people divide the first, second, and third grades into the early stage of ki refining, the middle stage of ki refining, and the late stage of ki refining, highlighting the difference between the three grades. For example, in Songyang High School, when juniors see seniors, they often take the initiative to say hello. If the seniors don't sit down, the juniors can't sit down either. When they meet seniors in the toilet, they have to let the seniors pee first. When taking medicine in the same room, they have to let the seniors do it first. Such things have been integrated into the daily habits of high school students. Of course, Songyang High School is still more humane than the three famous schools. It is said that in Beilang High School, senior students can even make junior students kneel and kowtow. Fortunately, the course content of different grades is very different, and the teaching venues are also different. In addition to the pressure of schoolwork, juniors and seniors don't have many opportunities to meet each other. This is really gratifying. At this moment in the training field, every student who comes in will take the initiative to bow and greet Lanling and others. And this also highlights the uniqueness of a person. Zhao Xiangxing looked at Bai Zhenzhen, who had not greeted the seniors, and worried for her in his heart. What's wrong with our Zen? She will be targeted by the seniors. He could already feel that several seniors in grade 2 would glance at Bai Zhenzhen from time to time. Just by putting himself in their shoes, he felt awkward and nervous. After everyone in grade 1 class arrived, Lei Jun said to them, "Today, the seniors in grade 2 have specially taken out a class to give you practical guidance." Everyone applauded and welcomed them. What? To be beaten by a grade 2 bully? Upon hearing this, the students all clapped excitedly. "Thank you, senior." Some top students laughed and said in their hearts, "These are students from the second year demonstration class. If people outside want to hire them to practice actual combat, wouldn't that cost thousands for one class?" Some students who were eager to improve their actual combat results could not wait any longer, thinking to themselves, "It's worth it, even if I break an arm, to be taught a lesson by a second year top student." Qian Shen's eyes were fixed on Lanling, the tallest man who looked like a door panel, and he thought to himself, Lanling, the man who ranked second in the total score of the second grade and first in a single sports event last month, the ace of the second year sports competition team, but it's meaningless. Qian Shen turned his head away. There is no comparison meaning for scores across grades. These second year students in the demonstration class have been practicing immortality a year earlier. Any one of them who stands out will be invincible to the first year students. It makes no difference to us. Hideo and those second year students just smiled and nodded, as if they were saying hello. After all, as the son of a school director, he is familiar with many of the top students in the second and third years of high school. Lei Jun looked at the eager expressions of most students, and was very satisfied with their mental state. Very good. They are all very energetic. Taoism requires money. The more money you spend, the more powerful it is. If we want to be powerful in martial arts, we have to get beaten. the less afraid of losing, being beaten, and being abused, the faster we will improve in martial arts combat. Only by getting beaten again and again, being abused again and again, and getting up from the ground again and again, can we improve our practical experience. Seeing that some students below were already raising their hands impatiently, Lei Jun was about to point someone to arrange a sparring match, but he saw Lan Ling leaning close to his ear and saying something. Lei Jun nodded and looked at Bai Zhenzhen, who was hiding behind the crowd, and shouted, "Bai Zhenzhen, you should have a fight with the seniors first, and set an example for the other students. Lan Ling, this Bai Zhenzhen is the best seedling in the first grade of high school. You should give her some advice." While practicing with the barbell in his right hand, Lan Ling slowly came to the sidelines and said to Bai Zhenzhen gently, "Junior sister, let's have a fight." Bai Zhenzhen's face turned black, and she slowly walked up in the envious eyes of everyone, but she had already cursed the door panel man in her heart. The damn shrimp-head man, it's obvious that he has no good intentions. He is looking for an opportunity to beat up the junior sister because of the contract, right? She guessed that the other party's next fight would not be as simple as a fight, but he would take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as Bai Zhenzhen came on the court, she swooshed and kicked towards the vital point of Lan Ling's lower abdomen. But the other party didn't even dodge and let her kick there with a bang. It was Lan Ling who was kicked in the vitals, but he looked calm and didn't retreat a step, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, Bai Zhenzhen felt as if she had kicked a piece of granite, and her foot bones seemed to be broken. Is there such a big gap between me and the second year of high school? Just as Bai Zhenzhen was about to step back, she felt her ankle being pinched by a hand like an iron clamp. Lan Ling pinched Bai Zhenzhen's ankle and smiled. "Junior sister, you seem to underestimate me." While the two were fighting, Lei Jun was also commenting on the students on the side. "What a sneak attack." Remember, sneak attacks are a science in actual combat, and it is the best choice for the weak to defeat the strong. But Bai Zhenzhen knows too little about Lan Ling. Lan Ling has already completed the absolute sterilization surgery. Not only does he no longer have any gender characteristics, he is not affected by hormones, and he even has no conventional weaknesses. Now Bai Zhenzhen is locked by Lan Ling. Although she keeps kicking and hitting him, trying to break free, Lan Ling's physical strength is above level 6, while Bai Zhenzhen's physical strength is only more than level 1.4, right? Being locked is over. When the comment was halfway through, there was a sudden bang under Lei Jun's feet, and his figure suddenly shot out. At the same time, there was a loud bang in the air. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Bai Zhenzhen was thrown out by Lan Ling and crashed into the wall of the training ground with a series of afterimages. But at the moment, when Bai Zhenzhen's head was about to hit it, Lei Jun had already appeared behind Bai Zhenzhen. The two of them smashed the wall together and flew to the outside of the training ground with a bang. After a while, Lei Jun brought the limping Bai Zhenzhen back to the training ground, looking at Lan Ling with a somewhat ugly face. "Isn't it too heavy?" Bai Zhenzhen is one of the students with the best martial arts practical performance in the first year of high school. If she is seriously injured, it will be a decline in Lei Jun's performance. Lan Ling smiled gently. "I believe that you are here. She must be fine. It's a good opportunity to teach my junior sister a lesson about underestimating the enemy in actual combat." After that, he looked at Bai Zhenzhen and said, "Junior sister, have you remembered this practical experience? Then let's continue." Seeing the other party's invitation again, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes have revealed anger, and a long hidden power in her body is ready to move, as if it is about to break out of the cocoon. She thought to herself, "No, it can't be exposed. If it is exposed here, it will be over." Lei Jun just wanted to stop it, but was suppressed by Lan Ling's eyes. "Teacher, I will be careful next time." Although Lei Jun had guessed before, he was finally able to be sure at this moment. Thinking of the student union's request that Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu not be allowed to participate in the martial arts competition, he understood that this was also the student union's instruction today. Thinking of the student union of Sanggyang High School, he could only sigh and warn, "This is my class, don't go too far." Lan Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher. Bai Zhenzhen is an important and high-value student in the school. I will definitely not let her get seriously injured." At this time, the other first year high school students around also noticed that the atmosphere was not right, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. He Dao's eyes moved slightly. As the son of the school director, he had already seen that this was suppressing Bai Zhenzhen. Did they encounter any problems in signing the contract? Want to lower Bai Zhenzhen's price? Thinking of this, he felt a little sorry that Zhang Yu was not here today, otherwise he might be able to see the embarrassment of this poor guy. At this time, a male voice came from the direction of the gate of the practice field. "Hey, are you bullying my intern?" In the surprised and unexpected eyes of everyone, Zhang Yu walked in from the outside of the gate, raised his right hand while speaking, and his fingertips quickly crossed the black and white book. Detention talisman, activate. The next moment, countless golden dots of light flashed around Lanling, turning into giant golden hands that grabbed him. Just as Lanling was about to move, his head, shoulders, arms, legs, waist, and abdomen were already held down by 9 giant golden hands. Detention talisman? Zhang Yu, that poor bastard. Where did he get the talisman to cast the detention talisman? Feeling these 9 giant hands suppressing him tightly, and even trying to push him to the ground bit by bit, Lanling was furious. Chapter 59 Pressure. Roar. With a roar, Lanling's muscles swelled up, and a terrifying force burst out from his body, and he withstood the pressure of the detention talisman. Are you very strong? Zhang Yu walked slowly to Lanling's front, watching him with his blood boiling and breaking free from the detention talisman bit by bit. Zhang Yu shook the book with the inspection department's mark, and said with a smile, "The inspection department does things with divine permission. Do you want to resist? Do you want to be an enemy of God?" Looking at the book of the inspection department, Lanling's eyes suddenly condensed, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This poor guy joined the inspection department? The next moment, he broke the detention talisman on his body with a bang, but he didn't move easily, just looked at Zhang Yu with a scrutinizing look, as if he wanted to get to know him again. Seeing that Lanling did not continue to fight, Zhang Yu smiled triumphantly at Bai Zhenzhen, who was not far away, and thought to himself, I must be awesome today. Bai Zhenzhen stared at the talisman in Zhang Yu's hand, thinking, where did Yuzi pick up the talisman? I must borrow it to play with. Everyone looked at Zhang Yu suddenly appeared and repelled Lanling with a talisman, and they were all surprised. He Dao looked at this scene with some doubts. How did Zhang Yu get into the clergy department? Zhao Xiangxing was nervous and scared. Zhang Yu actually bought the talisman? Did he take leave today to mortgage his organs? But the next moment he shook his head violently, ashamed of his focus. Is it the time to think about these things now? How did Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen conflict with the seniors in the second year of high school? This is a bad part. Having said that, Zhao Xiangxing still had a trace of envy in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yu, and he couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. It's really cool to go head to head with the seniors in the second year of high school like this. Qian Shen stared at the talisman in Zhang Yu's hand and was shocked. Zhang Yu's Taoist exam score is going to go up. Just as Zhang Yu and Lanling looked at each other, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn, the temperature of the entire training ground suddenly began to drop. Lanling, who was just exercising vigorously, was even more emitting white mist due to the temperature difference. He looked at Zhang Yu and snorted coldly, then slowly stepped back, and turned to look in the direction of the gate. President. Everyone looked in the direction he was speaking. With the sound of footsteps, Zhao Chechen walked slowly on the frost under his feet. Zhao Chechen, the vice president of the student union, spoke as a student representative at the beginning of the school year, and appeared on the big screen and broadcast again and again every month, because of his various outstanding achievements. He can be said to be a student among students and a senior among seniors. At this moment, he silenced the whole audience as soon as he appeared. He Dao was the first to react. He bowed to Zhao Chechen and said, "Hello senior." This seemed to turn on a switch. Almost all the freshmen at the scene bowed and said, "Hello senior." The sophomores on the other side also bowed and shouted, "Hello, President." Although he was nominally the vice president of the student union, Zhao Chechen actually made decisions on the specific matters of the student union when the president of the senior year was busy preparing for the college entrance examination. Whether it was strength, grades, wealth or power, he was the uncrowned king of the school. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhao Chechen in front of them, as if they saw a king being worshipped by his subjects, and the two of them were the only students who did not bow their heads. Zhao Chechen did not talk to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen first, but looked at the sophomores present, and the frost around him became thicker and thicker. Shuang Yaping, you were the first in total score and the first in actual combat in the first year of high school. What do you think of the match between Bai Zhenzhen and Lan Ling just now? Behind the many sophomores, a sophomore who was relatively smaller in size walked out. Under the gaze of the crowd, he didn't seem to know where to put his hands. He grabbed his hair and scratched his ears from time to time, looking at Zhao Chechen with fear in his eyes. He only heard him say cautiously, "You are careless and arrogant, and you don't know the difference between the enemy and us." Looking at Shuang Yaping's timid appearance, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen felt like they were seeing a dog wagging its tail in front of Zhao Chechen. Shuang Yaping, who once won the first place in the total score of the first year of high school, now completely lost his past high spirits. Zhao Chechen nodded slightly and said, "I think the first year students this year are the strongest in actual combat, but they are not as smart as you were when you were fighting." Shuang Yaping waved his hand and said, "You are too kind, President." Zhao Chechen turned his head and looked at the first year students and asked lightly, "Have you thanked the seniors for their advice?" Many first year students immediately bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice." In a moment, Zhao Chechen seemed to have become the center of the audience. All the students were moved by his every move, every word, and every look. Until this moment, Zhao Chechen looked at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen and said lightly, "Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen and Lan Ling are just normal teaching and learning. Why did you attack the senior with the detention talisman?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his palm, and ice blue cold air emerged from his palm, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply again. Zhao Chechen continued, "Whether it is the use of detention talismans in school or such disrespectful behavior towards teachers, as the vice president of the student union of Sangayang High School, I cannot tolerate it." Zhang Yu's eyes moved, and he picked up the talisman in his hand and said, "Zhao Chechen, are you going to attack the divine assistant of the inspection department?" Zhao Chechen's eyelids drooped slightly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to have a slight smile. In his eyes, the Heaven Eye talisman had already revealed the evaluation on Zhang Yu's head. Outsourced employees of the Sangayang City Inspection Team. Expand details. How dare an outsourced employee of the inspection team, a position as small as a grain of rice, run wild in Sangayang High School? Just as the cold air in Zhao Chechen's palm was about to explode, a warm wind suddenly blew in from all directions, not only blowing away the cold air on the training ground, but also restoring the temperature to normal. Zhang Pianpian and another man walked into the training ground from the gate. "You want to attack my temporary workers?" Zhao Chechen turned his head and looked at Zhang Pianpian's face. His eyes fixed. "Zhang Pianpian? Why is she here? Is she here to support Zhang Yu?" Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu. Both of them have the surname Zhang. Are they relatives? But Zhao Chechen remembered that he had checked Zhang Yu's information. Zhang Yu didn't have such a powerful relative. If Zhang Yu really had such a powerful relative, how could he deal with Zhang Yu so easily? Zhao Chechen thought again. Or, Zhang Yu found a master with a higher price and has become Zhang Pianpian's dog. Looking at the coldness in Zhao Chechen's hand, Zhang Pianpian continued to walk towards the center of the field step by step. Didn't you hear what I said? Or, do you want to be my enemy? While Zhang Pianpian was talking, she gently raised her right index finger, and the talisman book naturally flew in front of her fingertips. The next moment, Zhang Pianpian's fingertips had already passed the talisman book at high speed. Bai Zhenzhen looked at this scene in surprise. Her eyes swept over Zhang Pianpian's school uniform. Beilang High School? What is she going to do? Is she going to fight Zhao Chechen? Zhang Yu was also shocked. Just come up and fight? What talisman are you going to use? Is it also a detention talisman? As everyone was watching nervously, Zhang Pianpian's talisman had been drawn, and a wave of magic power surged out of it. Pressure talisman. Activate. Two lines of words suddenly appeared above Zhang Pianpian's head. The first line reads, Beilang High School Senior Year Monthly Exam Total Score. 699 points. Many students who looked at this line of scores suddenly widened their eyes and fell into deep shock. 699 points in the senior year monthly exam. Qian Shen roared in his heart, this is a god. The future god of the college entrance examination. Before everyone was shocked by the score, the second line of words above Zhang Pian's head began to appear. Bank balance. 2. At first it was just a 2, but soon a 5 jumped out after the 2. Just like that, every second, one more digit would appear on the screen. 25,000, 250,000, 2.5 million, exclamation mark. When the number jumped to 25 million, the students at the scene already felt their breathing slightly hastened. At this moment, the students gradually understood what spell Zhang Pian used. The coercion spell, a spell that respectfully invites divine power to show scores and deposits to intimidate others. When the number jumped to 250 million, everyone felt that their blood was surging. And when the number finally stopped at 2.5 billion, combined with the 699 points in the previous line, everyone felt a pressure coming at them, like a mountain pressing on their chests. This is just the bank balance. Thinking of the assets and immortal power behind this number, they were excited. Even Hideo couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this number. The bank balance alone is 2.5 billion. How much total assets does this woman have? He couldn't help but take out the talisman and activate the Heavenite talisman to see the other party's background. But in the end, he only saw 5 big words on the other person's head. You don't deserve to know. The other party used a spell to hide his background, making it impossible for him to check. Seeing these 5 big words, Hideo was shocked, and his face turned pale, as if he was struck by lightning. It was as if he saw a natural chasm that stood between him and Zhang Pian, making him unable to cross it forever. Zhao Xiangxing stared at the string of numbers above Zhang Pian's head, counting over and over again, but every time he counted halfway, he felt that he had counted wrong again. When he finally confirmed that it was 2.5 billion, he couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Too rich, the pressure of rich people is really strong. At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing felt ashamed and felt that he was not worthy of standing in the same room with the other party. Zhang Yu was also shocked. Is this my rich sister? That's not right. I don't remember our family being very rich. It should even be said that we are a poor family. Where did Zhang Pian get so much money? Something's wrong. It's too wrong. What on earth did Zhang Pian and Zhang Yu experience during the years they were apart? The questions that had been there since the Divine Assistant assessment reached their peak at this moment. How did she go from being a poor person to being a rich person? I want to learn too. Zhang Yu couldn't figure out the reason, but it didn't matter. Sister, why did you leave us? Mom and I are both your own good children. On the other side, Zhao Chechen slowly dispersed the coldness in his hands. His eyes barely noticed and scanned the scores and deposits on the other person's head several times, and said, you don't deserve to know. Finally, he looked at Zhang Pian politely and said, Senior Zhang, you misunderstood. I didn't know Zhang Yu was your subordinate. If I knew, how could I embarrass him? Seeing that his coercion talisman shocked the whole audience, Zhang Pian nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. I hope you remember what you said today. Don't let me hear anything that you say to my subordinates, otherwise I will use the pocket money on my head to buy your brains. Your father should be very happy to make this money. Zhao Chechen's eyes twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless for a while. And just as the scene fell into silence with Zhang Pian's words, the man who had just come in with Zhang Pian laughed and said, Pian was just joking. Junior Zhao, you don't have to take it to heart. The man who spoke was Chu Chengsun, the top senior in Shangyang High School and the real president of the student union. Chapter 60 The Strongest Grade 1. Bang. Zhao Chechen slammed his palm on the desk, and the murderous intent in his eyes was like a substance. He said word by word, Zhang Pian, this woman simply treats me Shangyang as nothing. Being so pressured by Zhang Pian today, he felt that he seemed to be able to see the gloating in the eyes of those juniors and classmates, and felt that his prestige was seriously hit. Zhao Chechen turned his head suddenly, and looked at Chu Chengsun, the president of the student union, and asked, President, are you just watching this woman run wild in Shangyang? Chu Chengsun looked at the textbook in his hand and hurriedly reviewed it, while casually saying, Zhang Pian, This woman has an ominous origin, mysterious wealth, and is crazy. Why bother her? In more than half a year, she will enter university. At that time, there will naturally be seniors from the upper level to deal with her. Seeing that the other party was still concentrating on reading, Zhao Zhenzhen also understood that Chu Chengxuan's mind was full of things such as the college entrance examination, and college interviews, and he had no intention of clashing with Zhang Pianpian, this crazy woman, for him. However, when he heard what the other party said, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Half a year? Then I will wait for another half a year, and then I will deal with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. But at this moment, no matter Zhang Yu or Bai Zhenzhen, in Zhao Zhenzhen's eyes, they are just dead bones in the grave under the protection of Zhang Pianpian. Once half a year is up, he will take ruthless action. Now Zhao Zhenzhen's real target is still Zhang Pianpian. With the boundless hatred and shame in his heart, he thought in his mind, there are 10 years in college, and the gap between one class at that time will not be as big as in high school. Zhang Pianpian, I really hope you must hold on until I get into college and catch up with you. Outside Songgyang High School, in a private room of a tea house, Zhang Pianpian glanced and said, no problem, you can talk here for the time being. I have some things to tell you next. Sister. Zhang Yu grabbed Zhang Pianpian excitedly, you are really my sister. It's great to have a sister. At this moment, a bang sounded. Zhang Pianpian turned around and saw Bai Zhenzhen kneeling on the ground. Bai Zhenzhen said solemnly, I have received such a great favor today. If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to be your stepmother. From now on, I will do whatever you want. Zhang Yu said, no, she is my sister. Bai Zhenzhen, it's okay, Yuzi, I don't care about these. From now on, I will call her stepmother and you call me mom. Just when Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu were arguing, Zhang Pianpian said lightly, the bank balance data is fake. Ah. Seeing the two people turn their heads suddenly, Zhang Pianpian moved his fingertips again and cast another spell, but this time the bank balance above his head was only 250,000. She explained calmly, the intimidating talisman you cast before was a spell I modified myself. It can display a fake bank balance. Zhang Yu was shocked. Can a talisman be modified like this? It can also display a fake deposit balance? Why have I never heard of such a thing in Taoism class? Didn't they say that it can be used the way it was passed down by the 8 gods? From my sister being a rich person to my sister pretending to be rich, Zhang Yu suddenly felt lost. Looking at the two people's dull expressions, Zhang Pianpian continued, you must remember that, if you want to deal with rich people, you must understand the characteristics of rich people. Rich people rely on money, so they understand the power of money the most, are most easily driven by money, and are most easily intimidated by money. This is called using money to control money. And the basis of these means is information, and to obtain information, modify information, intercept information, you have to rely on sophisticated talismans. Talismans are the most powerful means you can learn in high school. Remember, talismans are the most useful and powerful. No Taoist magic or martial arts are as useful as talismans. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Pianpian who started to blow talismans seriously, and seemed to see the 3 words blow talismans appearing on his head. Although the 2.5 billion inheritance became 250,000, Bai Zhenzhen still hugged Zhang Pianpian enthusiastically and said sweetly, Mom, what should we do next? Zhang Yu, who was standing aside, looked at Bai Zhenzhen's sweet appearance and felt creepy, as if he saw a 1,000-year-old zombie waking up. Zhang Pianpian said calmly, there is still half a year before the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, I will go to the university on the 2nd floor of Kungsu. That means I can only protect you for half a year. After half a year, without my protection, the student union of Songgyang High School will definitely take action against you. And there is one more thing. You have to understand that the reason why I can protect you now is because they think I'm also a rich man like them. They think you are signed by me, and that you will not be admitted to the top 10. Once they know that you are going to take the top 10, they will no longer care about my protection, and the means they use will be 100 times more cruel than now. So, as he said, Zhang Pianpian looked directly at Bai Zhenzhen's eyes, as if he wanted to see through all her thoughts. What are your plans? Wait to die? Or make full preparations to escape from Sangayang City? Or take the risk of being torn to pieces to take the top 10? Bai Zhenzhen did not avoid Zhang Pianpian's gaze, and her expression became serious. I want to be admitted to the top 10 universities. Zhang Pianpian looked at Zhang Yu again. Zhang Yu said, sister, don't keep me in suspense. Arzen and I are both strong-willed and determined to get into the top 10 universities. Just tell us what we are going to do. Zhang Pianpian nodded slightly and then said, you are too weak. Seeing the two people's unconvinced expressions, Zhang Pianpian said lightly, if you want to get into the top 10 as a poor guy, your current strength is far from enough, let alone breaking through the blockade of the rich. First, become the strongest freshman in Sangayang City. Wait until you two take the top 2 places in all the next freshman competitions and become the strongest freshman in Sangayang. Then I will tell you what to do next. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked when they heard this. All the remaining competitions in the first year of high school? That means you have to beat all the freshmen in the 3 famous schools in terms of Taoism, physical strength martial arts, and Taoism, especially the Taoism competition. That thing is simply a natural nemesis for the poor. Fortunately, the Taoism competition is in the last stage of the first year of high school, and the next one is the martial arts competition, in which both of them have some advantages. Next, Zhang Pianpian asked Bai Zhenzhen to sign an internship contract for the Sangayang City inspection team. After thoroughly confirming the identities of the inspection team members, he let the two leave first. Bai Zhenzhen stayed where she was, rubbing her hands together, looking embarrassed. That what? Zhang Pianpian asked in confusion. What? Bai Zhenzhen pointed at Zhang Yu, who was playing with the talisman book with her bent index finger, and smiled sweetly. Do interns have that talisman book? Zhang Pianpian shook his head. The inspection department is not so extravagant as to give interns talismans. By the way, don't tell others about my relationship with Zhang Yu. Also, I have arranged for my parents to go to a safe village before, so you don't have to worry about them. Zhang Yu paused and nodded after hearing this. Finally, he asked Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu to go back and study and practice as soon as possible. Zhang Pianpian watched the two people leave from a distance and then made a phone call. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Pianbao? What's the matter? Zhang Pianpian, lend me some money. The other party asked curiously, aren't you trying to collect the money to buy the heavenly spiritual root? Are you asking me to borrow money? Do you want to collect it all? Zhang Pianpian explained, I encountered something today, and I spent some money on spiritual enlightenment. I can't pay the interest on this loan. The other party became even more curious. Oh, what's the matter that you need spiritual enlightenment for? Zhang Pianpian said lightly, I helped that guy. I originally just thought that his temperament was good, and he could live an ordinary life. I didn't want to do this. But, Zhang Pianpian's eyes swept over Zhang Yu's head. Outsourced employees of the Sangayang City Inspection Team. Expand details. Outsourced employees of the Sangayang City Inspection Team. Vertical bar ascetic monks. Vertical bar sports specialty students. Vertical bar extremely poor people in Sangayang City. Vertical bar loan slaves. Vertical bar credit card slaves. Vertical bar. And when Zhang Pianpian focused on, he only got one feedback. Unknown potential. Undefinable. Zhang Pianpian looked at Bai Zhenzhen again. Sangayang City Patrol Team Intern. Expand details. Sangayang City Patrol Team Intern. Vertical bar sword criticism. Vertical bar fist criticism. Vertical bar palm criticism. Vertical bar knife criticism. Vertical bar gun criticism. Vertical bar medicine criticism. Vertical bar loan slave. Vertical bar credit card slave. Vertical bar theory of the uselessness of Taoism. Vertical bar Sangayang black spot. Vertical bar she is poor. And as Zhang Pianpian's fingertips slid repeatedly, after 2 spells in a row, another word appeared before the Sangayang City Patrol Team Intern on Bai Zhenzhen's head. Unknown new spiritual root. Hidden evolution type. No relevant data yet. As Zhang Pianpian's fingertips slid, a touch of light flashed on the scroll floating at hand. And when the spell was completed, whether it was the on Zhang Yu's head or the unknown new spiritual root on Bai Zhenzhen's head, they all disappeared and were completely hidden. At the same time, Zhang Pianpian continued on the phone. They are better than I expected. Maybe they can keep up with me. The woman on the other end of the phone was surprised. Oh, I have never heard of anyone who can make you speak so highly of them. I'm looking forward to meeting them more and more. Because some book friends are anxious, I will lend you one chapter today. The 3 chapters add up to nearly 10,000 words. But the number of words in the 2 chapters tomorrow will be less. Please forgive me, because I write really slowly, and I'm really afraid that the book will collapse if there are too many chapters. My biggest goal now is to maintain the quality and stabilize the plot. Sorry. Finally, I would like to ask for the monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 61, The Book of Scriptures. On the road, Bai Zhenzhen bumped Zhang Yu with her shoulder from time to time and said with a flattering face, "Yuzi, you have been playing with it for a long time. Lend it to me to play with. This is worth 100,000. 100,000. Zhang Yu hurriedly grabbed the book. "You are so strong. What if you accidentally break it? You can't even afford the compensation. And your saliva will get on my book when you wipe it." Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu eagerly as he rubbed his saliva on the book while breathing, and said flatteringly, "Then let's exchange. You lend me the book to play with, and I will lend you anything you like." Seeing that Zhang Yu was still concentrating on playing with the book, Bai Zhenzhen grabbed Zhang Yu's hand angrily, then showed a sweet smile, shook Zhang Yu's arm and said, "Brother Zhang Yu, lend it to me to play with." Zhang Yu quickly covered his eyes, feeling that he had just looked directly at the ancient god. "Stop it quickly, don't disgust me. HMPH. The weakness is out." Bai Zhenzhen quickly snatched the talisman book from Zhang Yu's loosened palm. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Well, I'll lend it to you for a while. Return it to me when we get to the station." Bai Zhenzhen shook her head and sighed. People with roots have weaknesses. Look at how invulnerable that door panel man is today. Yuzi, I advise you to get sterilized as soon as possible to erase your weaknesses. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "Do you still want to borrow the talisman book from me?" All the way to the station, Zhang Yu parted with Bai Zhenzhen in a reluctant look and set off on the way home. At this moment, somewhere in the city, a figure answered the call from Su Haifeng. "Su Haifeng, the specific situation is like this. He has become Zhang Pianpian's divine assistant. The conventional means in the school cannot be used on him for the time being. Also, he has a talisman book. Temporary workers in the patrol team can use at least one free talisman a day." Zhao Xianai nodded slightly and said lightly, "I understand. We have to act before he becomes familiar with the talisman book and the talisman. Today he happened to use a free talisman again. So today is the best opportunity for me to act, right? Su Haifeng, if you want to act, do it quickly. It's best to go to him right now." Zhao Xianai nodded, "I understand. I will go to find Zhang Yu after I finish the things at hand." Su Haifeng was puzzled. Is there any important thing that can't be done later? Zhao Xianai shook his head. "Some things cannot be delayed for a minute. Don't worry, it won't take long, and it won't affect my handling of Zhang Yu." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xianai moved, and his feet seemed to raise a gust of wind, and he shot towards the street ahead. Tightening the takeaway bag on his back, Zhao Xianai's cement road exploded with a bang, and the whole person accelerated again. Although it was important to deal with Zhang Yu, his client bought the on-time package, so he had to finish delivering the orders in his hand before he could go to Zhang Yu. Since Zhao Xianai's potential was stimulated by the evil god, as long as his steps became faster and faster, his magic power would become faster and faster, his body would become stronger and stronger, and even the speed of leg training would increase. So in order to practice and make money at the same time, he finally chose to hide his identity and work as a takeaway delivery man. He still remembered that on his first day of delivering takeaway, the soup in the takeaway bag spilled everywhere. Not only was he scolded by the customer, but he was also fined hundreds of dollars by the platform. After returning to the takeaway station, the station master poured him a glass of water and asked him to hold the glass of water in his hand when delivering the takeaway. As long as the water did not spill, the takeaway would be fine. Since then, he has delivered more and more orders every day, and the platform level has become higher and higher. Zhao Xianai didn't know when he started to find that things on the road were getting slower and slower. Later, He asked the station master and realized that it was not the things on the road that were getting slower and slower, but he was getting faster and faster. If he hadn't been hiding his strength, he would have been fully confident that he would have ranked first in the grade every month. After delivering the last order, Zhao Xianyi breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the money in his account. Then, I can go find Zhang Yu. Soon after, Zhao Xianyi came to the downstairs of the rental building where Zhang Yu was. He thought to himself, according to Zhang Yu, it's impossible to practice in a rental house. He has to go to the unfinished building nearby to practice every day. Then I just have to wait until he goes to the unfinished building before I start. As soon as he returned to the rental house, Zhang Yu washed his face and began to play with the talisman in his hand, intending to study its functions carefully. After all, although he had cast a detention talisman today, the whole process was too hasty, and he was busy with this and that, so he didn't have time to study the talisman by himself. He placed his palm on the talisman, and as the power in his palm spit it out, his fingerprints, palm prints and power had been identified. A golden light flashed on the talisman, and a yellow background emerged, just like a piece of talisman paper. As long as Zhang Yu's fingertips gently stroked it, he could draw a spell. Then Zhang Yu gently raised his palm, and saw the talisman floating up, and stopped in front of his palm. Zhang Yu waved his hands left and right, and the talisman floated back and forth with his palm, closely following his palm. This follow mode is quite useful. You don't need to hold it with your hands, just draw the talisman. He pointed his fingertips at the bottom of the talisman, and then gently dragged it up, and the talisman paper background above changed again, and lines of information emerged. Believer's name, Zhang Yu realm, key training realm comprehensive faith level. 1. Zhang Yu looked down again, and saw the names and marks of the 8 major clergy departments, and the faith level was marked behind them. Because Zhang Yu had never upgraded his faith level in the 8 major clergy departments was only level 1. After he had the talisman book, clicking on the Ministry of People at the top, the picture on the talisman book changed, and the temple of the spirit world appeared. Behind the layers of red walls and golden tiles, dragons were flying, phoenixes were circling, and a great god with 5 color lights stood in the temple, pinching the Taoist formula with his hands. A breath of compassion was already blowing in his face, and his slightly closed eyes seemed to be unable to bear to see the suffering of the world. This is the first righteous god of the Ministry of People, the great god born by all living beings. And 3 options appeared on the talisman book. 1. Bow down to the god. 2. Worship the god. 3. Ask the god for advice. Under the option of asking the gods for advice, there is a grey mist, as if because Zhang Yu's faith level is not enough, more options are hidden. Looking at these 3 options, Zhang Yu thought to himself, what does it mean to kowtow to God? He clicked on it curiously, and then saw a line of words appear on the book. The great god born of all living beings feels your respect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Worship God. Zhang Yu looked at this scene and thought to himself, why are you worshipping the gods remotely over the internet? At this moment, he suddenly found that his phone was vibrating. Ministry of 10,000 people, all living beings are born great gods. Payment 1,000. Shit. Zhang Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that it would cost him 1,000 yuan to click here to worship the gods. What made him even more unacceptable was that he didn't even open a payment account for the talisman book, so the money was directly deducted from his bank card. When he used the detention talisman at Sangayang High School before, Zhang Yu still used the free privileges of the temporary workers of the patrol team once a day. He wanted to find out if there was a refund or customer service, but he couldn't find it. Worried that he would pay again by accident, he simply contacted Zhang Pian to inquire. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Zhang Pian replied, this is how you worship the gods. Click once to worship, 1,000 each time, and long press to worship continuously. Zhang Yu, no. Now I know I have to pay after clicking. The problem is that I haven't opened a payment account. How can he collect money from my bank card without asking me? Zhang Pian said as a matter of course. This is the power of God. They can mobilize funds from billions of accounts every minute and every second. If they can't even transfer money directly from your account, why are they called gods? She reminded. So no matter who you owe money to, you must never owe money to God. Damn. Zhang Yu was speechless for a while after hearing this, and could only say sullenly, the 8 departments of the Orthodox God are really powerful. Zhang Pian said, but you don't have to be afraid. The 8 departments of the Orthodox God have their own rules, and will not mess around. This time it was, because you wanted to worship the gods yourself, so I charged you 1000 yuan. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, and asked again, sister, just tell me directly about the functions of the talisman book. I'm afraid I will be charged again by accident. Zhang Pian said, kowtowing to the gods every day is the most basic way to improve the level of faith. The longer the number of days of kowtow, the greater the improvement in the level of faith each time. But once you miss a day, you have to start all over again. For those with high faith levels or talismans, kowtow to the gods every day is a compulsory course. Zhang Yu understood. It's a fucking sign-in, right? It's just that signing in every day costs at least 1000. Zhang Pian continued. For offering to the gods, there are different ways such as lighting incense, merit banners, and offering tablets. The more expensive it is, the better the effect of improving the level of faith. It can also improve the power of talismans, increase talisman privileges, and other different magical effects. You can click on the offering to the gods to take a look. You still need to select the item when you click in, but you don't have to pay. Zhang Yu was really scared by the 1000 just now. Hearing this, he carefully clicked on the option of offering to the gods. Then he saw the price list of different items such as lighting incense, hanging merit banners, setting up offering tablets, chanting scriptures, etc., with units ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands. After reading the introduction for a while, he suddenly realized. It seems that these are all remote offerings, and the money will be used in the temple of the spirit world. Then these are not virtual props? Question mark? Zhang Yu finally understood why the 8 gods were rich. These gods were simply making money without doing anything. Zhang Pian continued to introduce. Asking the gods, as the name suggests, is to ask the gods for advice on the way of talismans. The cost here is very high, and your faith level is too low, so you don't need to spend money here now. The options below are wrapped in fog and you can't see them. They require a higher faith level to be opened. Don't think too much now. After disconnecting the phone call with Zhang Pian, Zhang Yu looked at the talisman book in front of him helplessly, his heart full of bitterness. This talisman is really too difficult. How much does it cost to win the first place in the high-level Taoist magic competition? Just after Zhang Yu fell into deep thought for a moment, the ritual countdown in his mind started to scream again, reminding him not to be dazed and to practice hard. Zhang Yu had to put aside his thoughts on this aspect for the time being. He first poured out the monster meat powder to make himself a cup of drink, and then went to the unfinished building to start today's practice. No matter what, the Taoist magic competition is a few months later, and the nearest competition is the martial arts competition. Thinking of martial arts, Zhang Yu suddenly became confident again. I'm now level 5 in Sanshao, level 10 in Wuji Yunshao, and level 6 in Xian Wu Liang Xinju. If I go all out in the actual combat competition, I will definitely have a huge advantage. But the problem is, Zhang Yu thought to himself, these trump cards must be hidden. Especially the level 10 Wuji Yunshao, which is a skill he got in the magic competition. If he performed the 10th level Wuji Cloud Hand in the martial arts competition more than a month later, he was really afraid of attracting too much attention, and Zhang Pian would not be able to protect him. In the martial arts competition, I have to hide the high level skills, so I still have to improve my basic qualities now. Coming to the unfinished building, Zhang Yu practiced the Xian Wu Liang Xinju again. With the sudden burst of martial arts thoughts in the sea of consciousness, the 9 sets of martial arts of the Xian Wu Liang Xinju were performed simultaneously inside and outside. Under the effect of the Xian Wu Liang Xinju, Zhang Yu felt that his blood was boiling and full of motivation. A desire to fight against heaven and earth had urged him to train frantically. And just when Zhang Yu devoted himself to practice and continued to practice the Xian Wu Liang Xinju, in the shadow of the stairs of the unfinished building, a figure was silently observing Zhang Yu, who was practicing hard. Zhao Xianai thought to himself, we can't let Zhang Yu have time to use the talisman. We have to wait until he is at his weakest and most powerless, and then launch a sneak attack. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Zhao Xianai looked at Zhang Yu, whose movements were gradually slowing down, holding his breath and concentrating, gradually raising the mana in his dinshan. He was ready to take action. Whoosh. At the moment, when Zhang Yu turned his back, Zhao Xianai attacked like a gust of wind, and used the level 5 gust of wind kick to the limit, kicking Zhang Yu in the back. Seeing that he was within 3 meters of Zhang Yu, and the opponent had not yet turned around completely, Zhao Xianai's eyes had already flashed a gleam of light. He believed that with the power of his kick, as long as he kicked Zhang Yu, it would be enough to knock him down. Zhao Xianai had already thought about what moves to follow up after Zhang Yu was knocked down by him, so as to knock the opponent completely unconscious. However, the next moment, a white mist-like aura suddenly surged out from Zhang Yu's back. Bang! Zhao Xianai was shocked and felt that his kick was like kicking cotton, so light and effortless. However, the next moment, a huge force had rebounded violently with the white aura and hit his feet hard. Chapter 63, Killing Friends. In the unfinished building, after waiting for more than 2 hours, Zhao Xianai felt that he had finally caught an opportunity to attack Zhang Yu. However, he was caught off guard by the strong energy surging from Zhang Yu's back. Zhao Xianai had kicked out with only 1 foot on the ground. This time, the Wuxiang Yungang suddenly rebounded his leg force, and his foot was unstable, and the whole person flew backwards. What? Zhang Yu's Wuji Yunshao had only been learned for less than a month. Why can the strong energy be emitted from the back? When Zhao Xianai felt a powerful force surging from the strong energy, he was shocked. But one wave has not subsided, and another wave has risen. Just as he rolled to the ground and raised his head suddenly, a figure full of murderous spirit had chased him and appeared directly in front of him. Before watching Zhang Yu practicing from a distance, Zhao Xianai only felt that the other party looked very imposing. At this moment, face to face, he really felt what that momentum was. With violent killing intent and endless fighting spirit, he felt the urge to turn around and run away when he saw Zhang Yu chasing him like a demon under the influence of Xian Wu Liang Xinju. But just when Zhao Xianai instinctively took a step back, Zhang Yu had already attacked with all his strength. Looking at the masked man, Zhao Xianai, who wanted to sneak attack him, Zhang Yu had completely entered the fighting state under the influence of Xian Wu's thoughts. Fight, fight, fight. Crush all enemies into dust. The 10th level Wuji Cloud Hand was launched with all his strength. Zhang Yu slapped out with one palm, and the mana in his danshan surged up, and in an instant, it was transformed into a surging Wuxiang Yungang that poured out after 7 consecutive vibrations. Facing this Wuxiang Yungang, Zhao Xianai knew that it was a life and death moment. He paused, and with a roar, he had already kicked hard with all his strength. Boom. At the moment when the two forces collided, Zhao Xianai only felt that his magic power was retreating step by step. The Wuxiang Yungang hit him like a big truck, blasting him away and finally hitting the concrete wall not far behind him. The concrete wall was also hit with a bang and a hole was made. In the end, Zhao Xianai fell to the ground with a pile of broken cement and brick walls. He still wanted to struggle to stand up, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones and muscles were broken, and the whole person fell to the ground again. Zhang Yu slowly walked in front of the other party. He was still immersed in his Xian Wu Liang Xinju. He had a fierce aura. He looked at the masked Zhao Xianai coldly and said, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Zhao Xianai did not answer, but felt his injuries, and his heart was gloomy. With such a serious injury, I don't know how much money it will cost to recover. It will be a serious disaster for his immortal cultivation, and it may even completely destroy his immortal path. Just when he was stunned, Zhang Yu grabbed his mask and tore it off. When he saw Zhao Xianai under the mask, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Zhao Xianai. Zhao Xianai's mind was thinking quickly, looking at Zhang Yu and said, "Zhang Yu, do you know why you can enter Sanggyang High School?" Seeing Zhang Yu making a listening gesture, Zhao Xianai continued, because your body is more compatible with some rich people, so they selected you to be trained in high school. Just like many other poor students in Sangayang High School, in addition to grades, whether the body is suitable has always been a hidden criterion. Zhang Yu frowned. Of course, he did not completely believe Zhao Xianai in front of him at the first time, but said, then why recruit into Sangayang High School? Can't you be taken to other places for training? Zhao Xianai sneered. What do you think Sangayang High School is? There is a complex dark side here that is far beyond your imagination. Poor people in this Sangayang High School can be their dogs, but they can also be spare parts warehouses. Of course, they must be trained uniformly and practice the same as them. Zhang Yu suddenly thought of the heavenly demon parasite technique. Could it be that a student from Sangayang High School was practicing this technique? Zhang Yu stared at Zhao Xianai. So you were sent by the student union? I said, Sangayang is very complicated. Zhao Xianai shook his head, but suddenly couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yu was in the state of the heavenly martial art refining technique. Facing the masked man who attacked him, he was almost merciless and completely killed him. At this moment, Zhao Xianai felt the severity of his injuries. He knew that, if he didn't seize the time to treat it, not only would his immortal cultivation be greatly affected, but his life would also be in danger. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes, and Zhao Xianai quickened his speech and said, Zhang Yu, you were stimulated by the evil god, and then gained some kind of ability, right? Zhang Yu's eyes fixed, but he didn't respond. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about his and the evil god's ritual. Zhao Xianai, you don't have to rush to deny it, you. His face flashed a sickly red, and the pain caused by the injuries in his body made him speechless for a while. Zhang Yu, we are on the same side. Send me to a nearby clinic. Seeing Zhang Yu still motionless, feeling his life slipping away, Zhao Xianai's eyes became more and more anxious, and he finally couldn't help but blurt out, there is also an evil god behind me, and that existence is very interested in you. At this moment, his body temperature continued to rise, and a little fire appeared on his cheek. Zhao Xianai's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he yelled, I didn't mean to say it, I didn't really say it. Wait, I just used him. Feeling that the fire had no intention of stopping, Zhao Xianai finally couldn't help but curse, idiot. This idiot. The next moment, waves of red flames had already erupted on him. Looking at Zhao Xianai who turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu frowned tightly. Zhao Xianai is actually a subordinate of the evil god. But thinking about the 8 righteous gods who wanted money and the evil god who wanted his life, Zhang Yu suddenly found that the evil god seemed to have, not without advantages. After all, there are many poor people in Kungsu who have only life but no money. Thinking about it this way, maybe there are many believers of the evil god in Kungsu. Looking at the ashes gradually dissipating on the ground, he thought to himself, is this being backfired by something similar to the power of a ritual? It really feels a bit like a stupid ritual. Thinking of this scene today, Zhang Yu thought again, I have made too much trouble recently, and the evil god has been targeting me? No, Zhao Xianai has known Zhang Yu for a long time. Could it be that he has been targeting me for a long time? His heart sank, but he felt that he couldn't tell anyone about this. 3 famous schools, the student union, the evil god. Thinking about the opponents he would face in the future, Zhang Yu finally sighed in his heart. After all, I still have to strengthen my strength. Especially thinking about the process of defeating Zhao Xianai just now, he knew that, if he was not strong enough, he might have fallen into the hands of the opponent. Recalling the experience of this day, fighting or retreating in the illusion test, getting protection from Zhang Pianpian, defeating Zhao Xianai with his own force. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly thought about something, and then suddenly laughed. Before, when he switched back and forth between the Wild Bull Soul Calming Heart Art and the Xian Wu Refining Heart Art, he felt a contradiction in his thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly thought, fight when you should fight, retreat when you should retreat, face different environments, and respond with different thoughts. This is such a simple truth. Why did I contradict myself before? At this moment, Zhang Yu felt that the operation of Xian Wu's thoughts became more and more harmonious and smooth, and the switching with the wild bull soul calming heart art was also very smooth, without any stagnation. Continue to practice. Whether facing the enemy in the dark, or the opponents of Sangayang High School and the three famous schools, Zhang Yu needs to further improve his strength. In a blink of an eye, one night passed, and Zhang Yu's Xian Wu refining heart art also improved to level 6, 41/60. On the other side, in the office of Sangayang High School, Su Haifeng listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and was surprised. He died of backlash? He betrayed? Listening to the voice on the other end, Su Haifeng nodded repeatedly and said, I will cooperate with you to complete Zhao Xianai's withdrawal from school. Don't worry, no one in the school should find anything unusual. But what about Zhang Yu next? To be honest, the school board, the student union, the patrol team, I think he has attracted too much attention now. Since Zhao's hidden chess piece has failed, it is not suitable for the rest of us to take the risk of exposure. Maybe we can let Zhang Yu go for the time being, and look at other candidates. After all, that Zhang Pian can only protect him for half a year at most. Sangayang High School. The school is still calm and full of learning atmosphere. Zhang Yu felt this calmness, watching the students concentrating on textbooks and training, and felt that the fierce conflict in the training ground yesterday seemed to have never happened. Even today, Zhao Xianai's disappearance was not noticed by anyone in the class. They only heard that someone had applied for him to drop out of school, just like Lianqin's dropping out of school. It hardly caused any ripples. After all, dropping out of school was never a rare thing in Sangayang High School. It was not like someone jumping off a building, which would still make students talk about it during dinner. But Zhang Yu could still feel some subtle differences. For example, no students were willing to approach him. The classmates who used to greet him, ask him questions, and ask him for advice on cultivation, all disappeared at once. It was as if there was an invisible wall around him, driving away all the classmates around him. Of course, he knew why. Are you afraid of being implicated by the student union, so you don't even dare to talk to me? Pa. Bai Zhenzhen put down the plate and sat opposite Zhang Yu. Looking at Arzen, Zhang Yu sighed that it was fortunate to have Arzen as a good brother. Bai Zhenzhen quickly ate her meal while looking at Zhang Yu and said, Yuzi, lend me the talisman book for a few days. Zhang Yu took back his thoughts just now. I don't have a brother who would lend me expensive items worth 100,000 yuan just by asking. There was a snap. Qian Shen also put the plate on the table and sat next to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled. Although old Qian's score was lower than his tinted glasses were thicker, and he discriminated against students with low scores, he seemed to be a reliable friend. Qian Shen first ate a few mouthfuls of food, and then suddenly asked that, are you familiar with Zhang Pian who scored 699 yesterday? Can you introduce her to me? I want to add her as a friend. Zhang Yu glared at Qian Shen fiercely. He took back his thoughts just now. You kid. I'm your brother, and you want to mess with my sister's brain? Don't you see that there is still a place for you on this thigh? But Zhang Yu changed his mind and suddenly thought that Qian Shen was also a rootless person. Looking at the admiration in the other's eyes, Zhang Yu understood. This is a fanatic fan who wants to be a friend, right? Zhang Yu said, it should be no problem to add a friend. But the friend slot is 3000, so just call me. Chapter 64 changes. Sangayang High School. In the cafeteria at lunchtime, Zhao Xiangxing hesitated as he carried his plate. Today, the campus seemed calm and peaceful, and everything was the same as before. But in fact, the conflict that happened in the training ground yesterday had already spread throughout the campus. Almost all students knew that Zhang Yu from class 1 of senior high school had defected to Beilang High School and had a conflict with Zhao Chechen, the vice president of the student union, and a group of senior students from senior high school. According to Zhao Xiangxing's observation and summary among various student groups, the evaluation of most students on this was also very simple. The filial sons of Sangayang thought, isn't this a school traitor? A class thief? For the sake of profit, he defected to Beilang people, a traitor to Sangayang. He should be expelled from the school. The jealous students suspected. First it was Li Zulian, then Zhang Pian, Why can Zhang Yu attract rich women so frequently? They strongly suspected that his surgery was not done cleanly and the school should investigate him thoroughly. Anger, jealousy, and hidden envy eventually turned into naked malice. Most of the fearful students dared not approach Zhang Yu at all, fearing that they would be implicated by the student union and the filial sons of Sangayang. The same was true for Zhao Xiangxing. He was also afraid that, if he got too close to Zhang Yu, he would be targeted and targeted. After all, it was not that Sangayang High School had never experienced bullying. Zhao Xiangxing had heard that Shuang Yapan from the previous year had won the first place in the total score of the monthly exam in the first year of high school, which was a great achievement. But after entering the second year of high school, his grades gradually couldn't keep up with the rich, and he gradually began to be bullied. He was not allowed to do his homework, take drugs, exercise, or stay up all night. He was even forced to eat fried chicken, French fries, beer, and desserts every day, so that he could only watch his belly grow bigger, his fat increase, and his hard-trained muscles slowly disappear. He was also forced to watch videos, read novels, and play games every day, watching his grades drop point by point, feeling his heart of seeking the truth suffer. It was not until he begged for mercy that Zhao Chechen let him go. Just thinking about the process made Zhao Xiangxing feel short of breath. So when Zhang Yu invited him to have dinner together today, he said in a panic that he had something to do and would go to the cafeteria later. With this hesitant mood, Zhao Xiangxing finished his meal and took the plate. When he saw Zhang Yu's gaze again, he subconsciously chose to avoid it. This avoidance of the gaze made Zhao Xiangxing's heart dark. Alas, I have no friends with Zhang Yu now. He walked around in the cafeteria with the plate and couldn't help looking at Zhang Yu's position. When he saw Bai Zhenzhen and Qian Shen sitting next to Zhang Yu one after another, Zhao Xiangxing's eyes showed a trace of envy. Bai Zhenzhen and Qian Shen. Why can they be so brave and not afraid at all? It would be great if I could do whatever I want like them. Although he always thinks a lot, Zhao Xiangxing never likes this characteristic of himself. He always hopes that he can stop thinking so much and not care too much about what others think, but he really can't do it. Just like at this moment, Zhao Xiangxing subconsciously held the plate and wanted to go to Zhang Yu's position, but he always felt that the students around him were looking at him consciously or unconsciously, as if he would be excluded by the whole school as long as he sat next to Zhang Yu. Of course, this was just his overthinking. There were so many people eating in the cafeteria, and there were actually almost no people who paid special attention to him. Zhao Xiangxing looked at Zhang Yu and Qian Shen and Bai Zhenzhen talking happily, and a trace of yearning unconsciously appeared in his eyes. After returning home yesterday, he couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu's face when facing Zhao Chechen without retreating. He envied Zhang Yu who could do this, and he also wanted to be like Zhang Yu, who looked calm and indifferent in the face of any pressure. Just when Zhao Xiangxing hesitated, he suddenly saw Zhang Yu waving at him. Old Zhao. This way. Zhao Xiangxing was slightly stunned. Did Zhang Yu think I didn't find him just now? He gritted his teeth and suddenly walked quickly to sit next to Zhang Yu. At this moment, he only felt that there must be a lot of people looking at him in the cafeteria. He just wanted to sit down quickly and ask Zhang Yu to stop calling him. And this time he was right. There were indeed a lot of people looking at Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, Qian Shen and him. But at this moment, Zhao Xiangxing felt that he was very handsome again. Maybe in the eyes of others, he was as handsome as Zhang Yu yesterday. He was wrong about this. At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing was like a clown in the eyes of most students, and was also labeled as untouchable. As soon as Zhao Xiangxing sat down, Zhang Yu received a message from Zhang Pianpian. The message Zhang Yu just sent to Zhang Pianpian was, "Sister, I have a classmate who loves to study and wants to add you as a friend." Zhang Pianpian, how many points? Zhang Yu, the highest was more than 620. Zhang Pianpian, too low, no. Zhang Yu, huh. Zhang Yu thought to himself, my sister is also seriously discriminating against scores. He suddenly thought of the phone call Zhang Pianpian made to her before. At that time, Zhang Yu, who didn't even score 600 points, was probably a human-shaped wet garbage in her eyes. No wonder he spoke so impolitely. But thinking about the environment of Beilong High School, Zhang Yu felt that it was reasonable for the top student in Beilong High School to do this. Looking up at Qianshen, who was looking forward to it, Zhang Yu said embarrassedly, she said you got more than 620 points, which is too low, so I won't add it. Qianshen was stunned for a moment, then blushed and told Zhang Yu not to forget the 6 points in the single digit. My highest score was 626. But after saying this, Qianshen lowered his head with a dim look. Zhang Yu felt that Qianshen seemed to have thought a lot at this moment, and finally saw him nod and say, my score is indeed too low. Then Qianshen raised his head again, and said with a face full of longing, as expected of a 699, the way of choosing friends is so stylish. Please tell her that I will definitely study hard, improve my scores, and add her friends. Also, although I'm in Sangayang High School, I have longed for Beilong High School in my heart. I have taken the exam before, but I just missed the Beilong demonstration class. Zhang Yu understood. Qianshen is a spirited Beilong person. The air in Beilong High School is sweeter, right? He passed these words to Zhang Pianpian with a face full of disgust. Zhang Pianpian, in the future, people with more than 620 points, don't pass on such words to me. People with such grades are not good, and can't keep up with us. Looking at Qianshen, who looked excited, Zhang Yu thought about it, and still couldn't bear to say this to him. In the afternoon class, the Chinese teacher was giving a lecture on the podium. Bai Zhenzhen was working hard to practice her manner control. At this moment, her phone vibrated slightly. She picked it up, and found that it was a message from Bai Zhenzhen, you and Zhang Yu have joined Zhang Pianpian from Beilong High School? Zhen was slightly stunned, and instantly understood, but she didn't know how to reply. Zhang Pianpian, the top senior in Beilong High School, must be a representative of the rich in the eyes of Bai and his group of poor students. And Zhang Pianpian protected Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu. In their eyes, he must have forced them to sign from Sangayang High School. Why else could it be? Bai Zhenzhen couldn't tell that it was Zhang Pianpian who appreciated Zhang Yu and her talents, so he had to take care of them and support them to get into the top 10. As for the sibling relationship between Zhang Yu and Zhang Pianpian, she promised to keep it a secret. She was not like Zhao Xianai who liked to gossip everywhere, so she couldn't say it. But suddenly, she realized, why should she explain? Explaining too much to them. Should she tell them that she didn't sign a contract? Exposing that she and Zhang Yu were going to take the top 10 exam under Zhang Pianpian's protection? What if Xianai and their boss also wanted Zhang Pianpian to protect them? What should they do? Or if Xianai and his people were too many to talk about, and let those rich people know about this, wouldn't it add more waves? Now everyone thought that they were accepted by the rich Zhang Pianpian and thought that they would not take the top 10 exam, which was a good thing. At worst, if they really got into the top 10 in the future, they would repay the tens of thousands of dollars invested by Xianai and his people, and even help them get to the second floor of Kung Su, if there was a chance. In the final analysis, whether it is for me and Yuzi, or for Xianai, whether they can get into the top 10 is the most important. So the choice that can increase the success rate of getting into the top 10 is the best solution. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenzhen immediately replied, well, I'm sorry, I really can't stand it anymore. We don't plan to take the top 10 exam. We have already signed it with Zhang Pianpian. After a moment, Xianai replied, alas, don't blame you. I heard about the pressure Sangayang High School put on you. It's normal that you can't stand it. But regarding our affairs, I hope you and Zhang Yu can keep it secret and don't tell anyone. Bai Zhenzhen, don't worry, although we have given up, we also hope that you can succeed. You are the last hope for us poor people, come on. In the spirit world, Xianai looked at Bai Zhenzhen's sincere reply and breathed a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, a trace of regret flashed across his face. Whether it was Zhang Yu's 4th place in the French competition or Bai Zhenzhen's willpower, he thought that these two people did have a slight chance of getting into the top 10. But now it seems, after all, they couldn't withstand the pressure. Then he felt a little distressed that the money he had sent to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen was wasted. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have sent them money. Wouldn't it be better to save this money and give it to the boss? He sighed in his heart. In the end, it will still depend on the boss to get into the top 10 and lead us to break through the ceiling above our heads. At this moment, a line of words flashed before Shionai's eyes. If the work is stagnant for more than 1 minute, please return to work immediately and continue working. Shionai quickly retracted his thoughts, reopened the connection to the spirit world, and continued his work. Unlike other high schools, the soul cultivators of Mangshan High School need to participate in internships from the first year of high school. And Shionai's eyes quickly appeared one dialogue box after another. His job today is the customer service of a cram school. Customer, my son has completed the sterilization operation, but the high school did not accept him. Now the girls' school and the soul cultivators have also rejected him because of his physical defects. What should I do? Shionai replied, the threshold of the girls' school and the soul cultivators is lower, and they are popular every year. Physical defects are easy to be eliminated, but there is no way you can let your son have a sterilization repair operation and then go for an interview. Shionai, if it still fails, repeat the year next year and do another sterilization operation. These 2 sterilization operations are a huge plus on the resume, which can show the determination of the heart of Taoism, and he will definitely be admitted next year. Shionai, we have a cooperative hospital that we can recommend to you. Beside Shionai, more than a dozen identical ones were facing different dialogue boxes and doing the same work. As for these Shionai in the spirit world, they were in a room of about 10 square meters. There was nothing in the room except them and the dialogue box. After working for 18 hours in a row, there was finally a 5-minute break. Looking at the salary he had received, Shionai quickly transferred the money to the boss. The boss needs money right now. Thinking that the salary he earned today could help the boss have a better chance of getting into the top 10, Shionai felt a sense of satisfaction and anticipation in his heart. You must succeed, boss. You are the only poor person in Sangayang City who can possibly get into the top 10. It is also the only possibility for us to escape from this kind of life. Chapter 65 Martial Arts Tutoring. Shionai contacted you? In the corridor of the school, Zhang Yu listened to Bai Zhenzhen's story and finally nodded slightly. Indeed, there is no need to tell them the truth now. Bai Zhenzhen continued, and their boss, I always feel very strange. I told you last time, I tried to investigate his identity. According to Shionai and others, this boss also won a place in the competition when he was in the first year of high school. I checked for several weeks and simply studied the first year high school competitions of the 3 famous schools in the past few years. Only 2 people who won places can be called poor. But as far as I know, these 2 people have signed a contract with Beilang High School, and there is no possibility of being admitted to the top 10 universities. Zhang Yu heard this and said, does that mean Shionai and others were deceived? Bai Zhenzhen shook her head again, with a strange look on her face. According to Shionai and others, this boss should have signed a contract with them under the witness of the great god Shionai Tanki, and he must be admitted to the top 10, and when he is able, he must take them to the 2nd floor together. In short, I don't understand this situation. While the 2 were talking, they had already arrived at the training ground. At the training ground, martial arts teacher Lei Jian had already been waiting for the 2 to come to take tutoring lessons for the martial arts competition. Since Zhang Pian came to Sangayang High School yesterday, the martial arts competition has allowed the 2 to participate again, and tutoring has been started again. There are 3 classes per week, and the weekly fee is 3,000. Although it is already a very cheap fee for the teacher, it is still a big burden for Zhang Yu. After paying the 3,000 tutoring fee this week, Zhang Yu's savings have dropped to more than 35,000. At this moment, Lei Jian was seen wearing a vest with the 4 big words martial arts is of great use written on the front of the vest, and he was doing warm-ups seriously. There were no other students around, except Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. It was because there were only 2 participants in the martial arts competition in the 1st grade of high school. It was different from the magic competition, where even if you don't get a place, you can still go and see the world. In the martial arts competition, it is possible to be beaten into disability by students from the 3 famous schools. Especially for the poor, it is even more likely to be beaten into bankruptcy by students from the 3 famous schools. After all, the various first aid costs on the scene, the cost of going to the hospital after serious injuries, and the subsequent treatment costs, will all increase exponentially according to the severity of the injury. So after feeling that they had no hope of winning the competition, the first year high school students, whether rich or poor, did not choose to spend money on the martial arts competition. At this moment, after seeing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen coming, Lei Jun greeted them and said, "I have already registered for you too." Then he sent a website to the 2 of them, "Buy insurance today." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen both understood this. The first priority in actual combat is to buy insurance first. However, after looking at the price list, the 2 chose the lowest priced insurance. It's not that they can't afford high-end insurance, but that low-end insurance is more cost effective. After all, compared to spending money on insurance, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen would rather spend money on improving their strength and getting a high ranking in the competition. Lei Jun reminded, "Your insurance can only cover medical expenses below 100,000 yuan. If you are seriously injured, you will have to pay for it yourself. Be careful not to get injured during a fight, or get injured as little as possible." Zhang Yu agreed with this. The first place in this martial arts competition only gets a prize of 50,000 yuan and the right to use a set of expert level martial arts. Don't get injured just for the first place and end up spending more than 100,000 yuan on medical expenses. Lei Jun at the side, "But you guys are lucky now. When I was there, you could use weapons in the competitions. Although there were referees watching, every year there were still students who either died on the stage or dropped out of school due to debt. In the end, there was only 7 people participating in one session, and those old guys finally changed the rules and banned the use of weapons. Now martial arts competitions are all barehanded. You have to make sure you can afford the medical expenses after the competition. Okay, that's all." After buying insurance, warm up first. After the 2 of them finished warming up, Lei Jun waved his hand and said, "The 3 famous schools have immortal techniques that we don't have, and the funds they have invested are incomparable to you. What kind of spiritual root cultivation, the latest drugs in the laboratory, and even transformation surgery are all commonplace for them. I found some data on the top students who participated in the martial arts competitions there. The average physical strength is above level 2, and the average mana is above 25. In addition, they may use drugs and combat spiritual roots in the competition. Their data must be far beyond yours. Strength is greater than yours, speed is faster than yours, and magic power is stronger than yours." Just as Lei Jun said this, a question suddenly arose in Zhang Yu's heart. The 3 famous schools have such a big advantage, so how did Song Yang win the prize in the sports competition? What means are there? Wang He is so powerful? On the other side, Lei Jun continued. But in actual combat, it is never the case that the person with stronger data will definitely win, otherwise there will be no actual combat exams. Lei Jun said with a serious face, "So in the next period of time, you must get used to fighting with people who are stronger than you, and learn how to try your best to avoid getting injured." As he said this, a strong momentum slowly surged from Lei Jun and rushed towards Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. "In order to give you more actual combat training time, from today on, you 2 will fight together. I will try my best to maintain the strength and speed of level 2 physical strength and the magic power level of 25 units to fight with you." A moment later, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were seen rushing towards Lei Jun from the left and right respectively. Bang! With a crash, Lei Jun's hands blocked Bai Zhenzhen's kick and Zhang Yu's palm. The next moment, 3 figures crossed back and forth and started fighting at high speed on the training ground. But Zhang Yu didn't feel that he and Bai Zhenzhen were besieging Lei Jun. Lei Jun's actual combat experience was unfathomable, and the strength and speed he maintained at the moment were much stronger than his. He could always easily resolve his offensive, hit his flaws, and even cut off his connection with Bai Zhenzhen. This made Zhang Yu feel that he was facing Lei Jun's oppression alone. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the martial arts competition, are the opponents I have to fight all people with higher data than me? Zhang Yu found that he had underestimated the enemy. In the case of hiding the trump card of the 10th level Wuji Yunxiao, the difficulties he had to face in the martial arts competition far exceeded his original estimate. A moment later, accompanied by a bang, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were knocked out one after another. And compared to the two people who were panting, Lei Jun's face was not red, and he was not out of breath at this moment. He looked like he just took a walk. Lei Jun said, "Take a 5-minute break and continue." Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, "Old Lei is so strong. He saw through all my moves. How many martial arts does he know?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Old Lei seems to be at level 10 in Dao Heart, 100 points in mana, and level 10 in physical strength. He has also practiced at least a dozen martial arts to level 10, and has reached the top of the key refining stage. Then why hasn't he built a foundation?" Then he asked a question out of curiosity, "Teacher Lei, you are still refining key, haven't you built a foundation?" Lei Jun's face darkened when he heard that. Building a foundation is not that easy. Looking at the curious eyes of the two, Lei Jun sighed and said casually, "To build a foundation, you need to take a foundation building qualification certificate. To achieve a golden elixir, you need a golden elixir qualification certificate. And to achieve a Yuanying, there is also a Yuanying qualification certificate. How can you just do a breakthrough in your realm whenever you want? Building a foundation without a license is a criminal act and will be sentenced to death by the 8 gods and the 10 great sects. The 10 great sects have always been very strict in this regard. You can only take the foundation building qualification certificate after entering university. If I don't pass the foundation building qualification exam before graduating from college, I will never have a chance in my life." Thinking back to his college days, Lei Jun felt a hint of gloom in his eyes. He remembered that during the years when he took the foundation building exam, the number of people who were admitted to the foundation building qualification exam was reduced. He remembered that in those few short years, the number of successful applicants went from human spiritual roots to heavenly spiritual roots, which made him completely desperate. On the contrary, after returning to Songjiang, his hometown on the first floor, he felt much more relaxed as long as he worked and practiced 24 hours a day to pay off his loan. Lei Jun said with emotion, "It makes a huge difference whether or not you pass the foundation building certificate. Without foundation building, 10 years of college life is just a dream. You can't stay there and will eventually return to the first floor of Kungsu." Turning his head to look at Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu at the moment, he said in his heart, "Cherish the easy time in high school now. When you get into college, you will miss how easy it is now." A few minutes later, Lei Jun said, "It's enough rest, get up." The next moment, the three figures fought again. After today's makeup class, Zhang Yu returned to the unfinished building to continue practicing Xian Wu Liang Xinju. This technique can not only improve the heart of Taoism, but also practice physical strength. It is very comprehensive for his improvement, and is his key practice goal during this period. In particular, Xian Wu Liang Xinju contains 9 kinds of martial arts such as boxing, leg techniques, and palm techniques, which allows him to have a deeper understanding of the basics and actual combat of various martial arts. In this way, Zhang Yu studied and practiced, while accepting Lei Jun's makeup classes with Bai Zhenzhen in the following time. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 days later. In the unfinished room that night, as Zhang Yu played the last move of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, he finally upgraded this skill to level 10. At this moment, not only did the 9 martial arts such as boxing, leg techniques, and palm techniques enter his heart like instinct, but the fighting thinking contained in the Xian Wu was also sent and received by the heart, which made him have infinite fighting spirit and courage, but also remained calm and cool, and would not fall into blind enthusiasm and impulse. It is worthy of being a mental method specially used for fighting, especially this 10-level mental method special effect. As Zhang Yu's eyes condensed, everything around him seemed to slow down. Even the action of raising his hand seemed to be in a state of deceleration. This is not that everything has really slowed down, but the 10-level special effect brought by Xian Wu Liang Xinju made his concentration and focus soar in an instant, so that he would have an illusion of slowing down when looking at anything. Chapter 66, Exhausting Savings. Under the 10th level special effect of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, Zhang Yu could feel that his grasp of the battle became more delicate. Any subtle changes in the opponent's moves could not escape his observation, and he could also mobilize every bit of his strength to fight more accurately, and his actual combat ability could be said to have skyrocketed. However, this state also consumed a lot of energy. After maintaining it for 1 minute, Zhang Yu began to feel dizzy. This state of full concentration should be used at the critical moment of the battle, and should not be used carelessly. The 10th level of Xian Wu Liang Xinju gave Zhang Yu a higher grasp of the martial arts competition. But it's not enough. Thinking of the unfair and unjust competition in the French competition, and thinking of Zhang Pianpian's mention of the first place in the martial arts competition, Zhang Yu wanted to make himself more confident. So he opened the shopping platform again, and looked at the skills he had collected during this period. It's not that Zhang Yu didn't think about what to practice after the 10th level of Xian Wu Liang Xinju. At this moment, he was looking at an expert level martial art called the Immortal Seal, and its price of 30,000 after a 50% discount, user reviews, and an introduction to the effects of level 10. This Immortal Seal, like the Xian Wu Refining Heart Art, is an expert level martial art. It is a martial art that targets the enemy's mana, and conducts mana traction and mana rebound. Not only is it extremely difficult to practice, but it is even more difficult to specialize in it. The user review area is full of reviews about how difficult it is to learn and master this martial art, and after buying it, you must pay a teacher to make up for it. 1-star review, avoid it. Don't buy it, you can't practice it by yourself, and it costs tens of thousands to hire a tutor. 2-star review, I bought it at the original price of 60,000, and I found it was discounted when I came back. 1-star review, I will give a good review when I reach level 10. Zhang Yu guessed that the difficulty in learning and practicing that led to poor sales may be the reason why this martial art was discounted. But this was not a problem for Zhang Yu, because he found that this Immortal Seal only had 4 moves. In addition, he can fully use the 10th level effect of this skill in this martial arts competition, and it can also complement his Wuji Cloud Hand. Although Wuji Cloud Hand can draw strength and use strength to fight against strength, Wuxiang Cloud Gang also has a weakness, which is that it is afraid that the opponent will use special magic power to destroy the Gang Ki. But at this time, if the Immortal Seal is combined with Wuji Cloud Hand, then I can also draw, or even rebound the opponent's special magic power. In addition, the Zhaoshan Qi gathering method replenishes magic power at all times, and the Xian Wu Refining Heart Art pays attention to the whole scene and grasps the details. My combat system will be more complete, better at defeating the strong with the weak, and better at avoiding injuries when winning. In martial arts competitions, when facing opponents with higher values, it is very important for poor students like Zhang Yu to keep themselves from getting hurt, or get less hurt. Therefore, compared with those more powerful, wilder and more domineering offensive skills, Zhang Yu prefers defensive counter-attack skills. The only drawback of the Immortal Seal is that it is expensive. Even after a 50% discount, it still costs 30,000 yuan, and Zhang Yu only has more than 30,000 yuan left in his account. In other words, if he buys this technique, he will have no money. But thinking of the strongest high school student in Songyang and the goal of getting into the top 10, I must get into the top 10 and win the championship. Anyway, the first place in this martial arts competition has a prize of 50,000 yuan. If I can't get first place, it's useless for me to keep this 30,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and spent the 30,000 yuan in his account at one go. In a blink of an eye, he received the electronic secret book of the Immortal Seal. After reading it for a while, this technique emerged from the feather book and he switched it to specialization. As a technique specializing in mana traction and mana rebound, the most critical part of the Immortal Seal is the control of mana, and the external skills are only 4 very simple moves. So in less than a minute, Zhang Yu practiced this technique to level 1. In an instant, the memory of practicing the Immortal Seal again and again emerged in his mind. Zhang Yu felt that his control over mana was becoming more and more refined, and he could even temporarily convert the mana from the opponent into his own mana, and then use it to attack. Of course, this process also requires the consumption of mana, but the mana consumed by Zhang Yu is lower than the mana from the opponent. Zhang Yu nodded secretly. As long as I continue to improve the Immortal Seal, I can use less mana to attract more mana from the opponent. According to the introduction on the website, after the immortal seal is upgraded to level 10, it only takes 3 units of my own mana to attract 10 units of mana, which is a 30% ratio. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu nodded secretly and continued to practice this immortal seal. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed, and it was already the day before the martial arts competition. Figures were flying on the training ground. It was Lei Jun who was fighting 1 against 2, instructing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. During this period of time, Lei Jun was more and more surprised to feel the rapid progress of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. These 2 little brats, their understanding of various martial arts is increasing every day, and their practical experience is increasing very fast. These days, while maintaining the output of level 2 physical strength, Lei Jun had to use more practical skills again and again to continue to suppress Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. But what surprised him the most was not this, but these 2 people have gradually developed their own fighting style through daily hard training and repeated fights with me. Lei Jun threw a punch, but was blocked by a ball of white energy controlled by Zhang Yu. He only felt that the power of his punch was scattered, and most of it was removed by the opponent. Zhang Yu, this kid, uses that Wuji Yunxiao more and more skillfully. He's like a slippery ball. Even if I hit him with 10% of my strength, he can take away 70% or 80% of it. Every time I have to use special magic to break his energy first, and the fight becomes a war of attrition of magic power. As a result, he has recently mastered the martial arts called the immortal seal, and his defense has become more and more watertight. Well, I don't have to worry about him being beaten bankrupt in this martial arts competition. Lei Jun turned around and blocked Bai Zhenzhen's sword finger with a palm, thinking to himself, Bai Zhenzhen, this is a real martial arts genius. In just 2 weeks, she has been able to gradually keep up with my current changes, see through the flaws in my moves, and attack me. But her fighting style is too dangerous. Boom. As Lei Jun increased his strength again, a wave of magic power swept over, and the 2 of them were blown away. It's time for today's makeup class. He smiled with emotion and said, you 2 have made great progress during this period, and your improvement is almost the same. For tomorrow's competition, remember to put safety first. Always put your own safety first. Don't force it. Bai Zhenzhen has become familiar with Lei Jun during this period and replied directly, I know, old Lei, do you think we can make it into the top few? Lei Jun thought for a while and said, there is still a chance in the top 10. Bai Zhenzhen, only top 10. There is still a chance. Lei Jun smiled helplessly. The 3 famous schools have too many means beyond the syllabus. Even the conventional means are beyond your ability to afford, and the academic masters have higher values than you. It can be said that you are not from the same starting line. If you have a chance to make it into the top 10, you 2 should just smile secretly. No more talking. Go back and prepare, and don't forget to bring the medicine for the competition tomorrow. We will gather at the gate of Beilang High School at 0000 hours in the evening. The venue of this martial arts competition is at Beilang High School. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. 0000 hours in the evening? Lei Jun said as a matter of course. Beilang High School has classes during the day, so the competition is scheduled at 0000 hours in the evening. Zhang Yu could only say that it was worthy of being Beilang High School, and it had never let him down in terms of being a good person. Zhang Yu asked again, how do you get there? Lei Jun said, take the subway yourself. There are only 2 of you participating in the martial arts competition, and you want the school to charter a car? Zhang Yu could only say that it was worthy of being Sangayang High School, and it never let him down, just like Beilang High School. Lei Jun looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving and sighed in his heart. If they were born in rich families, they might have a chance to be in the top 10. That night, after continuing to practice hard for 2 hours, Zhang Yu finally upgraded the immortal seal to level 10. His body shook violently, and he felt that the meridians in his body seemed to have been tempered by thousands of trainings, and suddenly became much tougher, and could accommodate the operation of various special mana. At the same time, the experience of mana traction and mana rebound in his mind was integrated at this moment, as if it had completed some kind of sublimation, and finally had a new understanding. At this moment, Zhang Yu was confident that he could directly convert the opponent's mana to replenish his own mana loss by performing the immortal seal again. That is to say, after the immortal seal was upgraded to level 10, he could become stronger with each battle and use the mana from the opponent to replenish his own mana. Of course, this absorption and replenishment naturally has its limits. In a battle, I can replenish up to 30 units of mana in this way. If I replenish more, my current meridians can't hold up. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at his feather book again. After 2 weeks of hard training, his basic data has also improved greatly. Zhang Yu Dao Heart level 3, 53%, mana 21.8, physical strength level 1.51. Alas, it's a pity that I could learn the Zhaoshan key gathering method a month or two earlier, and it would be better if I could have more time to improve my physical strength. After returning home and taking a shower, Zhang Yu hurriedly caught the bus and set off for Beilang High School. 23:31 in the evening. As soon as Zhang Yu came out of the subway station, he saw a building about 30 stories high. He knew that this was where Beilang High School was located. But he didn't have time to look at these things now, because Zhang Yu was very hungry at the moment. Where's our Zen? Hurry up and borrow some money from her to buy dinner, otherwise how can you play the game when you are so hungry? As for Zhang Yu's own money, of course it had been spent long ago. Just one immortal seal wiped out 30,000 yuan from his account. The remaining little change was also spent on food, drink, and medicine in the past few days. Just as Zhang Yu looked around anxiously, a palm suddenly slapped his shoulder. Zhang Yu turned his head and said in surprise, "Ah Zen. Hurry up. Yuzi, lend me some money." Bai Zhenzhen covered her stomach and said weakly, "I have no money for dinner, and my whole body is weak." Zhang Yu was shocked. "You spent all your money too?" Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu's reaction and said painfully, "You spent all your money too? What kind of consumption concept do you have? How can you spend so much money that you can't even afford dinner?" Chapter 67. The competition begins. Just when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were speechless and thinking about borrowing money from Lei Jun later, a familiar voice rang out. "Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu, you are here." The two turned their heads quickly and saw Zhao Xiangxing coming out of the subway station. They rushed up like two zombies and hugged Zhao Xiangxing. "Zhao Xiangxing came here today to watch their game. Zhang Yu, old Zhao, lend me some money, we need to buy dinner." As a result, Zhao Xiangxing transferred 10 yuan in a long time and said helplessly, "My mother is afraid that I will spend money recklessly, so she asked me to bring so much when I go out. Useless mama's boy, I'm ashamed to be with you. But 10 yuan is better than nothing." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen could only drag their hungry bodies and run into the convenience store next to them to buy a few buns. However, with their current cultivation and physical fitness, a few buns can't fill their hunger at all. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the convenience store with green eyes and suddenly said, "Yuzi, let's go rob the convenience store." Zhang Yu nodded. "Okay, you are responsible for robbing, and I'm responsible for digesting the stolen goods." Bai Zhenzhen asked again, "Do you think Beilang High School will provide free food?" Zhang Yu, "Free? It's good enough if they don't charge us double." At this moment, the eyes of the two suddenly lit up. I saw a familiar figure standing in front of the gate of Beilang High School, looking at the sign of Beilang High School with a pious face, while picking up the phone to take pictures. Old Qian. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen rushed up, grabbed Qian Shen's hand, and said, "Please treat us to dinner, we are too hungry to compete." Qian Shen looked at the two of them in confusion, opened his phone and said, "Is 300 enough?" Damn. Zhang Yu was shocked. Then he began to reflect on what he had been doing in the past 2 months. Making friends with a credit card slave like Bai Zhenzhen. Making friends with a mama's boy like Zhao Xiangxing. Old Qian. You are my Zhang Yu's real good friend. At Qian Shen's invitation, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen finished 12 10 yuan meal sets at the convenience store, which cost Qian Shen 120 yuan. Touching her slightly bulging belly, Bai Zhenzhen said contentedly, "Let's stop here. After all, we have to compete next, so it's enough to eat half full." Zhang Yu also nodded in agreement, and then said to Qian Shen beside him, "Don't worry, old Qian, we will return your money after the competition and the prize money." Qian Shen didn't care about this, but suddenly scratched his head and asked, Will Zhang Pian, who scored 699 points, come to watch your competition today? Zhang Yu looked at Qian Shen with pity. Alas, poor Tom. He was fascinated by the high-scoring student. Zhang Yu wanted to tell him that you scored 620 points and she scored 699 points. The gap between you two is too big, and you can't be friends. But touching the lunchbox he had just eaten, Zhang Yu said, she probably won't come. She's very busy. How can she have time to watch the first year competition? Qian Shen nodded and said thoughtfully, yes, she is in the third year of high school now. She should be busy preparing for the college entrance examination and university interviews, right? Zhao Xiangxing stood aside and couldn't help looking at the time on his mobile phone, reminding him, you and teacher Lei agreed to meet at 0 o'clock, right? The time is almost up. Should we go there quickly? So the four of them came to the gate of Beilong High School again. Seeing that teacher Lei Chun didn't seem to have arrived yet, Zhang Yu suggested going in and waiting for someone who knew that the four of them had just approached Beilong High School by 1 meter, as if they were detected by some kind of detection device. Then a warning sounded from the electronic screen next to them, no entry for non-Beilong High School personnel. The four turned around and saw that the electronic screen read, if you need to visit the school, please scan the code to buy a tourist ticket. A single 12-hour tour ticket, which can be used for tours below the third floor, costs 500. Those who have scored 660 points or above in the high school monthly exam or the college entrance examination can visit the school for free. Those with scores below 550 or without a high school diploma are not allowed to visit. Damn, bad students and dogs are not allowed to enter, right? It's fine if you are not allowed to enter if you score below 550, but why do you have to score above 660 to get free tickets? Zhang Yu looked at the information displayed on the electronic screen and then looked at his group. He felt that at this moment, the four of them were despised by Beilong High School from high to low. And if he wanted to buy a ticket, where would he have 500 yuan in his bank card? Would he be eliminated outside the gate of Beilong High School with these 500 yuan before the game even started? Zhang Yu could only turn his head away embarrassedly and look at Qian Shen again, and then he found that Bai Zhenzhen was looking at Qian Shen like him. Qian Shen looked at the gate of Beilong High School in front of him with a look of longing and sighed. It's just like what I heard. Not everyone can enter the gate of Beilong. After that, he planned to scan the code to buy a ticket. Just when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen wanted to ask for money to buy tickets, teacher Lei Chun finally arrived late. You two don't need to buy tickets. Lei Chun looked at the two and waved his hand, saying, we are all here to participate in the competition. Beilong High School has issued tickets. After receiving the electronic tickets sent by Lei Chun, the group finally entered Beilong High School smoothly. Only Zhao Xiangxing stood outside the gate with an embarrassed face. Under the gaze of the four people, Zhao Xiangxing scratched his scalp awkwardly and said repeatedly, you go first. I'll call my mother to ask for money. I'll come in to see you after I buy the tickets. Lei Chun also knew that Qian Shen and Zhao Xiangxing were here to watch Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen compete. Hearing this, he nodded and said, the competition venue is on the basement floor. You can come over by yourself later. Just after Zhang Yu and his group stepped into the building of Beilong High School, Zhang Yu felt a special smell in the air. Qian Shen, who was standing by, took a deep breath and exclaimed, do you smell it? This sweet smell in the air. This is because Beilong High School has specially added nootropics to the air circulation, which can improve brain concentration and nerve excitement, and also add a little fragrance of fruits and flowers. Zhang Yu was speechless. The air in Beilong High School is really fragrant. The group continued to move forward and saw that the floor of the corridor was divided into white and red. The white one was in the middle, and it was written that it was a special lane for students with scores of 660 or above. The red one was on both sides, and it was written that it was a special lane for students with scores below 660. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and then he laughed in anger. Good guy, those with scores below 660 can only walk to the side, right? Qian Shen introduced on the side. Each block and venue in Beilong High School has a score standard for students of the school to enter and exit. Students must move in the specified area according to their scores. Zhang Yu was speechless again. No, what are you introducing? Kainzi, you are from Sangayang, so you are so familiar with Beilong? You want to moisten it, right? Next, they walked along the corridor to the elevator. When they wanted to take the elevator to the underground floor, they found that it was written that those with scores below 660 were not allowed to take the elevator. Zhang Yu discovered that those with scores below 660 were not considered human beings in Beilong High School, and it was difficult for them to move. Fortunately, Zhang Yu and his friends were tourists and did not need to abide by these rules for students of the school. So the group took the elevator to the underground floor, and in a blink of an eye, a huge sports field about 10 meters high and covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters appeared in front of them. The venue was full of high school students walking around. Obviously, contestants from many schools had already arrived. But Zhang Yu looked around and found that almost all the contestants were from the 3 famous schools. There were almost no people from other high schools. Compared to the French competition, this martial arts competition is almost becoming an internal league of the 3 famous schools. In the surrounding audience seats, in addition to some scattered students from various schools, there were 3 groups of neatly arranged students who sat with their heads held high, like a square formation. Zhang Yu looked at the students sitting in rows in their school uniforms and asked in surprise, are they students from the 3 famous schools? He was very surprised. Students from the 3 famous schools don't seize every minute to study, but come to watch the game. Especially when he saw the students from Beilong High School staring with their eyes wide open, their chests and heads held high, and their spirits and radiant looks, as if they had hypothyroidism. At this time, a male voice came from the side. They are all freshmen from the 3 major high schools. After all, watching the battles of the same class of strong people can also help improve their own martial arts combat level, recognize the gap between themselves and the strong, and strengthen their hearts to pursue the Tao. Zhang Yu and others turned their heads and looked in the direction where the male voice came from. Lian Xianji from Xi'an High School came slowly, looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. I guessed you would come to participate in the martial arts competition, and I saw you. Then he glanced at Zhang Yu and the others, and said in surprise, are you the only ones from Sangayang? The next moment he nodded thoughtfully, but I can understand it. After all, it's Sangayang. Zhang Yu felt that his Sangayang school uniform was inadvertently despised again. But Zhang Yu has never been a filial son of Sangayang. What does it have to do with him that Sangayang is despised? His real identity is an outsourced employee of the Sangayang City Inspection Team. So Zhang Yu asked curiously, how many people came from the 3 major high schools? Lian Xianji pointed to the side of the stadium and said, look, they are all over there. Xi'an, Beilong, and Hangzhou. Each school has sent 10 people. We have all played around in the school. We can only come to participate if we win the top 10. After parting with Lian Xianji, Lei Chun said, let's go. Let's report to the players' rest area first. Qian Shen, find a seat in the audience seats by yourself. Zhang Yu and his group came to the rest area assigned to each school. Zhang Yu looked at the 3 major high schools, Sangayang High School and other key high schools, as well as the rest areas of other ordinary high schools. How to say it? Zhang Yu felt that the 3 rest areas were similar to the differences between VIP Lounge, Sunshade and Straw Mat. The VIP Lounge of the 3 major high schools has sofas, reclining chairs, drinks, fruits, and snacks. The Sunshade area of the Key High School has a row of chairs and a box of water. The Straw Mat area of the Ordinary High School has a row of benches. Master Beilong is afraid that the stinky Ordinary High School students will come to Beilong to eat and drink for free, right? This is too much discrimination. On the other side, Qian Shen watched the 3 people leave and walk to the audience seats on the side. Just when he wanted to find a place to sit down, he suddenly found that the back of a person in front of him looked familiar. He walked up quickly and found that the man was wearing a hat, sunglasses and a mask. When he saw Qian Shen, he immediately turned his head away. Qian Shen looked at the top of the other person's head, then at his face, and said in surprise, are you He Dao from 611? He Dao from 611 is qualified to sit with him and watch the competition. But Hideo really didn't want to be recognized and didn't want people in the school to find out that he came to watch the martial arts competition. Especially he didn't want people to think that he was going to see Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, so he disguised himself and came secretly. Who knew that he was recognized by Qian Shen in person at this moment? He could only turn his head helplessly and said, "Well, you are here too, Qian Shen." Qian Shen asked curiously, "Are you also here to watch the martial arts competition between Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen?" Hideo smiled indifferently. "Their strength is not even average in the competition. What's so good about this level? Actually, my junior high school classmate came to participate in the competition and specially invited me to come and watch." Qian Shen simply sat down next to Hideo and asked curiously, "Which high school is your junior high school classmate from? What is his level?" Hideo turned his head away, looking like he didn't want to talk. On the other side of the competition field, the contestants first gathered together and then listened to the organizer announce the rules. In order to prevent strong contestants from being eliminated too early in the ring, this competition will first have a scoring competition. According to the contestants' scores, everyone will be divided into 8 groups, and then a draw will be held within the group. Then the first place in the 8 groups, a total of 8 contestants, will start the elimination round. Just when everyone was curious about how the scoring competition was scored, with the sound of bangs, a golden figure more than 2 meters tall slowly walked into the competition field. I only heard the referee in front say, "The content of the scoring competition is that you will take turns to fight with the yellow turban warrior. The average physical strength level of the contestants this time is 1.98, so the yellow turban warrior will maintain a physical strength of 1.98 and take turns to fight with you for 1 minute. Then the judges will score according to your performance within this minute." The specific scoring rules are as follows. Chapter 68 Gap Rating. Zhang Yu listened to the specifications of the scoring competition for a while and roughly understood what was going on. It means sticking sensor patches on various parts of my body and sticking sensor patches on the yellow turban warrior's body, and then each time the sensor patch is hit, the number of times it is hit will be recorded. For example, if the sensor patch on the yellow turban warrior's back hits him once, 5 points will be deducted for each hit, 3 points for each hit on the chest, and 1 point for each hit on the arm. Conversely, if the sensor patch on my body is hit on the back, 5 points will be deducted. Finally, the total score within the 1-minute battle time will be calculated. Of course, there is another way, which is to hit the yellow turban warrior directly out of bounds, which can increase 300 points in one go. Zhang Yu understood that the purpose of this scoring competition was to prevent high-scoring players from being grouped together in the next group stage, so as to prevent high-scoring players from being eliminated prematurely. In this way, there should be no strong players who deliberately hide too much strength, because that may make them and another strong player be grouped in the same group. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu nodded slightly and looked at the yellow turban warrior. It was a human figure over 2 meters tall, wearing golden armor and a golden mask. The exposed muscles were like marble and were engraved with dense runes. I always feel that something is missing. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, a staff member sprayed an advertisement on the yellow turban warrior. On the chest was Oasis food for the healthy diet of all Kung Fu people, and on the back was super powerful, super crazy, peerless and domineering Whelan Pharmaceutical. Seeing this, Zhang Yu nodded and thought to himself, I said something was missing, and now it's right. He still remembered that this Oasis food company was a company that promoted synthetic food, and behind it was the Nether Palace, one of the 10 major sects. Whelan Pharmaceutical is different from Xi'an Pharmaceutical. It is a company that focuses more on combat drugs and is also the sponsor of this martial arts competition. At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen on the side looked at the yellow turban warrior and commented, Songgyang High School is inferior to Beilang High School. You see, they can use yellow turban warriors in exams and competitions, but we have to let students fight each other. Zhang Yu nodded and said, the realism of this yellow turban warrior is very high. It looks like a real person. It was also the first time that Bai Zhenzhen saw a yellow turban warrior in reality. Hearing this, she agreed and said, rich people have this hobby. They like to make valuable things look worthless. For example, make brand name clothes look like garbage bags, or make the yellow turban warrior look like a person like this. Zhang Yu suddenly had an idea. Then do you think our school can hire someone to play the yellow turban warrior? At this moment, Lei Jun, who was behind the two of them, as a martial arts practical teacher and organizer of the practical exam of Sangayang High School, said with a dark face, "The person who can play the yellow turban warrior, can the labor cost be cheap? Who do you think will pay for the employment? Do you want to pay every month to take the monthly exam?" At this point, Lei Jun snorted coldly and pointed his mouth towards the ring. "The first round of the scoring competition is about to begin. Watch carefully and learn well. Don't embarrass me when you go up later." When the contestants gathered just now, Beilang High School, as the organizer, had already issued contestant numbers and badges to each contestant. They would go on stage to fight against the yellow turban warrior according to their numbers. Under the gaze of everyone, the host came to the ring and walked to the side of the yellow turban warrior. "Welcome everyone to participate in this Sangayang City High School First Grade Martial Arts Championship jointly sponsored by Oasis Food and Whelan Pharmaceutical. Delicious and natural health methods. All meals in this competition are provided by Oasis Group." Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen pouted at the same time. "Synthetic food. Even dogs won't eat it." The host continued, "Or 1,000-year heritage, a must-have for going out. Whether it's a ring contest or a street fight, Whelan Pharmaceutical is your intimate assistant. If the contestants need to buy medicine, they can buy it at the Flash Pharmacy next to the stadium." Finally, after the host finished saying all the sponsors' advertising words, the first round of the scoring competition was finally about to begin. "Now, please invite the first contestant to come on stage." A contestant wearing the uniform of Beilang High School walked onto the ring, and with the countdown of 3, 2, 1, he fought with the yellow turban warrior. Zhang Yu could see that the strength and speed of this Beilang man were comparable to the yellow turban warrior with a physical strength of 1.98. Every punch and kick was fierce and unparalleled. He blocked the punches and kicks of the yellow turban warrior with his hard bridge and hard horse, and at the same time hit the sensor plate on the yellow turban warrior to get points. From a distance, it looked like two giant bears tearing and fighting each other on the ring. Every collision sound was like the sound of metal clashing, shocking people. And when 1 minute passed, this white dragon man had scored a total of 128 points. The next few players who came on the field were either from Beilang High School, Xi'an High School, or Hanta High School. The more Kan Shen looked, the more frightened he became. These top students from the 3 major high schools, each of them would be the absolute number 1 in terms of physical strength in Sangayang High School. Is the gap so big? Are the people that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are going to fight against today all this kind of people? Hideo was not surprised at all, unless they can join the sports competition team in our school and receive special training programs. Otherwise, it is impossible to beat the strongest freaks from the 3 major high schools in terms of physical strength. Not to mention the gap in other aspects such as magic power, martial arts, spiritual roots, etc. Combined with actual combat, that would be even more despairing. As the son of a school director, Hideo knew too well the gap between Sangayang High School and the 3 major high schools. For example, the top students of Sangayang High School can only compete with the secondary masters of Beilang High School after the top students of Beilang High School have taken the places. At this moment, a white dragon man who was over 2.5 meters tall and looked like a titan slowly walked onto the stage. Standing in front of this student, even the yellow turban warriors seemed to be much more handsome. With the appearance of this student, the white dragons who were just sitting in the audience suddenly stood up and applauded and cheered. Zhang Yu was more concerned about the other party's hairstyle at the moment. Isn't this Song Hailong? Why did his hairstyle change? Song Hailong was the top student in the grade of Beilang High School and the player with a big one on the chest and back of his school uniform. Zhang Yu still remembered that when he participated in the French competition last time, he still had long hair rising up into the sky. Today, it has become a short hedgehog head. Song Hailong smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and pressed in the direction of the audience. The next moment, the white dragons who had just cheered and applauded immediately sat down again and remained silent. Zhang Yu, who was watching this scene, suddenly remembered the low score slavery in the legend of Beilong High School. The white dragons in the audience really obeyed Song Hailong's orders. Bai Zhenzhen stared at Song Hailong's new hairstyle and said, he must have changed his external spiritual roots again. The external spiritual roots last time were obviously used to affect the spiritual power and practice manner. Since this is a martial arts actual combat competition, Song Hailong must have changed his combat spiritual roots. As he said that, Bai Zhenzhen turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu on the side, urging him, Yuzi, take out your 100,000 yuan book and use the Heaven Eye Talisman to see Song Hailong's background. In the past 2 weeks, in addition to focusing on martial arts, Zhang Yu was familiar with the book from time to time. But he didn't dare to touch the items in it, and only dared to practice the spells with the free permission once a day. The two most practiced spells were the detention spell and the Eye of Heaven spell that were taught in school. At this moment, Zhang Yu carefully took out the book of talismans, and his fingertips quickly moved across the screen. With the activation of the Eye of Heaven spell, he immediately felt that the whole world was different. For non-clergy, this is a vision after recharging. For a period of time, the evaluation of the components appeared on the heads of each person. Zhang Yu, who had practiced several times, was already accustomed to this vision, and now focused on Song Hailong on the ring. Elephant tendon body, expand details, elephant tendon body vertical bar demon slayer vertical bar heavenly spirit body vertical bar unbeatable fighting spirit vertical bar white dragon slave owner vertical bar family sun king. At the same time, Song Hailong on the ring had already laughed wildly, grabbed the big hand of the yellow turban warrior, and then, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, he threw the yellow turban warrior away with a bang. In less than a second, the battle was over. Song Hailong, score 300. The white dragons in the audience immediately burst into fierce applause and cheers. Watching Song Hailong slowly walking down the stage, many contestants felt like they were not looking at a person, but a ferocious beast. Qian Shen gasped when he saw this scene. Song Hailong, he scored 683 points in the last monthly exam. Seeing him perform live is as shocking as this score. On the other side, Zhao Xiangxing had just entered the arena and was still looking for Qian Shen in the audience. As a result, he saw this scene on the ring in a blink of an eye. It's too brutal. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are going to fight such a monster? He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Are you really okay? He won't be seriously injured, right? On the other side, Zhang Yu looked at the long list of ingredients on Song Hailong's head and commented, what the hell is this? After listening to him report it, Bai Zhenzhen explained, I know about the heavenly spirit body. It should refer to the body spirit root. This is the combat spirit root among the heavenly spirit roots. The spirit meridians formed by the spirit root will wrap around the whole body, increasing the user's strength, speed, physical fitness and ability to resist attacks in all directions. Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at Bai Zhenzhen more. This guy Arzen, I recognized it at a glance when I saw the external spirit root last time. You can't afford to buy spirit roots, so how come you know so many spirit roots? When Bai Zhenzhen was not sure about the evaluation of other components, Lei Jun behind them suddenly said, implanted with elephant monster muscles, fought with monsters for a long time, had very few negative emotions, Beilong top student, the ace son of the Song family this year. Zhang Yu was surprised. Lei, you also know the Sky Eye Talisman? Looking at the surprised eyes of the two, Lei Jun said lightly, if Taoism can be used for free like you, it will be very useful. Lei, you betrayed the martial arts. With Lei Jun's explanation, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen also got more information from this round of evaluation. In the next arena, more strong men began to show their strength. First Lian Xianji from Xi'an High School, his fists and feet were like a storm, completely suppressing the yellow turban warrior who maintained a physical strength of 1.98 and scored 261 points. After a while, a student from Hanta High School who looked like a brown bear came on the court, instantly knocked the yellow turban warrior to the ground, and then threw him out, scoring 300 points. Soon after, Lemulan from Xi'an High School came on stage. She pinned the yellow turban warrior to the ground with one hand and completely suppressed him. Then the woman kicked the sensor on the yellow turban warrior's vest one by one until the score reached 305 points. just surpassing Song Hailong's 300 points. She then stopped after looking at Song Hailong and left the stage. Since Lemulin came on stage, the people of Xi'an and the audience were silent. Zhao Xiangxing felt strange about this. After hearing this, Kan Shen explained in detail, the scores of Xi'an High School are updated daily, based on the students' classroom performance. The grade ranking is also updated every day, and the first place in the grade every day can make a grade rule for all students in the grade. That does not affect the teaching order and lasts for one day. As far as I know, Lemulin has always been the first in the grade, since the first day of school in Xi'an's high school. The daily rules, she said, have never changed. That is, all high school students must remain quiet in front of her, and the untouchable students with scores below 650 are not allowed to talk to her without her permission. Untouchable students with scores below 650? Hearing this, Zhao Xiangxing immediately felt insulted. But thinking about the fact that Kan Shen, who was speaking, did not score 650 points, he immediately calmed down. Zhao Xiangxing asked, "How do you know so much?" Kan Shen smiled faintly and said, "I also know a little about the affairs of the three major high schools." On the other side of the contestant area, Song Hailong, who was provoked, laughed out loud. "Lemulin, I'll wait for you in the finals. Zhao Xian is on the shelves, and I hope everyone will support it when the time comes." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Grouping. In this martial arts competition, each school can send up to 10 contestants. After Zhang Yu arrived at the scene, he found that there were only more than 40 contestants in total, of which 30 were from the three major high schools. The remaining dozen contestants were all from other ordinary high schools and key high schools. They may not have known the situation of the martial arts competition, may lack information channels, and may have a fluke mentality of seeing the world and trying their luck. As the strong men from the three major high schools took turns to show their strength, those other high school students gradually became discouraged and began to withdraw from the competition one by one. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen certainly did not back down. Zhang Yu recalled the rules and knew that the contestants would be divided into different grades according to their scores. Then, after a random draw, the contestants of the same grade were arranged into 8 different groups for group elimination. This is to ensure that there are contestants from high to low grades in the same group as much as possible, and to avoid multiple high-grade contestants in the same group from being eliminated in advance. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if I don't want to be grouped with the most powerful students, I have to get as high a score as possible. Only in this way can I avoid encountering difficult masters in the group stage and ensure my place in the top 8. Looking at the yellow turban warriors on the stage, Zhang Yu gradually had a battle plan in his mind. After a while, it was finally Zhang Yu's turn to play. In the audience, Zhao Xiangxing, Kan Shen, and Hideo sat together. Except for Hideo's face full of disgust, Kan Shen was looking at the ring seriously. Zhao Xiangxing always felt that the students from the three major high schools not far away were looking at him. He always felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him, a Sanggyang student, to watch the game like them. He also felt that the Sanggyang high school uniform on his body was so rare and not presentable in the hall of Beilang High School at this moment. He always felt that the people around him had strange emotions when they saw the Sanggyang school uniform on him. Of course, Zhao Xiangxing was actually overthinking it. For most of the high school students from the three major famous schools, Sanggyang High School, the students there know how to cultivate immortals. What's so good about it? We are here to watch the competition. But at this moment, a student wearing the uniform of Beilang High School came over, looked at Hideo and said, "Dao, you really came to watch my competition?" Hideo looked at the other person, wondering why the sunglasses and mask on his face were useless. "Yeah." Hideo nodded and said, "Come and see what the comprehensive level of the three famous schools is like this time." Chukyu from Beilang High School laughed and said, "I saw that your Sanggyang High School also came to participate in the competition. What do you think? Aren't you afraid of being beaten bankrupt?" Although he knew that there was indeed a gap between Songgyang and the three major high schools, as the son of the school director, Hideo still felt instinctively uncomfortable when he heard this. You are already asking for death by insulting Songgyang in front of the son of the school director. But he also understood that there was indeed a little gap between Songgyang and Beilang. Even though he and Chukyu were junior high school classmates in the past, their friendship gradually deteriorated after he was admitted to Songgyang and the other party was admitted to Beilang High School. In front of the other party, Hideo always felt inferior. Even at this moment, Chukyu only looked at Hideo, his junior high school classmate, and treated Qian Shen and Zhao Xiangxing beside Hideo's heir. After all, Songgyang High School. At this moment, Hideo said lightly, who knows, anyway, that person got 4th place in the French competition last time, so he might want to try his luck this time. Hearing the title of 4th place in the French competition, Chukyu was instantly choked and smiled awkwardly. Martial arts actual combat is different from the French competition. Martial arts actual combat is comprehensive strength. The gap between Beilang, Xi'an, Hunter and other high schools will be very large. As he said, he looked at the ring and said, it just so happens that your school is on the stage. Let me help you see how good he is. At the same time, seeing that it was a student from Songgyang High School who came on the stage, many spectators also thought it would be a tough battle. But then they saw Zhang Yu and the yellow turban warrior collided, and then bang. The yellow turban warrior was thrown out of bounds. Zhang Yu, score 300. The whole audience was in an uproar at once. No one thought that a student from Songgyang High School could do this. Chukyu was also stunned. Seeing that he hadn't finished speaking, the yellow turban warrior was thrown out by Zhang Yu. He was surprised and said, 300 points? Can you teach such a student in Songgyang? That tone. It was like seeing a flower growing on cow dung. Although he hated Zhang Yu, Hideo had to admit that at this moment, looking at Chukyu's surprised eyes, he felt a little refreshing and nodded modestly. Our class is quite powerful. Qian Shen on the side also said, Zhang Yu scored 653 points after all. He is very powerful. Zhao Xiangxing looked at the uproar in the audience and subconsciously straightened his chest, feeling that the Songgyang school uniform on his body was not so humble. When Chukyu returned to Song Hailong, he saw the competition coach watching the slow motion replay with several people. The coach analyzed, Zhang Yu stood at the edge of the ring from the beginning. He wanted to let the yellow turban warrior take the initiative to attack, and then come to the edge of the ring. Then he used an ordinary straight punch, and then things got interesting. In the camera, Zhang Yu intercepted the yellow turban warrior's attack in advance, as if he had predicted it in advance. The competition coach analyzed. At that moment, he judged the attack of the yellow turban warrior, interrupted it in advance, and then used the Wuji cloud hand to pull the power of the yellow turban warrior, and finally threw the yellow turban warrior a few steps away. And these few steps away are just out of bounds because of his position. Back and forth, every move is calculated just right. After listening to this analysis, Song Hailong's originally interested eyes instantly faded, and he turned his head away with a bored face and said, I thought this kid was a dark horse like in the French competition, and he should have some strength. In the end, he likes to use these little tricks, which is really boring. The competition coach did not refute Song Hailong's words, because he was not only the dominant grade number 1, but also an absolutely rich man. So as long as he did not insult the teacher, he could say anything. And the coach also knew that this ace son really didn't need to consider players of Zhang Yu's level. But the competition coach still looked at the other students and reminded them, don't underestimate him. Although there is a trick, he can make a judgment in that instant. Either his reaction and concentration are particularly strong, and his understanding of martial arts is also very deep, or he has observed the yellow turban warrior for a long time in advance, and has figured out some of the yellow turban warrior's attack patterns. Although his various values should not be as high as yours, this kind of opponent is likely to defeat the strong with the weak. If you meet him, you must not take it lightly. Whoever loses to an opponent outside the 3 famous schools today will be fined 10,000 yuan after returning, and will kneel down to attend classes this month. The students immediately responded loudly. Listening to the analysis of the competition coach, Chukyu secretly said, so that's it. At first, when he saw Zhang Yu defeat the yellow turban warrior in seconds, he thought the opponent was as strong as Song Heilang. But now, after listening to it, he felt that if he prepared, it seemed that he could do such a thing. On the other side, in the preparation area of Xi'an High School, Lian Xianji laughed and said, "Zhang Yu is really amazing." Lemulan, who was standing by, took a glance and said indifferently, "Poor people can't even afford to rent the most basic combat spirit routes. They are really miserable. But they are so poor, but they still risk bankruptcy to participate in the competition. I really can't understand it." Lemulan turned to look at Lian Xianji and asked curiously and puzzledly, "You are so much poorer than me, can you understand their ideas?" Lian Xianji smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only comfort himself in his heart. The sacred first place is just outspoken, not deliberately despising me, don't take it to heart. And not long after Zhang Yu left the stage, it was finally Bai Zhenzhen's turn to play. In the audience, Qian Shen and Zhao Xiangxing were looking forward to Bai Zhenzhen's performance. But a moment later, they found that Bai Zhenzhen was fighting hard on the ring. While trying her best to dodge the yellow turban warrior, she barely found a gap to touch the sensor plate on the yellow turban warrior. Bai Zhenzhen's fighting style is so reluctant. He Dao looked at Bai Zhenzhen, who was full of vigor and energy when she beat him, but now she was struggling under the attack of the yellow turban warrior. He suddenly found that he could not feel any pleasure in his heart, but a kind of bitterness. This bitterness was not so much because of Bai Zhenzhen, but because of himself who had been beaten by Bai Zhenzhen. Qian Shen frowned at the side. Bai Zhenzhen's fighting style seems to be unsuitable for dealing with the yellow turban warrior. Zhao Xiangxing worriedly said, "If this continues, won't he be assigned to a group with high-scoring players? It is very likely that he will be eliminated in the group." As Bai Zhenzhen fought hard on the ring, the audience and other contestants quickly lost interest. Song Heilang had closed his eyes out of boredom, as if he felt that watching this kind of battle any longer was a waste of time. Lian Xianji on the other side also felt surprised. The girl who came to compete with Zhang Yu seems to have come with Zhang Yu in the last French competition. She is so weak. Why did she insist on coming to compete with Zhang Yu? Could it be Zhang Yu's slave in Songgyang High School? Has Songgyang also started to play this trick? Lei Jun looked at this scene, but said thoughtfully, "It seems that Bai Zhenzhen feels that her fighting style is not suitable for fighting the yellow turban warrior, so she simply hides her strength." As a teacher who has been tutoring Bai Zhenzhen for 2 weeks, Lei Jun knows that Bai Zhenzhen's strength is definitely not just what she showed on the ring at this moment. Zhang Yu folded his hands across his chest, looking at the figure on the ring, and gradually understood the opponent's plan. Although the yellow turban warrior only maintained a physical strength output of 1.98, his own material has not changed, and it is still solid and cannot be destroyed by students. Bai Zhenzhen's fighting method has always been to attack the enemy's flaws. Facing an opponent like the yellow turban warrior who is invulnerable and needs to fight hard, it is obviously easy to fall into disadvantage. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "My goal is to try not to encounter strong opponents in the group stage and ensure that I can get into the top 8. Zen knows that she can't get a high score, so she simply hides her strength and wants to surprise the opponent when she encounters a strong opponent in the group stage." In the end, Bai Zhenzhen scored 89. Chapter 70 Hidden Spiritual Roots. Soon after, as the last contestant walked down from the stage, all the contestants on the scene were scored. During this period, 2 contestants from other high schools withdrew from the competition. In the end, a total of 33 contestants will be divided into 8 groups to start the elimination rounds of each group. Among them, 7 groups have 4 contestants who will play 2-on-2 after drawing lots and eliminate the last person. There is also 1 group with 5 contestants. After the draw, they will play 2-on-2 with a bye and eliminate the last person. In this way, there will be 1 person left in each of the 8 groups who will be the top 8 of this competition. There was a break after the scoring competition. After Zhang Yu stretched, he wanted to go to the toilet with Bai Zhenzhen. As a result, after searching for a long time, he didn't find any toilets around the stadium. Seeing Song Heilan walking by, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Do you know where the toilet is?" Song Hailong smiled proudly and said, "There is no toilet in Bailong High School." Ah. Zhang Yu was shocked. "You urinate and defecate anywhere?" Song Hailong's face turned black, and he said coldly, "The teachers and students of Bailong High School have undergone digestive system reconstruction surgery, and they don't need a backward, dirty and time-wasting place like a toilet." Zhang Yu said speechlessly, "Then what should we do?" Song Hailong said lightly, "Go to the first floor to look for it. There may be a toilet reserved for inferiors." So Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen finally found 2 simple toilets outside the corridor on the first floor, charging 10 yuan per person. So after borrowing money from Kai Shen, the 2 of them went to the toilet with curses. When they returned to the competition venue, the 8 groups had been divided into groups. 8 huge arenas were also raised at the scene, and the elimination matches of the 8 groups would be held at the same time. Zhang Yu looked at the grouping and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Arzen was not assigned to the same group as me, but Arzen's group. Looking at the high-scoring players in Bai Zhenzhen's group, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. They are very strong. That was a demon player from Hanta High School. He had a human body, but a tiger's head and tiger fur, and looked like a human-shaped tiger. And under the previous investigation of Zhang Yu's Sky Eye Talisman, a series of component identifications were also found on the opponent's head. Protection area vertical bar dragon and tiger demon blood vertical bar medicine barrel vertical bar steel bones. Zhang Yu recalled Lei Chun's translation. From the monster protection area, the tiger demon bloodline mixed with dragon blood, took a lot of medicine, and underwent some kind of bone modification surgery. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I remember he scored 266 points in the scoring competition. It is the second highest score among the students of Hanta High School." Combined with Zhang Yu's performance in watching the other party's scoring competition, according to his own understanding, this demon named Hu Yuntao can be called a hexagonal warrior with high strength, high agility, high attack and high defense, and did not show any obvious defects in the battle. This guy didn't participate in the magic competition last time, so he's probably not good at mana control. But he can come to participate in the martial arts competition, which means he has a very strong ability in actual combat. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the sharp claws on the opponent's hands that emitted a cold light. Shouldn't a monster who participates in the competition have a claw removal surgery? Isn't this equivalent to bringing his own weapon? Too bad, isn't it? This should be the kind of opponent that Arzen hates the most. With a trace of worry, Zhang Yu also walked towards the group competition area he was assigned to. "Don't go bankrupt, Arzen. I don't have any money to lend you." Bai Zhenzhen came to her group competition area. Then she saw that the other 3 contestants had already arrived here, from Bailong High School, Xi'an High School and Hanta High School. The most eye-catching one was the contestant from Hanta High School, who looked like a tiger head and a tiger head. Then the 4 people began to draw lots, and Bai Zhenzhen drew Hu Yuntao. After the 2 sides fought one-on-one, the winner will fight with the winner of the other 2 to finally decide the qualifiers of this group. Bai Zhenzhen touched her belly, feeling the hidden power in it, and slowly walked to the ring. "I have been forbearing for so long, and finally I have a chance to use you. Today, it is finally my turn, Bai Zhenzhen, to soar into the sky and amaze the audience." On the opposite side of her, Hu Yuntao walked onto the ring casually, seemingly not taking Bai Zhenzhen seriously at all. Looking around, Hu Yuntao, like Zhang Bufen who participated in the French competition that day, came from the breeding base of the Monster Clan Reserve. But Hu Yuntao never felt ashamed of this identity, and did not think that the identity of the Monster Clan was inferior to others. On the contrary, Hu Yuntao has a kind of pride in his bones, a pride in his own race and bloodline. Because Hu Yuntao has the blood of a dragon, Hu Yuntao's body contains the blood of a dragon, and Hu Yuntao is far more noble than those mortals. In the reserve, the father who is the director of Hanta High School will sow seeds for pregnant mothers of various races every month, so that the mothers in the breeding base will be pregnant with the father's children. Every month, hundreds of demons are born in the breeding base. They have the dragon blood of father in their bodies, so they are born extraordinary. From the womb, these children will be continuously injected with various drugs for adaptive training. The weak work, the strong study. This is the truth that Hu Yuntao learned while growing up. Those who cannot adapt to drugs, since childhood will be sent to work in food factories. When they grow up, those who are found to be insufficient in wisdom will become employees of ecological protection areas. When they grow up, those who are found to have insufficient potential will go to work in garment factories, leather factories, textile factories, and other factories. Only after passing the tests of one level after another and getting rid of job opportunities again and again can you come to the paradise called Hanta High School. Here you sign a contract with father and become his truly recognized son. Only then will you have the opportunity to continue studying and enter university. I don't want to work. I want to study. This is the cry in the hearts of every demon in the breeding base. And Hu Yunteo is the son of the school director who passed layers of tests and came to Hanta High School to study. He has gone through countless tests, breaking through the wrong path of work again and again, and finally qualified to go to high school and take the college entrance examination. Now, he wants to use the blood given to him by his father to defeat all opponents in this competition and make his father proud of him. On the ring, with the referee's count of 3, 2, 1, Hu Yunteo rushed out with a whoosh. His claws brought up a trace of fishy wind and cold light, like a sharp blade, cutting towards Bai Zhenzhen. The woman in front of him was far inferior to him in size, strength, and speed. Hu Yunteo was sure that in the next moment, he would tear the opponent's hands and rip the opponent's throat, making the opponent completely defeated. This blow will directly cost you 600,000 medical expenses. But in the next moment, a strong sense of threat suddenly surged from his heart, causing Hu Yunteo to subconsciously stop and retreat suddenly. He looked at Bai Zhenzhen again, and felt that the spiritual energy in the air was flowing towards her, and even gradually condensed on her fingertips, as if emitting a faint sword light. Hu Yunteo's eyes moved. Battle spiritual root. In the audience, Qian Shen looked at the ring on Bai Zhenzhen's side and asked curiously, what kind of spiritual root is this? Why do I feel like I have never seen it before? But the movement of the spiritual energy is not small. It should be a heavenly spiritual root, right? Zhao Xiangxing said on the side. No wonder Arzen has no money to eat. She spent all her money on the rental of the battle spiritual root. It seems that she really wants to win. Thinking about the round-trip journey and the several hours it would take to complete, Zhao Xiangxing estimated that the rental fee of the battle spiritual route would cost at least tens of thousands. He was secretly shocked. It really costs money to participate in this martial arts competition. On the ring, Bai Zhenzhen felt the spiritual energy filling her body at this moment, and thought to herself, I must think that I rented a battle spiritual route to participate in the martial arts competition. But Bai Zhenzhen knew that was not the case. Compared to renting spiritual roots, she would rather spend money to buy medicine and skills. Who told her that she has spiritual roots? In order to hide the spiritual roots in her body, Bai Zhenzhen felt that she had been holding back from going to the toilet since she was a child, and this holding back has been 10 years now. Arzen, you have to control yourself. Don't absorb the spiritual energy. Don't let people know that you have spiritual roots. Countless mornings, the first sentence Bai Zhenzhen heard when she woke up every day was this. Arzen, hold it back. Don't cause a disturbance in the spiritual energy. Don't let people know that you have spiritual roots. Countless nights, Bai Zhenzhen, who was awakened by someone, had to control her spiritual roots again and force them to stop. Arzen, I know it's difficult, but only when you control it and don't let people know that you have spiritual roots can we go back to Sangayang. It's like you can't breathe when you encounter air, you can't drink when you encounter water, and you can't go to the toilet when you have shit and urine in your stomach. Don't be found out that you have spiritual roots. Don't be found out that you have spiritual roots. Don't be found out. Don't be found out. Bai Zhenzhen kept holding it in, holding it in. Finally one day, she felt that her spiritual roots seemed to be suffocated. That day was the happiest day for Bai Zhenzhen, since she was sensible. She had been holding it in for 9 years, and had tried to hide it for 9 years. This troublesome thing was finally gone, and she no longer had to hold it in. But soon she found that the spiritual root did not disappear, but was hidden, and it was not just the hiding of the spiritual root. After holding her breath again and again, the spiritual root took her and hid with her. She was like a ghost. No one could see her or notice her anymore. Or everyone was like a ghost to her. No one paid attention to her anymore. No one could communicate with her. That night, it seemed that she was the only one left in the world. Until she found a way to make people see her again. Seeing that the spiritual energy flowing towards Bai Zhenzhen was becoming more and more turbulent, Hu Yuntao did not intend to give the other party time to continue, and rushed up again with a tiger roar. But the next moment, Bai Zhenzhen disappeared in his eyes. Hu Yuntao suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the entire arena. No. 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 Stealth type combat spiritual roots? In order to find the opponent's trace, he suddenly retreated to a corner of the ring, and his eyes swept across the entire ring in front of him, but he didn't see any trace of Bai Zhenzhen. Could it be? The next moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky, but still nothing. The next moment, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Bai Zhenzhen, who suddenly appeared in front of him again, had already pointed a finger at Hu Yuntao's Danshan. Although the attack was too urgent and too dangerous, Hu Yuntao's reaction was too fast and too quick. Almost at the moment when Bai Zhenzhen appeared, he tore at the opponent's outstretched sword finger with a claw like lightning. Humph. Weak power, slow speed. Even if you catch me by surprise, how can you beat me? But the next moment, as if she had seen through Hu Yuntao's attack trajectory long ago, Bai Zhenzhen's sword finger changed, and she had retreated. Hu Yuntao was about to chase him, but he felt a pain in his feet, and he was tripped by the opponent. Everything was just right, as if he had taken the initiative to rush forward and was tripped. With a light bang, Hu Yuntao looked at himself falling out of the ring, feeling unwilling. Raw. I don't accept it. I haven't used my full strength yet. Looking at Hu Yuntao, who was finally caught by the referee by the back of his neck, Bai Zhenzhen flicked her fingertips calmly. You idiot. I didn't use my full strength either. In this battle, Bai Zhenzhen won. Chapter 71. Don't miss the benefits of the launch event. It will be released this Sunday. The specific time is midnight today, that is, after 0 hours on the 8th, and 13,000 words will be updated in one go, divided into 4 chapters. Don't ask why it is released at this time. This is how we do Kung Fu. At that time, Gideon will have a release event. Subscribing to the first VIP chapter will get you an exclusive avatar frame pendant with a big full score on top of the pendant. Wearing this avatar, you will have a place at the top of the food chain in Kung Fu from now on. There are also voting and rewarding points on the event page. For details, please refer to the event rules page. If you achieve 10,000 subscriptions within 24 hours, the operating gold coins you get will also be distributed to everyone through the book review area activities in the future. Starting from Monday, it will still be updated at 12 noon every day, with 2 chapters of about 6,000 words guaranteed to be updated every day. The exclusive event time for this book to be released is from 0 hours on December 8th to 0 hours on December 15th. During the 7 days of the above event, I will then add more chapters according to the number of new monthly tickets, and add 1 chapter for every 1,000 new monthly tickets. Of course, I will definitely update this extra chapter while ensuring the quality, so if I fail to add it in time, I can only owe it first. I will pay it back immediately for each extra chapter, which is considered as my monthly ticket loan from everyone. I know that my update volume is definitely not much. After all, this book is really not written quickly. Putting aside eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, I now write as soon as I wake up every day and sleep after writing. But whether it is the outline or the deduction of the setting, it takes me a lot of time every day. The substitution of the unconventional thinking of each character under the worldview also requires me to repeatedly speculate, just to try to write something new, and write the unique flavor of this book. So far, I can still say with confidence that the new book What Kind of Immortal Can You Cultivate Without Money? Has indeed written some new ideas, and is a unique novel. And in this Kung Fu world, I will have many interesting places, and interesting stories to share with you. The martial arts competition is about to begin to climax, and I look forward to your talented chapters next. Your support is my biggest motivation. Then we will continue to see each other at Beilang High School at 0 o'clock tonight. Chapter 72 Suppression. After defeating the strong enemy, Bai Zhenzhen looked around. She thought that she had stunned the audience by defeating the top student of Hanta High School. But when she looked up, she found that no one was paying attention to the ring in her corner. Most of the audience went to see Song Hailong, Lemulan and Zhang Yu, who scored 300 points. Damn it. Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, a group of guys who are dazzled by the scores, but don't know how to open their eyes to see the real champion. However, Bai Zhenzhen believed that as time passed, her results would definitely be noticed by more and more people. On the other side, the other two students in Bai Zhenzhen's group watched the battle between Bai Zhenzhen and Hu Yuntao carefully from beginning to end. Originally, their purpose was to observe Hu Yuntao. After all, Bai Zhenzhen's performance in the scoring competition was too weak, and Hu Yuntao was their main opponent. But they didn't expect that Hu Yuntao ran to the edge of the ring for some reason, and then was kicked out of the ring without noticing. Obviously, from the perspective of these two students, there was no such thing as Bai Zhenzhen disappearing. Suddenly, the two thought of Zhang Yu, who scored 300 points before, and used similar means to get the yellow turban warrior out of bounds. The two couldn't help but think, is this the new tactic developed by Songgyang High School? Relying on conspiracy and trickery to get people out of bounds and achieve the weak defeating the strong? The quality of these low-scoring students in other high schools is poor. The quality of people with low scores is poor. The two felt that this recognized theorem of the three major high schools has been verified again. However, although the two despised them in their hearts, they also raised their guard and secretly warned themselves that if they met Bai Zhenzhen later, they must not be careless and capsize in the ditch. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen found that Zhao Xiangxing in the audience was waving at her and giving her a thumbs up. Ha, this guy, old Zhao. Bai Zhenzhen also waved in the direction of Zhao Xiangxing, thinking to herself, sure enough, the emotional value of these low-scoring students is enough. In the audience, Zhao Xiangxing gave a thumbs up and said happily, Zhen saw us. I didn't expect her to beat Hu Yuntao from Hanta High School so easily. At the beginning, I was really worried that Hu Yuntao would eat her. Hideo on the side said lightly, it's just luck. This tiger monster is a typical high-scoring but low-ability guy. He was tripped out of the field. Maybe I can beat him. Although he felt very bitter when he saw Bai Zhenzhen fighting with the yellow turban warrior before, Hideo felt even more distressed when he saw her smug look after defeating Hu Yuntao. Qian Shen said, it feels not that simple. Why did the tiger suddenly run to the edge of the ring? At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing pointed in the direction of Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu is going to play. Zhao Xiangxing sighed. Fortunately, Yuzi and Azan are in the upper half of the competition area, and they were drawn to the lower half of the competition area, so they won't encounter a civil war in advance. Hideo said quietly, maybe it was Zhang Pianpian who did it. He thought that as the son of the school director of Songgyang High School, he could do something about the lottery for the practical test. It is definitely not a big deal for Zhang Pianpian, a super rich man with a deposit of more than 2.5 billion, to give his subordinates a convenience. At this time, Qian Shen was surprised and said, Dao, do you think Zhang Yu's opponent is your junior high school classmate? Hideo was shocked and looked towards the ring. When he saw Zhang Yu and Chuqiu walking onto the ring together, Hideo frowned. Zhang Yu. Hideo definitely didn't want Zhang Yu to win against this poor man who had killed him in seconds. But Chuqiu. Hideo didn't care about the performance of this junior high school classmate who always looked down on him, but if the other party wanted to defeat the player from Songgyang High School, he would feel uncomfortable. Damn. The palms and backs of the hands are all urine. Can these two be eliminated together? On the ring, Chuqiu first walked to the center of the ring to ensure that he would not be accidentally pulled down by the other party because he was too close to the edge of the ring. In the process of walking, Chuqiu could feel the blood in his body surging wildly, his heart beating violently, and the pinholes on his temples protruding high. All of this was telling one thing: Chuqiu had taken medicine. Chuqiu's mind echoed with the words of the competition coach just now. This is the latest combat supplement, which can enhance your muscle strength and physical fitness, and temporarily increase your physical strength to the level of 2.2. Chuqiu hesitated and said, is it necessary? The competition coach said, although Zhang Yu's data in all aspects is not as good as yours, he has good martial arts and is good at studying tactics. What's more, do you think that students from this kind of school cannot take medicine in order to beat us? At this moment on the ring, feeling the power of the medicine spreading in his body, constantly stirring up the muscles and blood all over his body, Chukyu felt that his body had never felt so good. This new medicine is really strong. No matter what your skills and tactics are, I will suppress you with absolute strength today. Accompanied by the start sound of 3, 2, 1. Chukyu, like a ferocious beast, pounced on Zhang Yu with a trace of afterimage. Boom. He threw a punch, and the whole person exuded a violent aura, and crashed into Zhang Yu like a big truck. Expert level skills truck charge fist. Level 2 push. In ancient times, martial arts masters created skills by observing birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, sun and moon. Nowadays, masters from all sides create skills for this era by observing the hustle and bustle of traffic and tall buildings. Truck charge fist is said to be a skill created by a martial arts master who watched cars on the side of the highway for 3 months, understood the artistic conception of truck collisions, and integrated the momentum of heavy trucks weighing tens or hundreds of tons into his boxing. As a power-type bodybuilding player, Chukyu chose to practice this truck charge fist in order to perfectly exert his strength advantage. At this moment, the level 2 truck charge fist was fully unleashed by him, and it really seemed like he had transformed into a terrifying truck weighing 100 tons, pressing down the ring and banging and crashing head on into Zhang Yu. Facing this attack from me, Zhang Yu must have only one choice. Chukyu was confident that with his strength, Zhang Yu would definitely not be able to confront him head on, and his only choice was to dodge. But the truck charge fist had its own backup plan to deal with dodges. After he dodges, I will chase him with the truck sharp turn, adding the power of this punch to the high speed translation of the sharp angle rotation, and the punch will be 5 points more powerful. I'm going to knock you out of the ring with one punch. But the next moment, Chukyu was surprised to find that Zhang Yu actually slapped him head on with the palm carrying white energy. Was he going to take his punch head on? Boom. As Chukyu's fist hit the Wuxiang Yungang head on, Zhang Yu felt that the opponent's power was like a group of wild boars swarming in, running back and forth in the energy, trying to tear the energy apart and blow him away. The effect of the 10th level of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, full concentration state. Everything around him instantly entered an extremely slow state. Watching Chukyu's fist sinking into the energy inch by inch, Zhang Yu could clearly and keenly distinguish the direction of the opponent's fist force, and then stirred the Wuxiang Yungang bit by bit, pulling the opponent's power. Bang! Chukyu only felt that after his fist touched the Wuxiang Yungang, it was like hitting a slippery ball. His fist was actually pulled aside and hit directly beside Zhang Yu, and missed. But the next moment, with a roar, Chukyu stopped his punch with his physical strength, and then threw another punch at Zhang Yu. Bang! But this punch was deflected by the opponent again, leaving Chukyu wide open, and he watched Zhang Yu get into his arms. Amid the crackling sound, Zhang Yu one had already hit Chukyu's chest, ribs, and lower abdomen with 3 consecutive punches. Roar! The combat supplement made Chukyu feel no pain at all, but instead his blood rushed to his head, and he exerted force with both hands, trying to hug Zhang Yu. With my strength, I can just grab him and press him to death. But Zhang Yu seemed to have noticed his move in advance, and almost avoided his grab at the maximum distance. Then Chukyu threw another punch, but the opponent took away the punch again, and then hit him in the chest twice more. Fuck, just one punch. With his physique, as long as my truck charge punch passes the Genki, just hit his body once, I will definitely be able to defeat him. It felt like he only needed to hit the opponent once to win. Chukyu roared and continuously launched violent attacks. But he felt that he was the one being suppressed. Zhang Yu was like a bull with wings, dancing under Chukyu's attack, either dodging his grabs at an extreme distance, or using Wuxiang Yungang to block his fists. I've been beaten by him. Is it me who was suppressed? He used pure skills to suppress me who has stronger strength, speed, and physical fitness. Chukyu felt all this in disbelief, and the next moment his abdomen was hit by Wuxiang Yungang again. Although he still didn't feel any pain this time, his originally endless physical strength seemed to be interrupted, and the whole person fell into a moment of stiffness. Not good. My internal organs seemed to be bleeding. And this moment of stiffness was also caught by Zhang Yu in the first time. Upper abdomen, chest, shoulders, waist. Chukyu's body was hit continuously by Zhang Yu. Every time he wanted to exert force, it would be interrupted by such a heavy blow. He felt like he had turned into a huge sandbag at this moment, allowing Zhang Yu to vent his strength, and finally fell softly to the ground. I lost to students outside the 3 major high schools. At this moment, Chukyu felt that he had no face to see his classmates at Beilong High School again. He seemed to have seen his status on campus plummet. He was ridiculed by teachers and students throughout the school and became a slave to countless classmates. He wanted to jump off the roof of the 30th floor of Beilong High School. Then he was scared to death by this dark future. Zhang Yu won this battle. Chapter 73, Quarterfinals. Seeing Chukyu defeated by Zhang Yu, Qian Shen was surprised and said, Zhang Yu won. Zhao Xiangxing had also been observing this battle, but he could not understand it at all, and wondered, how did he win suddenly? It seems that Zhang Yu has been suppressed all the time. Qian Shen said thoughtfully, although Zhang Yu has been suppressed all the time, think about it carefully. In fact, he has blocked almost all of Chukyu's attacks. On the contrary, Chukyu relied on his strong physique and almost had no defense. Qian Shen said uncertainly, and it seems that Zhang Yu hit the vital point. He sighed and said, I heard that the college entrance examinations in the past were purely for competition, but there were too many accidental factors in the battle. It is impossible to select the best talents by fighting alone. In the end, it was gradually revised to the current 6 subject 700 point system. Hideo said gloatingly, Chukyu will be finished in Beilong High School if he loses this battle. Zhao Xiangxing said, it's just a loss in a battle. It's not that exaggerated, right? Hideo, what will be the consequences if you lose to an ordinary high school? Zhao Xiangxing frowned immediately. What do ordinary high school students know about cultivating immortals? How can I lose to them? Hideo said lightly, what if I lose? The sky fell, the shame of Sangayang, the insult of the whole school, and walking on the rooftop. Zhao Xiangxing felt gloomy just thinking about it. Hideo saw his expression change and laughed, so you understand? But then he saw Zhang Yu walking down the ring, and his brows couldn't help but frown again. Chukyu's loss certainly made him secretly happy, but Zhang Yu's victory also made him sad. And on the other side of the competition field, Chukyu, who had fainted, was carried back to the preparation area of Beilong High School. The competition coach took a glance, but did not rush to wake him up and insult him immediately. After all, Chukyu was the only one back now, and the other contestants were still on the ring. Of course, we have to wait until everyone comes back, and then let Chukyu kneel in front of all the students, and humiliate him severely. I actually lost to someone from Sangayang High School. Just thinking of this, the competition coach was secretly annoyed. His future bonuses and performance would be deducted. He might even be laughed at by other teachers, and be scolded by school leaders. Just as the competition coach was thinking about this, suddenly another student from Beilong High School was carried over. The competition coach looked at the student on the stretcher and frowned. What's wrong with you? The student's face was pale, and he stammered, I beat the Xi'an people, Bai Zhenzhen from Sangayang High School beat Yunteo, and then she fought with me. I lost to her. As soon as he finished saying this, he felt that the temperature around him seemed to drop by 10 degrees, and he couldn't help but tremble. The competition coach said coldly, how did you lose? The student lowered his head and said, that Bai Zhenzhen rented a stealth type spiritual root, which can appear and disappear in my senses. The competition coach said coldly, her numerical value is so much worse than yours. Even if she catches you by surprise, it is difficult for her to beat you. A trace of confusion flashed in the student's eyes. I don't know. I was suddenly hit by her vitals, and I don't know how I fainted. On the other stretcher, Chukyu, who had already woken up, but had been pretending to faint, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, fortunately, I'm not the only one who lost. At this moment, Chukyu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Zhang Yu. UF*CKING win a few more games for me. It's better to win a few more people from Beilang High School. As long as Zhang Yu wins enough, Chu will feel that his loss is not too ugly. As for the wins and losses of other classmates, the victory of his classmates cannot be written on his resume. On the contrary, the defeat of his classmates can save his face. At the same time, the battles on various stages were also coming to an end. On the stage, Song Heilan roared wildly and grabbed his opponent. The terrifying power suddenly erupted, throwing him out like a ball and smashing him on the ceiling more than 10 meters high with a bang, shocking everyone. The white dragons in the audience applauded wildly until Song Heilan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, and then they all stopped for a moment. On the other side of the stage, Lemulan tapped her fingers lightly, and a series of ice blue magic power stabbed at the opponent 3 meters away like a sharp sword, cutting out a series of sword marks. No matter how hard the opponent resisted, he was always intercepted by these ice blue sword lights 3 meters away, and even the blood splashed on his body could not get within 3 meters of Lemulan. Looking at the opponent who finally fainted from excessive blood loss, Lemulan turned around and slowly walked down the stage. The purple cloud people in the audience were silent, not daring to make any noise, but Lemulan frowned secretly when he heard the cheers for Song Heilan from the white dragons not far away. It's so noisy. In a blink of an eye, the 8 groups have already decided the winners, and the top 8 of this martial arts competition has been completely determined. In addition to Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, Song Heilan, and Lemulan, the top 8 also include Lian Xiang, 2 students from Hanta High School, and another student from Beilang High School. Zhang Yu looked at the schedule for the next 8. My first battle is with Lian Xiang, and then I have to deal with the winner between Song Heilan and another Hanta student. According to Zhang Yu's own judgment, the Hanta student is most likely not Song Heilan's opponent. In other words, if he wants to have a chance to win the championship, he must first defeat Lian Xiang and then defeat Song Heilan. But in comparison, our Zen side is more difficult. Zhang Yu looked at the lower half of the competition area. Bai Zhenzhen needed to first defeat the 300-point leader of Hanta High School and then defeat Lemulan of Xi'an High School before he could join him to compete for the championship. There was not much time for Zhang Yu to sigh, and in a blink of an eye, the quarterfinals had officially begun. The entire arena also changed from 8 to 4. Zhang Yu walked onto the stage and saw Lian Xiang waiting there. After seeing Zhang Yu, Lian Xiang's eyes lit up and he said, "Zhang Yu, I watched the replay of your fight just now. It was a very exciting fight. You can use your skills to suppress an opponent who is stronger, faster, and more physically fit than you. Your understanding of martial arts has surpassed mine. But actual combat is never just a one-dimensional competition." As he said that, he brought the backpack behind him to the front, and out of respect for you, I will fight you with all my strength next. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lian Xiang take out a bottle of medicine from his backpack, and was about to drink it. Zhang Yu looked at the other party preparing to drink the medicine, but he was already used to it. This is how it is in Songyang City. This is the full strength of our high school students. But at this moment, the referee on the side walked up and actually stopped Lian Xiang from drinking the medicine. This time Zhang Yu was shocked. Is there still a ban on drugs in this competition? Is this still Kung Fu? However, after the referee checked Lian Xiang's backpack and confirmed that they were all legal drugs, he said directly, "No problem, you can continue." So Lian Xiang drank a bottle of medicine first, then ate a few capsules, and then took out a syringe and stabbed his arm. As the drugs entered his body, Lian Xiang's body also showed obvious changes. His muscles swelled slightly, blue veins burst on the surface of his body, and his breathing began to become heavier and thicker. Watching the other party constantly taking drugs and taking more and more, Zhang Yu was speechless. "No. Can you please stop respecting me? Just look down on me and look down on me?" Then Zhang Yu gradually found something wrong. Because Lian Xiang was reciting words to the side while taking drugs. "I have been taking this combat stimulant for 3 months, and the effect is really very good. It can quickly release muscle potential and suppress pain." Zhang Yu looked at another Xi'an person who was holding a mobile phone and filming Lian Xiang and couldn't help but said, "Are you shooting a commercial?" Lion Shy ing, I usually share and broadcast my daily study and practice on the internet. This time I will recommend some reliable and easy to use combat potions to my fans. Then he added, classmate Zhang Yu, don't take this lightly. On the long road to immortality, it is very important to learn how to make money and have the ability to make money. As the saying goes, there is a path to the mountain of books, and money is the path. There is a boundless sea of learning, and money is the boat. People who only know how to spend money, but not make money will not go far on the road of immortality. Zhang Yu looked at the referee on the side and said, can we start? The referee glanced at him. You want to start before the medicine is finished, don't you think it's unfair? Damn. Zhang Yu was convinced. Fight, fight, fight as you like. After a moment. Sorry for the wait. Lion Shy ing bowed to Zhang Yu and said, then, let's start. With the referee's shout of 3, 2, 1, the two of them shot out at the same time, and then collided with each other with a bang. Every time Lion Shy ing's fist collided with Zhang Yu's Wuxiang Yun Gang, there was a loud bang. Zhang Yu felt that the opponent's fist contained an explosive force, and once it touched his ki, it suddenly exploded, causing Wuxiang Yun Gang to dissipate continuously, leaving Zhang Yu with no choice but to constantly raise his mana to replenish it. It was the expert level skill that Lion Shy ing practiced, Explosion Wave Fist. Level 3 push. This fist technique, which was inspired by the explosion of explosives and the shock wave of airflow, converted a special mana called Explosive Fist Force, which could directly detonate the mana that was blasted out. Not only did it double its power, but it was also hard to defend against and difficult to pull. Lion Shy ing thought to himself, Wuji Cloud Hand is good at using Wuxiang Cloud Gang to leverage the opponent's strength. But my Explosion Wave Fist is Explosive Force. Wuxiang Cloud Gang can't pull it, but will be constantly blasted away. Zhang Yu's strength is not as strong as mine, and his magic power is not as strong as mine. He should be unable to resist it soon. Theoretically, this should be the case. But Lion Shy ing was surprised to find that Zhang Yu in front of him not only blocked his moves at the right time, but also gradually triggered his Explosive Fist Force, using his Explosive Fist Force to deal with his Explosive Fist Force. It was Zhang Yu who used the Immortal Seal to pull and move Lion Shy ing's magic power. He can actually pull my fist power. This shows that in addition to Wuji Yunxiao, he is also good at another advanced martial arts that can use magic power to fight back. Thinking of this, Lion Shy ing laughed. Zhang Yu, you really didn't disappoint me. At this time, the Xi'an people in the audience said, Master Lion Shy ing, the advertiser said that, if you can't defeat the opponent within 1 minute, they will deduct money. Lion Shy ing's face darkened and said, I know. Zhang Yu felt that the other party suddenly became serious. The smile on his face disappeared, and even his eyes showed a trace of murderous intent. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the air gradually surged. Zhang Yu's eyes moved. Did Lion Shy ing also bring combat spiritual roots to participate in the competition? There is a way to the mountain of books, and money is the path. There is no end to the sea of learning, and money is the boat. These two sentences are from a book called My Wife White Bone Spirit. Here I recommend this book. Chapter 74, Bloody Battle. The battle can be done slowly. Lion Shy ing is not in a hurry. Although Zhang Yu used powerful skills to make up for the gap in physical strength, Lion Shy ing still has enough confidence to defeat him. He is willing to spend more time fighting with him, confronting and learning Zhang Yu's powerful skills in actual combat. After all, martial arts competition is not a real actual combat. It is equally important for Lion Shy ing to absorb nutrients and become stronger during the battle. But since the advertiser asked him to quickly solve the opponent and show the effect of the combat potion, he can't delay any longer. Although learning through fighting and making money through advertising both can make you stronger, but it turns out that the power of money is more important. I'm sorry Zhang Yu. Although I want to communicate with you for a while, the advertiser's request cannot be ignored. So Lion Shy ing directly activated the combat spirit root he rented, and with the spiritual energy in the air turbulent, the spiritual energy began to gather towards his hands. Combat spirit root, surging. The spiritual energy will continue to be injected into his body and actively participate in the operation of mana when he fights. to increase the power of his martial arts. If it is combined with his explosion wave fist, it will be even more effective. At this moment, he punched Zhang Yu again, and the surging ki rushed towards him. This blow suddenly detonated the spiritual power around the fist, bringing a shock wave to hit Zhang Yu fiercely. This approach not only increased the power of the explosion wave fist, but also expanded the attack range of this boxing technique several times. This means that Lian Xianji's fist does not need to touch Zhang Yu and the Wuxiang Yungang in Zhang Yu's hand, and the shock wave of the explosion can bombard Zhang Yu from a distance. Boom. 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 Punch after punch, Lian Xianji at this moment is like a human cannon, constantly punching at Zhang Yu in front of him. The surging airwave instantly engulfed Zhang Yu's figure. But just when Lian Xianji thought that this series of attacks was enough to defeat Zhang Yu, in his surprised eyes, Zhang Yu, who was already covered in blood from the explosion, suddenly smashed the shockwave, and his hands brought up layers of white mist and slammed towards him fiercely. You are obviously so badly injured, but you still want to continue fighting? Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt? Although he was puzzled by Zhang Yu's choice, Lian Xianji, who had an advertisement on his body, was full of fighting spirit and would not hold back in front of the camera. So the two parties who did not evade suddenly collided with each other. The fist whined, and palm shadow devoured each other. Amid the rumbling explosion, Lian Xianji felt his fists hitting Zhang Yu again and again, and Zhang Yu's hands also hit him again and again with Wuxiang Yungang. This made Lian Xianji feel even more puzzled. Don't you have the energy to maintain your skills? You actually chose to fight with me in exchange for injuries? Snap. Snap. Seeing Zhang Yu's skin and flesh torn apart under his explosive wave fist, and blood constantly gushing out, Lian Xianji had a premonition that the other party would not be able to hold on for long. But 10 seconds later, the opponent was still fighting him. 20 seconds later, the opponent still showed no sign of stopping. How is it possible? Lian Xianji looked at Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood but still vigorous. On the contrary, he was hit more and more all over his body, and his injuries had gradually deformed his boxing movements. At this moment, Lian Xianji felt incredible. What kind of medicine did he take? At the same time, Zhang Yu's internal energy was rolling, flowing all over his body like the Yangtze River. After Wuji Yanshao reached level 10, Zhang Yu was able to stimulate Wuxiang Yanshao from all parts of his body. This means that he can circulate Wuxiang Yanshao to all parts of his body without hurting his body. So after deciding to hide his level 10 Wuji Yanshao, he thought of a new tactic, which he called subcutaneous energy. He circulated Wuxiang energy to all parts of his body, but hid it under the skin, and did not burst it out. At this moment, the Wuxiang Ganqi was like a piece of armor worn under his skin, bearing all kinds of injuries that penetrated his skin. This made Zhang Yu look like he was covered in blood, but he was only injured on the skin and flesh, and he was not really injured. On the contrary, when Lian Xianji and Zhang Yu were fighting, he was repeatedly repelled by the Wuxiang Yungang and rebounded by his own power. In particular, the more impatient, the harder he tried, and the more fierce he was, the more turbulent and surging the power returned from Zhang Yu. It was just that the painkillers suppressed these feelings, allowing him to always go all out. But after the continuous accumulation of injuries, Lian Xianji violently spit out a large mouthful of blood and felt his body trembling slightly. My strength, speed, and physical fitness are obviously better than his. In close combat, I can't beat him. Looking at Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood and obviously more seriously injured than himself, Lian Xianji couldn't understand why the other party didn't fall down. What's the point of winning like this? Do you have enough money for medical expenses? At this moment, the Xi'an people in the audience said, Master Lian Xianji, the advertiser is very dissatisfied. If Zhang Yu cannot be defeated in the remaining 30 seconds, they will withdraw the advertisement and cancel all future cooperation. Withdraw the advertisement? Cancel the cooperation? Hearing this, Lian Xianji's fighting spirit suddenly surged, like a frightened beast, and new strength immediately spread all over his body. Must. Immediately. Right now. Solve. Zhang Yu. Explosion wave fist. Self-destruction mode. Use the explosion of spiritual power and mana to promote this boxing method. pursue the limit of power with a serious injury to the arm. At this moment, Lian Qianji burst out his strongest power. His right arm suddenly expanded with the injection of spiritual power and mana. Bang! As Lian Qianji stomped his foot, the whole arena shook violently. The next moment, Lian Qianji's right arm was already wrapped in blood mist, and he slammed towards Zhang Yu with a force beyond the limit. Facing this fierce punch, Zhang Yu did not dare to be careless. His internal ki surged, and his Wuji Cloud Hand and the Immortal Seal were in operation at the same time. The blood-stained red Wuxiang Cloud Gang also took the initiative to hit Lian Qianji. The next moment, the fists and palms of both sides, and the violent explosion sound came from the stage, echoing over the entire arena, like a series of thunders, and also attracted the attention of countless people. Zhang Yu's whole body was blown blood red again. The power pushed him to the edge of the ring like a tidal wave. Bang, 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 bang. But after 4 steps in a row, he still stood firmly under Lian Qianji's disappointed gaze. You actually dissolved my punch? Your martial arts. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and said, thank you for the pressure you gave me in this battle. Finally, my Wuji Cloud Hand broke through the limit and reached level 4. Hearing that Zhang Yu actually broke through in the battle, Lian Qianji smiled bitterly and finally sat down on the ground. At this moment, Lian Qianji's right arm was severely injured, and his body was also injured. He was completely unable to fight again. Lian Qianji said, I'm afraid it's more than just Wuji Cloud Hand. This martial art alone can't stop me for so long. Zhang Yu nodded and said the words he had prepared long ago. I also practiced the Immortal Seal method to attract magic power and a horizontal martial art. Pretending to practice a horizontal martial art to cover up the effect of the subcutaneous ki. This was Zhang Yu's plan. Lian Qianji nodded in understanding and then looked at Zhang Yu with an extremely complicated look. With the conditions of Sangayang High School, you can actually practice these 3 martial arts in the first half of the year, since the beginning of the first year of high school, and even make up for the gap in physical strength between you and me. I envy your martial arts talent. The emergency team in the audience quickly rushed up, lifted Lian Qianji onto a stretcher, and sent him to the side for treatment. Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood, was also carried over. But when he saw the emergency doctor coming, he quickly raised his hand to stop him and shouted, wait, how much does it cost to treat my injury? How much can the insurance cover? Zhang Yu was really afraid that he would win in the ring, but end up going bankrupt and withdrawing from the ring. The emergency doctor frowned. You are injured like this, and you still have time to care about these things? At this moment, Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood, was not bleeding in the eyes of the emergency doctor. He was bleeding money. The injury was so serious. Wouldn't it be worthy of his medical certificate if he didn't treat it for 1.8 million? The emergency doctor said while checking. Such a serious injury. If you don't hurry up to treat it. He suddenly froze. It doesn't seem to be a serious injury. With the protection of the subcutaneous aura and the extreme operation in a fully concentrated state, Zhang Yu constantly avoided attacks on the vital parts of his body and prevented some parts from being hit repeatedly. This made his injuries far less serious than they seemed. It's just a minor injury, the emergency doctor said in surprise. 5,000 for examination, 15,000 for treatment, and 10,000 for medicine. They are all routine items. Insurance can cover them. Let's get started. Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard the quote, so expensive? The emergency doctor said impatiently, if you don't get better, how can you participate in the next competition? Anyway, it's all covered by insurance. What are you afraid of? Okay, treat it. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Alas, the insurance premium will increase this time. The rest area of Beilang High School. This Lian Qianji is quite capable. The physical strength he showed should be 2.3, right? This boxing method is very powerful. Coupled with his combat spirit root, his comprehensive combat strength should be second only to Lemuel in Xi'an High School. The student from Sangayang High School was completely suppressed and should lose. But just a moment later, in the shocked eyes of the players of Beilang High School, Lian Qianji was lying on the ring in the end, and Zhang Yu was standing, which was far beyond their expectations. Lian Qianji actually lost. Zhang Yu actually used martial arts to make up for so much of the gap. and medicine. He must have taken a very strong combat potion so that he could hold on to the end. In this case, it's not so outrageous that old Chu lost to this Zhang Yu. On the stretcher, Chu Qiu, who had been pretending to be unconscious, heard the exclamations of the crowd, and his eyelids suddenly moved slightly, and he said in his heart, "Come on, Zhang Yu." At this moment, Chu Qiu hoped that Zhang Yu could continue to win. Although he knew it was impossible, he still couldn't help but hope that Zhang Yu would knock Song Heilan off the ring and win the championship directly. He felt that he should be the person who hoped Zhang Yu would win the most in the whole audience. After all, this was related to his campus reputation and status in Beilang High School in the next 2.5 years. After all, losing to Songyang people, isn't this pure waste? But losing to the champion of the martial arts competition? It was indeed, because the opponent was too strong, not a crime of war. Chapter 75 Storm. Just as Zhang Yu and Lian Xianji walked onto the ring, on the other side of the ring, Bai Zhenzhen sat cross-legged, waiting for her opponent, Zhang Wenwu from Hangzhou High School, a demon student who was over 2.7 meters tall and weighed nearly 1 ton. Like Song Heilan and Zhang Yu, he was also a high school student with a score of 300. At this moment, this demon student was staying in the rest area of Hangzhou High School, glaring at Hu Yantao. Lost. Why did you lose? And lost to a guy from Songyang? Zhang Wenwu slapped Hu Yantao on the forehead, and Hu Yantao, who was extremely ferocious on the ring, was like a kitten at this moment, squatting in front of him and being scolded. But the tail that kept swinging behind his buttocks highlighted his impatience. Zhang Wenwu said angrily, "If you didn't make it to the group stage, you won't even get a rank, and you'll lose a good result on your resume. Do you know that you might be rejected for the university interview just because of this one result? If you can't get into a good university, your father will expel you from the family and send you to work in a factory." Expelled from the family, work in a factory. Hu Yantao, who was originally obedient, couldn't help but stiffen when he heard this. Why do many monsters from the reserve have no fathers? It's because monsters who can't go to school and can only work will be expelled from the family by their fathers. Do you know what it means to work? Zhang Wenwu continued to scold. It's very difficult for monsters to find jobs. You can only work in your father's factory. You will be transformed and planted on the assembly line. Like those bull monsters, horse monsters, and monkey monsters, you will eat, drink, defecate, and urinate on the assembly line until you die. You will spend your whole life paying off the breeding loan. Hu Yantao clenched his fists when he thought of the factory he had visited. On the assembly line made of the flesh and blood of the monsters, countless workers merged with the assembly line and worked day and night. Thinking of the monster predecessors who were half-step elementary school, half-step junior high school, and half-step high school on the lines, he felt a little scared. You've studied hard for more than 10 years and got into high school. Did you do that just to get a job in a factory? Zhang Wenwu continued to scold. If you were at the top of the university and had a diploma from a prestigious school, who would have excommunicated you and sent you to a factory? Hu Yantao was ashamed. Brother, I know I was wrong. Next time I compete, I will try my best and not slack off at all. Zhang Wenwu sighed. I just don't want to see you study hard for many years and finally not be able to go to college and end up working on the assembly line. After graduating from high school, your father will lose a good son and I will lose a brother. What happens in the future depends on your own performance. I'll help you avenge what happened today. As he spoke, he turned around and walked quickly to the stage. Hu Yantao reminded him from behind. Brother, that chick has a stealth spirit root that can reduce the opponent's perception. You have to be careful. Zhang Wenwu waved his hand, then sprinted and suddenly jumped up. His nearly 1-ton body felt like a small mountain, pressing the entire ring to rumble and shake wildly. Woman, I never know what it means to hold back in actual combat. If you feel that you are about to die, surrender quickly. After saying this, Zhang Wenwu took out 3 needles and stabbed his neck fiercely. With a sizzling sound, the 3 tubes of potion were instantly pushed into his blood vessels, making every hair on his body stand up, and the muscles on his bare face were even more bulging. Just by looking at the opponent's height and weight, Bai Zhenzhen could feel the amazing power contained in it. According to Lei Chun's previous judgment, Bai Zhenzhen knew that Zhang Wenwu, a demon-born student, might have the highest physical strength among the many high school students present. About 2.5 to 2.6. Exhaling deeply, Bai Zhenzhen also felt the release of the spiritual roots in her body. At this moment, she felt as if her brain was freed from some kind of restraint. Countless martial arts moves that she had learned and seen surged back and forth in her mind, as if they were alive. Since entering high school and starting to practice martial arts, originally, she could only use her spiritual roots to hide. After getting in touch with martial arts, she began to understand martial arts more and more. Not only did she learn martial arts faster and faster, but she could also gradually see the flaws of various martial arts after actual combat. 3, 2, 1 start fighting. With the referee's whistle, Zhang Wenwu suddenly jumped up and swooped down like a cannonball. Unable to take it head on, she could only retreat first. Bai Zhenzhen retreated suddenly, and at the same time, a flash of inspiration flashed on her fingertips, and a sharp sword energy had already broken out of her body. Expert level skills body breaking sword energy level 3 push. A foot of sword energy spread out from Bai Zhenzhen's fingertips and stabbed towards Zhang Wenwu, who had just landed. But with the hair flying all over the sky, Bai Zhenzhen only felt that her sword was like stabbing a piece of steel plate. After splitting the hair and epidermis, it was difficult to continue to penetrate the muscles. Is there a body protection technique? There is also the effect of the fighting spirit root, plus the strong physical strength. Bai Zhenzhen frowned, and her figure disappeared in Zhang Wenwu's eyes the next moment. But Zhang Wenwu was prepared for this. Without any hesitation, like a violent beast, his claws brought bursts of cold light, like a storm and rain, attacking the direction where Bai Zhenzhen disappeared without stopping. At the same time, Zhang Wenwu attacked, while sniffing something with his nose, as if judging Bai Zhenzhen's position by smell. Bai Zhenzhen stared at the opponent's movements with wide eyes. With the blessing of the spirit root, she could clearly see every movement and every change of the opponent's spirit. She could even vaguely judge the opponent's subsequent offensive based on the flow of these spirits in the air. But even with the ability of stealth, Bai Zhenzhen still began to have scars on her arms, thighs, waist and abdomen. After dodging to the limit again and again, the sharp claws swept across her skin and muscles, just like a hot blade cutting through butter, easily leaving horrible wounds on her body. On the contrary, her body-breaking sword energy could only cut the hair on the opponent's body, leaving some insignificant scars every time. After all, the difference in strength and speed is too big. At most, I will lose in 4 or 5 seconds. Despite this, Bai Zhenzhen felt that she was extremely calm at the moment. As the opponent's moves became more and more, the spiritual energy around him became more and more intense, and she saw the opponent's moves and body more and more clearly. In her eyes at this moment, Zhang Wenwu seemed to be a super furnace, with more and more spiritual energy and magic power condensed in his body, burning fiercely to drive his tyrannical body. In addition, Bai Zhenzhen could see that Zhang Wenwu's skin was densely covered with spiritual energy, as if he was wearing spiritual energy as armor. There are no flaws on the whole body. No, there are flaws. As several deep scratches were left on the calf again, Bai Zhenzhen gradually saw the opponent's flaws. Flaws in the moves. Flaws in the body. Finally, she took a step forward, like a butterfly dancing in the storm. She stepped through the cold wind that hit her face, and dodged the deadly sharpness step by step. I don't want to stay in the first floor and work for the rest of my life. I want to get into the top 10. I want to go further on the road to immortality. The sword energy at Bai Zhenzhen's fingertips roared, and she slashed at the flaws in her eyes. In the audience, Qian Shen and the other two were staring at the fight between Zhang Wenwu and Bai Zhenzhen with wide eyes. Zhang Wenwu's attack was too fierce and his movements were too swift, just like lightning and thunder pressing towards Bai Zhenzhen. As a result, the three of them not only couldn't think of talking at all, but also had the illusion of being oppressed by the opponent's momentum from a distance. Especially Bai Zhenzhen's figure seemed so small in front of Zhang Wenwu, giving people a feeling of being too weak. Qian Shen thought to himself, too fierce, just being rubbed would cause her skin to break and her flesh to rot. If she is hit directly, Bai Zhenzhen will probably be seriously injured if not dead. We are going to lose. Seeing a pool of blood bursting out of Bai Zhenzhen's calf and another scar, the three of them couldn't help but feel depressed, as if they had seen Bai Zhenzhen's bloody body. But in the next moment, they were shocked to see Bai Zhenzhen pass through the opponent's claws, and then a sword energy slashed out. Zhang Wenwu's figure seemed to pause slightly, and then a large pool of blood suddenly spurted out from behind him. Zhao Xiangxing was surprised and said, "The defense was broken? Hideo, we couldn't break Zhang Wenwu's muscles just now, how come we can do it suddenly?" Qian Shen frowned and thought deeply, did he hit the floor in his opponent's martial arts? Looking at the blood gushing out from behind Zhang Wenwu like a fountain, Qian Shen was surprised and said, did he cut the artery? The amount of bleeding is too terrifying. On the other side of the stadium, Lei Jun looked at Zhang Wenwu, whose blood was gushing out from behind him, and suddenly his eyes flashed. It's hematoids. Or external hematoids. Yes, the demon race originally crawled on all fours. After they had human forms and began to study and practice, they had to sit for a long time every day, so the hematoids must be more severe and larger. Especially the external hematoids have already fallen out of the body and are not protected by the body refining exercises. Plus, Zhang Wenwu was just doing intense exercise and took so many strong drugs, his whole body was congested, and the heavy bleeding was even more severe. Lei Jun became excited. You can actually find such a flaw? I didn't waste so much time tutoring you. But the next moment, Zhang Wenwu on the ring, had red eyes and roared wildly, like a dying beast. Zhang Wenwu roared in his heart, I want to study. I don't want to die on the assembly line. I want to be my father's son forever. The next moment, with Zhang Wenwu's high-speed rotation, blood and claw shadows covered all directions. Not good. Lei Jun's eyes condensed. This monster is crazy. It's attacking randomly. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen, who had an injury on her leg and was covered by Zhang Wenwu's attack, he knew that facing this random attack without any rules, Bai Zhenzhen, whose movements were restricted by the injury on her leg, would find it extremely difficult to dodge. When Lei Jun came to the bottom of the ring, he saw Zhang Wenwu lying on the ground covered in blood. Bai Zhenzhen stood there and panted violently, and except for the scratches all over her body, there was nothing under her empty right elbow. Her right arm was torn off by the crazy Zhang Wenwu. Bai Zhenzhen won. Lei Jun quickly picked up the opponent's broken arm, carried Bai Zhenzhen, and sent her to the emergency area. The emergency doctor glanced at it and couldn't help laughing in his heart, but when he turned around and saw his colleague who took over Zhang Wenwu, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Massive bleeding, overexertion, organ failure, plus a hemorrhoid surgery, and the physical strength is still so high. That bear monster will cost at least hundreds of thousands. With a sigh, he turned his attention back to Bai Zhenzhen. But just as he was about to make a move, Bai Zhenzhen struggled and said, how much? Can it be covered by insurance? The emergency doctor said indifferently, examination, basic treatment and arm transplantation. It will cost you 88,000. The remaining 30,000 items are not covered by insurance, and you have to pay for it yourself. Pay for yourself? Bai Zhenzhen said angrily, I bought insurance and you want me to pay 30,000 out of my own pocket? The emergency doctor ignored Bai Zhenzhen, but urged, if you need treatment, do it quickly. If the arm is severely necrotic, then I can't treat it. By then, if you send it to the hospital, I'm afraid it will cost more than 300,000. Thanks to Amazon for the 20,000 reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.